open the public hearing of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy for the inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners and land in which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and also acknowledge the cultures of any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcript of the proceeding will be published on the committee's webpage. I would like to emphasise that the public gallery is open today at the discretion of the committee, which expects proceedings to remain orderly and peacefully throughout. So if we can please just make sure that we have respect for the witnesses and respect for the committee members up here and the secretariats. Thank you. I now welcome the Minerals Council of Australia to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Committee. My name is Tanya Constable. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Council of Australia.
Good morning all. Daniel Zavatera, I'm General Manager Climate and Energy at the Minerals Council of Australia.
Thank you. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we proceed to discussion, would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in renewables or nuclear industries, please?
Chair, no affiliation to any of what you have just stated.
Thank you.
No current affiliations. I was a member of the Labor Party way back in the 80s and probably a member of the Shop Stewards Union when I was working at Kmart in the 80s.
Very good. Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians on whose lands we're meeting today and pay my respects and those of the Minerals Council of Australia to elders past, present and emerging. I thank the committee for the opportunity to attend the hearing. I would like to highlight 2 points this morning. Firstly, the committee acknowledged the role of Australia's uranium industry and the role that it is playing in the world today and what is needed to enhance that vital role. Secondly, there is absolutely no mandate today for retaining the legislative ban on nuclear energy in Australia. There is no scientific, technical or economic justification for the ban, absolutely none. Moreover, there is no public opinion reason. Poll after poll shows that despite over 4 decades of relentless anti-nuclear campaigning in the age of climate change, there is persistent and growing net public support for the legitimate consideration of nuclear energy in Australia. Community consultation is vital for success. On uranium, while the focus of this committee has been on nuclear power, it is important to not forget the importance of Australian uranium. Australia is the 3rd or 4th largest uranium producer with 10% of global production, but sits on around 30% of global resources. WA and Queensland are 2 highly prospective jurisdictions where uranium mining bans have been reinstituted after being removed by previous governments. For us, enough is enough. After over a decade of depressed market conditions, uranium markets and interest in exploration and development has returned with gusto. Why are we turning this away? 2 prospective states are stuck in the 1980s. At best, this is already a missed opportunity in the context of our developing strategic AUKUS relationship with the US and UK. At worst, it is negligent as these and other partners, the EU, Japan and Korea, desperately seek secure supply chains with responsible countries like Australia. And with the recent nuclear pledge announcement, it is expected to see a significant increase in demand for uranium. We urge this committee and the federal government to pursue the normalisation of uranium legislation around Australia. We have this in South Australia and the Northern Territory. It's time to stop playing politics with explorers and developers in Australia who have invested billions in good faith, need legislative stability over long cycles and want to invest to develop new facilities as the market continues to improve and grow. Economic modelling by RMIT's Professor Sinclair Davison, referred to in our submission, shows that as uranium demand grows with increasing net zero nuclear power development globally, Australia can generate new regional jobs, export revenue and much needed commodity and market diversification. On the nuclear ban, Australia must have clean, reliable and affordable energy. That is energy available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Something until recently the country has taken for granted. One of the biggest input costs for business is energy, and high energy costs are helping to drive the decline in Australia's international competition. Nuclear power has been operating safely for over 60 years, almost 70 years. Nuclear power is needed to completely decarbonise the economy by 2050. There is great uncertainty over whether the Australian energy market operators plan can deliver reliable, affordable energy with deep decarbonisation by 2050. Without firm dispatchable power, such as from nuclear or carbon capture and storage, the system is extremely weather dependent and costly to achieve close to 100% decarbonisation. The last 20% to completely decarbonise is extremely difficult. Nuclear helps get us there at lower total system cost. Uranium as a fuel packs a punch. It is high density and has an extremely small land and waste footprint. A golf-sized ball amount of nuclear material can provide a lifetime's amount of energy per person, and I have one of these for each of you. On decarbonisation, the MCA is committed to the principles of the Paris Climate Agreement. Our industry is seeking to decarbonise and, like all industries, needs all zero emissions technologies to be on the table. The inherent uncertainty over decarbonised pathways requires nothing less. In addition to an on-grid potential application of nuclear, innovation in small and micro reactors could have applications in regional and remote locations, including mining operations. A pilot 5 megawatt Evinci micro-reactor by Westinghouse is under construction at Saskatchewan in Canada and is expected to be operating in 2029. First-of-a-kind SMRs are being built in Wyoming and Ontario. If Australian industry is being asked to reduce emissions or incur carbon abatement costs, it is wrong to ban technologies that are available to our competitors. Industry deserves to have nuclear power on the table. Traditional fossil fuel-based power generating communities with a ready workforce and existing infrastructure deserve to have nuclear power on the table. Australian consumers facing rising power bills deserve to know that all zero carbon options are legal and on the table. No evidence presented to the committee during previous days of hearings has justified the ban. It is unbelievable that the government amended the Act to allow the acquisition of nuclear power submarines for military use, but retained the ban on civilian nuclear power. Before climate change became a mainstream issue, banning nuclear power to pass the legislation needed to build the new Opal reactor at Lucas Heights was unfortunate. To maintain it in the age of climate action is inexplicable. At the end of the day, every Australian pays the price of a nonsense policy that should change. It's time to lift the shackles off our uranium industry and remove the ban on nuclear power so that our laws start to reflect the maturity of the broader public on these issues. With that in mind, I'm happy to answer any questions of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll start with the Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for your attendance today. A good portion of your opening statement related to uranium, so we might start there. Can you give us a better understanding of how state and federal laws differ when it comes to uranium compared to other commodities, so we can have a bit of a contrast to get it more clear in our heads?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. If I start with the federal bans that are in place, the fact that we have a ban that relates to nuclear power in the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act has been in place for a long period of time is unnecessary because there has been no evidence presented over decades, and it was very well traversed in the South Australian inquiry that looked at nuclear power to ban nuclear power in that context. We have, for a long period of time at the MCA, suggested that that ban be lifted. There is also more rigorous regulation within that particular act applied to uranium on radioactive waste issues. It is unnecessary and should be mainstreamed with other commodities. Again, in every submission that we have put forward in relation to the Environment Act, and recently when looking at the changes that have been suggested by the government on the EPBC Act, we have put forward the need to remove those particular prohibitions from uranium. So milling, mining activities should be mainstreamed with the rest. As I've said in my opening statement, states around Australia have either banned at exploration, development or mining levels the uranium mining. We are leaving a lot on the table as it relates to the prospectivity of uranium. There is a shortfall at a global level on uranium. The demand for uranium, given that we have now seen a resurgence in nuclear power around the world, in OECD countries everywhere, the fact that there is a shortfall of millions of tonnes of uranium that needs to be filled if we are going to achieve greater and cleaner energy at a global level. This opportunity for Australia, given we have the most reserves of uranium in the world, we've been left wanting. The Northern Territory and South Australia have got it right. The rest of the states need to come up to speed very quickly in order to be able to achieve the revenue that I think that Australia needs, given that every state and the Commonwealth are going into deficits on budgets. That can add tremendously to the world's needs on energy, what we are doing in terms of jobs and revenue in Australia, and I think it's a missed opportunity that we need to now fill.
Can I just add a little bit to that? So federally there's been good progress over decades. I mean, we used to have 3 mines policy restrictions. That's all gone by the wayside. And we've had reasonable bipartisanship at a federal level on things like bilateral agreements, where we've brought new countries into the architecture for non-proliferation, that's been a positive. More recently, India in the early part of the last decade, that was a positive. But we still have, as Tanya alluded to there, in the EPBC Act, uranium is singled out. Any uranium mine or uranium project basically triggers the EPBC Act by definition. Now, there is a caveat there that says if it has a material impact on the environment, but in reality, every project that has come up has triggered that. Now, that's not the case for other commodities. Other commodities need to trigger one of the other matters of national environmental significance. Uranium just triggers it almost by definition. And I say that because there has been some tests for some ISR projects, in situ recovery projects, which are very, very low impact, as some of you might know, and they still trip over the hurdle and end up requiring a federal approval. So that's one example where uranium is treated differently to other commodities. Some have argued that that's because uranium has proliferation issues, but the EPBC Act has nothing to do with proliferation issues. It's not part of the governance of that. That's governed by the NPT, by ASNO, and all that federal architecture, rightly, which takes care of that. And at the state level, so that's the federal piece. And I think at the state level, as Tanya alluded to, we've got this situation where we have governments that come in, remove the ban, and then others come in and put it back in. Some have said, well, there are windows there to get projects up, but this is pretty harsh in commodities. We know that commodities have cycles, and as Tanya said in her opening comments, there is a need for long-term stability so that commodities can work through the cycle and not have to. We almost need the planets to align for a project to get up. The right market, the right government in place that allows it to come in, and the approvals processes take time as well. So it's too difficult. Even though we had some projects approved in WA recently, We've got one project that seems to be coming through that met substantial commitment. Others didn't because the market was depressed, as Tanya said, and we're now in another environment where we don't have a government that is facilitating them coming through. But on the flip side, we have a market that now is quite conducive to more investment in the sector. So these are areas that really should be rectified and normalised.
To move from...
Final question, Deputy Chair.
No
We
problem,
haven't
Chair.
got time. There's too many of us.
That's right, I'm not complaining. Thank you. You've clarified. So moving from uranium to then nuclear energy and acknowledging that the MCA has done considerable research and put out reports and whatnot. One of the suggestions that has come up through the course of this inquiry is that the need to decommission coal plants could hinder the Coalition's plan for a coal to nuclear transformation. Noting that the Coalition's policy has never been you're going to be just pulling out the boiler and throwing in a reactor, or you're going to reuse the same slab of concrete. But nevertheless, I wonder if you could just give us some, if you're comfortable doing so, some commentary on that approach, especially any insights you might have with respect to the size of the land owned by some of these coal plant owners.
So I'll go back to work I did in 2007 that related to the Sikowsky Review, and I was given the responsibility to look at what it would take to implement the Sikowsky Review and the regulatory regime in Australia. So we looked pretty closely at sites around Australia without any particular sites in mind, just to understand from the work that needed to be done right at the very start, community consultation, stock take on the regulatory regime, what it would mean for decommissioning of sites, because coal was looked at that particular point, even that long ago, and then the full development of a nuclear power plant. There is room on all coal-fired power stations around Australia, and what has been suggested in the 7 sites in terms of site. You're not going to turn over a coal-fired power station and put a nuclear power station on exactly the same pad. There is room within these sites to actually start to site a nuclear power plant, whether it's a small modular reactor that's 70 to 300 megawatts, or whether it is a bigger plant, 700 to 1,000 megawatts. So the decommissioning of a coal-fired power station can happen alongside what is the planning and the build of SMRs or of a bigger facility. That is an absolute given. So there's, if you look at all of the sites, there is the site itself, and then you've got room on the outside, or you've got pads beside where you will see these power stations in most circumstances. Maybe not all, but in most circumstances. Where you are off-grid, and the mining industry, because we need power 24/7, like any industry that uses industrial heat, you have very big swathes of land where you can be siting these smaller reactors, micro-reactors, smaller modular reactors that don't need the decommissioning. So it's going to be a matter of what is the need for a nuclear power station, what purpose, and where is it going to be sited? Is it on the grid, or is it off the grid around remote locations? I do want to say something on safety, and when we're looking at what we are seeing in particular areas. I can go straight to the Opal reactor, because we looked very closely at the Opal reactor that has a lot of space around it. Safety for that particular Opal reactor goes to the walls of the reactor. Then there is land around the reactor, and within about 300 metres of the nuclear reactor itself, the Opal reactor houses are built. There are exclusion zones that sit over that reactor that relate to power lines, and have an exclusion zone for aircraft, obviously, because you don't want aircraft being mixed up in power lines. So again, we looked very closely at the regulatory regime from start to finish on what it would take to develop and decommission other types of power to make sure that you did not get a situation that was going to cause grief to communities, take a lot of additional time, and the planning process was done rigorously and would achieve confidence in the first plant, which meant that you could build others at the end of the day across Australia where it was necessary.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Ms. Mascarenhas.
Thanks and welcome for appearing today. So my understanding is that MCA members are currently investing in electrification to meet their own climate corporate commitments, and that will add to overall electricity demand. With the frontier economics analysis that we saw an increase of electricity usage of only 25%, where AEMO shows we have the usage will be 410 kilowatt hours, where the frontier economics analysis was 255 terawatt hours. So there's 150 terawatt hours that's not existing in that analysis. And the concern that I have from a West Australian perspective is that we need industries for the future, and 150 terawatt hours is just absent. Do you think that that's a realistic electricity forecast for the future of Australia?
I'm going to get my colleague to talk about work that we have done around the electricity needs, energy needs for Australia. When we talk about this whole issue of energy, I talked about the least cost approach. We went to 2050. We've got a commitment on net zero by 2050. We went to net zero at 2050 and we worked back. What is it going to take? So our industries want to see maximum electrification, because for our industry, we need to reduce the emissions that sit across all of our sites. So we are working on electrification of our sites across Australia. So we support renewable energy being on the grid as fast as we possibly can, and as much as it will take without the integration of renewables falling over along the way, because this is an engineering solution that is required, and we need to get that right. We would expect to see more renewables, and as much as we can to get on the grid. We will see gas that will help with the peaking. We should not let go of coal-fired power generation until that occurs. And I feel that at the moment, some states have got coal-fired power on life support, and as you all know, no energy company will invest for the long term in maintenance where they can't see a future. So little bits of 2 years, 2 years, 2 years is costly. There needed to be longer time frame for that coal to stay there to allow the switch over of renewable energy and allow the switch over to gas. But it's still not going to be enough. When we look at 2050, we have the last 20% to get us to 100% clean energy. That is very difficult. Every energy expert will tell you that across Australia, that last 20%. We're all whispering about it because we're seen as climate deniers, but the last 20% to get to 100% clean energy is extremely difficult. And we're focused on that. Like, what does it look like to make sure that our industry and other industries are able to benefit from a clean energy system? So we've done work, and I'm going to get my colleague to talk about the work that we have done on the ISP. So we've looked at the government's plan right out to 2050 and reverse engineered that in. So if you want to talk about that.
Yeah. So thanks for the question. I haven't had a good look at the frontier economics piece, but I understand that they did do both the step change, EMO's step change, and the progressive change. The work that we did and the step change is the higher demand scenario. And I think you do need to plan for a high demand because, as you say, electrification, not just in our industry, but a lot of industries are looking to decarbonise by electrifying processes where they can, and hopefully those go to an electricity system, either grid or off-grid, that's very, very low in emissions and emissions intensity. Also, electricity is very much an enabling infrastructure for the economy, as I think you allude to. So, having an electricity system that allows growth to grow into it, as industry to come in, rather than be an inhibitor and restricting infrastructure, would be an issue. So I think planning, at least for a scalable system, it would be very, very important. As Tanya said, we've done some work, and the starting point for our work was what will the costs look like given the trajectory and the plan that AEMO is working towards, and we decided to focus it on the step change scenario, which was the higher demand forecast. We found it very difficult to get to that. To get it to solve at really deep decarbonisation levels of 95, 97 plus % decarbonised. We were sort of getting to around 80 to 85%. We used an average weather year, 2050 year, in the modelling that was done for us. You could use a better weather year or you could use a worse weather year. And in a better weather year, you might be sort of 90 plus. Worse year, maybe 70, 75. And as Tanya said, you end up with a system that's very, very dependent on the weather. And therefore gas is making up the difference. So in a poor weather year, you end up having to burn more gas, and you end up having with more because that's more expensive as well. So it's very. And the other thing that was coming out in our modelling was you're moving a lot of demand around. Because you've got so much solar and wind in the system, you're trying to fit demand into the supply of power. So you want to be charging more EVs during the day. You want to be charging industrial facilities during the day to soak up the solar as much as possible. Hydrogen and ammonia industries are really focused on using that daytime power. So you end up with a system that's very much supply driven rather than demand driven, which is what we've had in the past. And the outcome of all that was, as Tanya said, that last 20%, the system really values dispatchable zero emissions power very greatly because it gives the system additional security, flexibility. You don't have to run all the industries based on when the solar power is generating highly or the wind is working highly. So that so you can have a relatively small amount of capacity, maybe less than 10% of the capacity of the system that generates 25 to 30% of the generation, and really works in concert with the renewables. So again, our work was sort of finding that a system with more technology options was giving a better modelled outcome at the very least in terms of both cost and system security.
And unfortunately, nuclear is not very dispatchable, but what I do hear is that from a mining perspective, that electrification, rather than using diesel trucks to move dirt, but using conveyors, using electric trucks, using trains, is going to see a significant increase of electricity use, but that will be the cleaner electricity. The LNP policy for nuclear power is around it being government owned and controlled, and is that the model that you support from a nuclear power perspective?
We haven't looked at whether it should be government owned or privately owned. It will be a combination of both. The reality is any new energy system anywhere in the world is supported by government in some way or another. If we look back to Snowy Hydro, it was built by government at the in the very early stages. Snowy Hydro 2.0 has been subsidised by government. The renewable sector, to get that up and running in Australia, received considerable subsidies and is still heavily subsidised through various programs. The gas industry and the coal industry were all supported by governments. We don't expect that nuclear energy would be any different to that. And I want to just repeat what I did say at the start, is that you need to have something that allows 24/7 power generation for industries that need industrial heat, not just mining, but a whole range of extractive industries. So nuclear energy delivers that in some form, along with a portfolio approach. We advocate for a portfolio approach because experts across the world that are now implementing, that have learned from making mistakes. Germany is a jurisdiction. California in the United States is a jurisdiction. The United States, the EU in other countries, all made the mistake of a single set of changes to clean energy and are reversing that out. We don't want to make that mistake in Australia. A portfolio approach will get us a least cost approach for Australians.
Thank you, Ms Mascarenhas. Dr Ryan.
Thank you very much for your time this morning. You've claimed repeatedly that nuclear will could be provided at a lower total system cost, but I couldn't find the reference to that in your report. From where are you getting that data from?
That comes from the IAEA in Europe, experts on nuclear energy. It comes from EPRI in the United States that are experts in citing power generation across the United States and across the world. It will come from a lot of the submissions that you have provided in the reports that we put forward. We're always citing that in our publications. So that least cost approach comes from a portfolio approach that countries around the world have provided lessons for the Minerals Council of Australia and for Australia, for governments and those that are involved in the industry.
Okay, so I guess you're talking about data that comes from jurisdictions with an established nuclear industry and in most cases fairly long-standing experience with nuclear power generation. Which, would you accept that their experience might well be different from ours were we to embark upon a commitment to nuclear power in the immediate future, given just the nature of the Australian market and the fact that we already have a very well-established renewables industry?
We have an established nuclear industry in Australia, Dr. Ryan. We have the Opal reactor in Sydney that is providing nuclear science. We have a regulatory regime that has already been stood up that supports nuclear energy. We have the best scientists and lawyers working on systems. In South Australia, we have the very best lawyer that has helped 7 countries across the world, Dr. Helen Cook. We have the University of New South Wales and the University of Sydney. I would say that this is a furphy. It is a convenient untruth that we don't have a regulatory regime that could support nuclear immediately. In fact, I believe, and I know, and again, I've worked on it in 2007 and have been an advocate for nuclear energy for a long period of time. We have a world-class skilled workforce we can stand up that we could be adding to along the way. Our Panzer and ASNO are the best in the world. They participate in all of the biggest forums fora at a world level, and they are responsible for regulating what we have in Australia, including, unfortunately, uranium, which is classified differently from everyone else. So those 2 organisations can be added to in terms of their skill set and stood up immediately. So I don't accept that it will take 15 or 20 years. I believe if we get going now and we have people, the political will, bipartisan support for nuclear energy, we can get moving on this to make sure that in the medium term we've got an industry that we can be proud of alongside the rest. So world-class skills, world-class people, world-class regulation.
And just to add to that, I think the flip side of your question, which is a good question, is, we don't want to be in a situation where we wake up in 2035, 40 thinking, geez, we are a bit stuck around this 80, 85% number, maybe 90 in a good year, maybe less. And we've got this big gas, bit that makes up the difference. And we look around the world and we see countries like the US and UK that have a mix. You're right, we are a little bit further beyond. We have no established nuclear power generating industry. But we are coming up to speed quickly with things like submarines. And as Tanya said, we've got a long experience at Lucas Heights. I think it's very prudent for us because net zero 2050, it's not just 2050, it's thereafter. So I think we want to be in a position where we have the skills and the technologies available to us to deploy if we need them. If we don't need them, there's nothing lost. But I think there's fairly good evidence to suggest that, and as I said in some of our work, that we may be really needing these kinds of dispatchable net zero emissions technologies.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Mr. Chester.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your evidence. And you've indicated today that we have a world-class regulatory system, world-class skilled workforce, and Australia's already part of a global nuclear supply chain. And I understand your evidence is that we could play a bigger role in helping the world decarbonise if the bans were removed. So my question really goes to a broader topic around the issue of social licence, which we had a lot of evidence on. From your experience for the regional host communities that may hold a uranium mine or a civilian nuclear energy station, power station, can you describe for me the role the MCA has played now or previously or looking forward in terms of this social licence question with the regional communities, with our traditional owners? What would be MCA's approach to this issue of working with the regional communities which may host this infrastructure in the future?
As I said in my opening statement, community consultation is an absolute must. If you don't get that right from the start, then everything fails. It doesn't matter what you're trying to do, and we know this extremely well in the mining industry. You have to consult from the very start. So the planning process, if you're going to do nuclear, you're going to do a mine, you're going to do any project, it doesn't matter what it is, renewables project, you have to consult with the community. Be upfront with the community. You're not going to have all the answers to start with, but if you don't start with the community consultation, there is no social licence to operate. So there are a variety of people you're going to have. Wherever you might be siting, wherever you might have Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are located also in that vicinity because they will have rights. You will have people from the community, like farming communities across Australia, where you might be putting, you might need to inform them about what you're trying to do. So being upfront, making sure that they are part of the planning, part of the decision making, and not having things imposed on them the whole way along is going to be key to success. We have learned that at the MCA. In our committees, we talk about the regulatory regimes and social licence to operate, sustainability of our industry all the time. And this is key to success. I think what we've seen in a good example of what we're seeing on critical minerals, just as an analogy in Victoria, we've had some issues that sit at a community level with some companies because a lot of the community are facing a whole bunch of new industries that look like they're being imposed on them at the same time. So there's a lot of competing interests and a lot of uncertainty for those communities. So what they want is they want information. They want it to be factual. They want to know what it means for them and how they can participate. And once they understand that more, then there is largely more acceptance.
So on that point, Ms Constable, my colleague Mr O'Brien's indicated... Thanks, Chair. My colleague Mr O'Brien's indicated that the approach the Coalition is taking is a 2.5-year consultation period with independent experts to assess the 7 potential sites. Given your evidence there that it's important to be upfront with the community and indicate you don't have all the answers at this point, but you will go through an extensive consultation process. How important will the MCA be, or other sources of facts be, rather than the potential scare campaigns that have been referred to previously? I mean, how important is it that we get some facts out there for these communities so they can make an informed decision and understand what the potential benefits might be for their regions?
For the last 6 years, we've put out factual information as it relates to uranium and nuclear. only factual information that has been peer reviewed by the best sources around the world that we can get access to. So factual information is extremely important. That way you stay out of the politics, you stay out of anyone that has ideological views or investment interests as individuals, and the MCA represents a very broad range of different companies with different interests, but we don't, and I certainly don't, hold any shares in companies, so that we can make sure that factual information is put out there, because it can be scrutinised very clearly and very carefully. That's very important. So we will continue to do that. We will continue to advocate, because we do think that this is extremely important for the country and extremely important for industries like the mining industry. But we're not on our own. There's a whole range of industries, extractive cement, steel, etc., that require industrial heat. So that's what we would say. So in that 2.5 year period that has been referred to, I think is necessary to be able to get that right. But there needs to be, I think, sitting alongside that, very capable people with commercial acumen to help guide that through with stakeholders that also have something that relates to the community, to be able to get buy-in by everybody. So all of that participation is necessary.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chester. Thank you for coming in today, guys. A couple of questions from me. Your submission says that a domestic nuclear industry could take more than 10 years to establish. So what does that mean for a large-scale nuclear power plant? When do you think that could realistically come online, considering there'll be a 2.5 year consultation period from the plan that the opposition have? We know in mining in the Hunter, for instance, in coal mines, it's at least a 5 to 8 year process just to get an approval to have an extension on a coal mine. We know that a uranium mine, for instance, in South Australia, will take 10 to 15 years to get that either mine approval or extension as well. What is a realistic time frame, plus then a 10 to 12 year time frame of building a nuclear power station? What is a realistic time frame of getting this done?
Well, that comes down to governments, Chair. We have been advocating for a long time to get planning approvals cut dramatically, not at the expense of the regulation, but there is no reason why planning approvals cannot be halved or even greater than that if you've got the will to be able to do that. So governments, whether it's federal or whether it's state, planning approvals coming together, so you've not got competing interests between the federal and the state jurisdictions, because there's a lot of conditions, thousands sometimes, where there's crossover. That all should be dealt with, and we've been advocating, the MCA has been advocating very strongly to do that. As I said, you've got the regulation regime already there, as no, and our PANs lead that. So you're topping that up. You're working on that straight away. You've got your planning approvals going. You need a committed task force that sits not just a bunch of public servants, but as I said, people with commercial acumen that can guide this through. There is no reason you can't get that done in 10 to 15 years because we have those. I think, again, there is a view that we don't have any of these regulatory systems in place. It's just simply untrue.
And does that include the build time in 10 to 15 years?
Well, if you're putting a small modular reactor on a site for whatever reason, we're starting to see those built. They're going to be built in factories. They are going to be able to be rolled out much quicker than a larger plant is going to be rolled out. So it depends on what you intend to site first. That will be part of the planning process. And of course, we haven't done that sort of thinking at the MCA level at this point in time. I can only take you to what we're now seeing across the world, where it is being done very well, and we should be learning those lessons and implementing that in Australia. So lift the ban. We're saying lift the ban now in Australia, the EPBC bans at a federal level, allow the discussion to occur, and then you're going to get investors starting to get really interested in Australia, as we have seen in the United States, Canada, the EU, and in the Asian countries, in some Asian countries.
You've brought up the SMRs quite a lot in what you've been saying. There is no commercially available SMRs available now, is there?
They're being built at the moment in jurisdictions like the United States, in Canada. That's occurring as we speak.
But is there any available?
Not right at the moment that we can see that are in OECD countries, but they are being built and they are on order books. That's really important for everyone to understand. As we saw with renewables, Chair, 20 years ago, we didn't have, it was a convenient scapegoat to say, well, that we can't see them. Well, look at the renewables industry right now. We're going to see exactly the same with nuclear at a global level, and we are.
SMRs have been spoken about for the last 20 years as well, and in production for that time. They've been saying they're going to be in production for that whole time, haven't they?
We will see 2029. They're moving very quickly now, and we will see them on the ground, so you actually can get access to them, and I think that's important. Being built now is what I am arguing. They are being built, and we will see more.
No worries. Thank you very much for your time today, guys. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by the 10th of January 2025. Please note the responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have little golf balls for you all.
Thank you.
Pardon?
Yes.
Nuclear power for one person, one golf ball. Yeah.
How much is the weight? What's the volume of that?
Well, okay.
Would be.
I know where my waste goes on them, and it's straight into the water, because that's where all of my golf balls go.
It's a good thought. How far would you give me my driver?
All right, okay. I now welcome the Chamber of Minerals and Energy of Western Australia to give evidence today. Oh, geez, thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's all good, all good.
Because I won't be able to pour and talk at the same time. Spill it everywhere.
At least you know where your limits are.
That's right, I do. And I also need to be able to see. So bear with me.
For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thanks. I'm Ms Anita Legiudice. I'm the Assistant Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Chamber of Minerals and Energy of Western Australia.
And good morning, I'm Stephen Mills. I'm the Manager of Climate and Energy at the Chamber of Minerals and Energy WA.
Thank you very much. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement, then we proceed to discussions. Would you please state if you're current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries, please?
No affiliations at all.
Not in this country.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we head into questions.
Thank you. I'll make the opening statement. And firstly, I'd also like to acknowledge the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, who are the traditional owners of the land that we're meeting today, and acknowledge their elders past, present and emerging. So we represent the Chamber of Minerals and Energy of Western Australia, who is the peak representative body for the resource sector in Western Australia. We're very grateful for the opportunity to provide some additional evidence to the House inquiry into nuclear power generation, and to do so here in Perth at the conclusion of the committee's tour around the country. Western Australia's resource sector is critical to the Australian economy, and we're very proud of the significant contribution that it makes So direct spending by the sector supports 5% of national employment, both direct and indirect full-time jobs, and 9% of national GDP through direct payments to employees, businesses, community organisations and governments. And there's also a raft of indirect economic activity derived from the sector. Our members' operations are spread around the state of Western Australia and comprise energy producers, energy infrastructure owners and operators, and end-use consumers across a range of sectors, including mining, liquid natural gas processing and heavy industry. Our members are actively planning, assessing options and making investments in decarbonisation measures to meet Australia's legislated 2030 and 2050 climate targets. And electrification is a key strategy to progress their decarbonisation ambitions. Access to enough low-emission, reliable and globally cost-competitive energy is critical for their current and future operations. In the context of decarbonisation, Western Australia has some unique challenges in comparison to the rest of Australia, not least because we're not connected to the national electricity market. For many of our members, electrification is a key decarbonisation pathway for the next 5 to 10 years, which will see increased electricity demand across the state. New net zero growth industries such as renewable hydrogen will also add to forecast demand. So demand on both the Southwest Interconnected System, or the SWIS, and the Northwest Interconnected System, or the NWIS, in the economically critical Pilbara region is forecast to increase by around 5 times over the coming 20-odd years. CME advocates on behalf of our members for policy and regulatory frameworks that take a technology-neutral approach to the energy transition, both to maintain Australia's international competitiveness and to support a flexible, least-cost transition pathway. To meet Australia's climate targets in the 2030s, we consider that it will be crucial to maintain and possibly accelerate the deployment of firmed renewable power over the remainder of the 2020s and through the 2030s to enable the decarbonisation of existing operations and also unlock future growth. At the same time, we support an evidence-based discussion at federal and state level around the potential role for all low-emission electricity generation options, including for nuclear power, as part of designing a globally cost-competitive, reliable and decarbonised electricity system over the period to 2050 and beyond. All generation technologies need to be assessed holistically against the same criteria, including considering demand and supply matching, emissions, full life cycle costs, so that's the cost of building, operating and decommissioning, safety, community acceptance, waste and delivery timeframes. A stable, strategic and market-led approach to energy planning over the long term will be key to supporting a competitive investment climate in energy infrastructure, as well as expanded and new electricity-intensive industries. On the subject of uranium mining, CME does not support bans on mining activity as a regulatory mechanism, which for uranium specifically is the de facto case here in Western Australia. Regardless of whether nuclear power generation is adopted as a generation technology in Australia, we know other countries are expanding their nuclear power capacity, and if the state moratorium were lifted, WA could supply uranium to support global decarbonisation, whilst also creating value-adding jobs, along with associated royalties and taxes here in the state of Western Australia. So in conclusion, the resources sector in Western Australia has the opportunity to thrive through the energy transition, but we do need to ensure that there is an evidence-based discussion on the role that all low-emission technologies can play. to deliver low emissions, reliable and globally cost competitive electricity here in WA means continuing to invest in renewable generation firmed by gas generation capacity in the short to medium term, but at the same time we support an evidence-based conversation on the role that all low-emission generation options could play in WA's generation mix to 2050 and beyond, including nuclear. All low-emission generation technologies need to be assessed holistically, considering demand and supply matching, full life cycle costs, safety, community acceptance, waste and delivery timeframes. And we need to strive to secure investment in the sector and the economy more widely. And our members overall need stable policy and regulatory frameworks and clear decarbonisation pathways from governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll go to Mr Kennedy first.
Does the WA mining sector have concerns about the current government's energy plan, relying on 96% renewables in 2050? And what could some of the outcomes be for your sector if that plan goes wrong?
So the WA mining industry is supportive of a technology neutral approach to the energy transition more broadly. So we know from the Swiss demand forecast that was developed by the Western Australian government that forecast demand throughout the transition is forecast to increase by roughly 5 times to the early 2040s. Beyond that, there's been no demand assessment out to 2050 or beyond. So what we're advocating for is a technology neutral approach to that transition, both to maintain our international competitiveness, but also to provide flexible options for a pathway to least cost energy transition that supplies reliable, low cost or cost competitive, abundant, low emission energy in the time frame that we need.
Sure. But I guess my question is, if it's not technology neutral and it is 96 renewables, why does it have to be technology? What are the downsides? What are the potential negative outcomes?
So
why should we listen to you about that? What are we trying to avoid?
Yeah, so it's about having flexible options. So as we get more information about different supply, demand requirements, as different technology may be available, we believe that the path to least cost abatement should consider all options as they become available, and that there does need to be some flexibility in that application. At the moment, the Western Australian policy settings, the WA government has made an announcement that it will retire state-owned coal plants by 2030. So the WA energy system is slightly different to what we see in like the NEM on the east coast, that we've got the majority of state-owned coal-fired plants and one privately owned coal-fired plant, and our regulatory and policy settings at the moment are really only enabling the implementation of land-based renewable wind and solar generation capacity plus battery energy storage firmed by gas. So we have done some modelling to look at different scenarios around the build out of the WA system, and continue to call for the government to communicate what the overarching plan is for the WA transition.
And the reason I'm pushing on it is your membership, I think, reflects about 20% of Australia's corporate income tax receipts.
Yep.
So it's quite significant. If we can, a lot of your membership, if we can refine stuff they do here or process stuff they do, it could be far in excess of 20%.
Yep.
So what I'm really trying to push at is that at threat if we don't look at this balance mix, or you think, no, it's fine going forward as the future?
So again, like, we believe that we do need to be always looking and adjusting our plan, because demand will change over time. So at the moment, the West Australian government has conducted, with input from industry and a range of other stakeholders, what they call a southwest interconnected system demand assessment, which is just for the grid in the southwest of the state. So for Perth, Peel, down south and out to the goldfields. WA is a geographically diverse state. It's a large land mass. There's a few private operators that have built and operate some generation assets in the northwest of the state, which the government is looking at combining to be like a common use interconnected system. It's not quite an interconnected system at the moment. And then in the middle, there's a lot of other areas that are supplying their own power. The Swiss demand assessment that the government published a couple of years ago was looking at forecast demand to about 2042. There were a number of scenarios that it modelled. It's chosen to build out what they called a future-ready scenario, which is the central scenario. There was also a expansion. I can't quite remember.
I might just cut in and ask one last question, if that's all right.
Sorry.
Because fine. In your submission, you reference the need for higher energy demand data centres. Can you talk about the energy requirements of data centres in Australia, and whether you think that's suitable to be met by a renewable grid?
So the reference to AI data centres in our sub was similar to the point that I was just trying to make, that demand is going to change over time. So at the moment, we've forecast as a state what our demand profile could look like under a number of scenarios to 2042. If you then add in different demand from new technologies like AI, data centres, the development of other energy-intensive industries, that demand profile will change over time. And it's for that reason that we need to be open to readjusting our system design and the generation mix to account for increased demand from new energy-intensive industries that may choose to invest and operate in Western Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Ms. Mascarenas.
Thank you so much for your evidence today. I'll have a go. Mrs.
Legiudice, sorry, you can call me Anita.
And you can call me Zanita. So one of the things that you referred to was the difference between the West Coast and the East Coast market. And one of the things that I think Australians were looking forward to was more detail on the analysis of the coalition nuclear policy. With the frontier economics analysis, it's only about the national electricity market, which indeed is not a national market because it does not include WA. Were you hoping for more information from that analysis to understand it from a West Australian perspective?
We've not actually looked at it because it was focused on the NEM rather than WA. So again, like, at the risk of labouring the point, like, we do think that when we're considering the energy mix for WA's transition, that all low emission generation should be on the table and assessed against the same criteria so that the government can have a very open conversation with the Australian public about the costs and also opportunities and risks for all generation options in designing our energy system to meet our climate commitments for 2030, 2050 and beyond.
And if we can just build on that, we're not aware of any analysis on the for WA, whether that be for the Southwest Interconnected System or the Northwest Interconnected System, in terms of the role that nuclear could or should play. What we do think is that the federal ban should be lifted, which would allow proponents, developers to carry out that modelling. They're not able to do that with a federal ban in place, making it illegal.
Just quickly on your members, do you have a sense of the electricity loads of your members and who's connected to the Swiss versus the NIS versus who has their own power stations? Because I understand that many mines across Western Australia do not connect to any grid at all.
Yeah, so I think with the Swiss, our members were roughly 60% of the forecast demand. And like as I've said before, that's based on their current operations, fairly firm planned expansions that will have energy requirements, and a few new projects. When you look at the Swiss demand assessment, the scenarios are quite different. So, you know, the expansion case scenario involves a lot more hydrogen. So if, for example, WA does develop a hydrogen industry, the future ready forecast that the government is using to design WA's energy system now is not going to be appropriate, because the electricity demand for hydrogen generation is so much higher. So again, like, we do need to be fairly flexible and open to adjusting design based on demand so that we can capture opportunities to diversify our economy.
And do you have a sense of how many of your members are like not connected to the grid versus connected to the grid?
Yeah, so
that can be a question on notice.
Yeah, it's I'd hate to take that on notice, because that would be quite time consuming to do. Basically, if you're located geographically in the southwest of the state, you have the option of connecting to the grid. Because of current policy settings around climate targets and safeguard mechanism requirements, what we're seeing is some of our members are investing behind the grid so that they can meet decarbonisation targets while the state government energy system, so the grid-connected system, is not quite at a point that can supply them guaranteed low-emission energy. In areas outside of the Swiss or the NWIS, all operators are self-provided. Like, so it'll be diesel, it could be gas, you know, they might have their own solar and wind facilities firmed by diesel or gas.
The next question is around, like, you use the term market-led, and the current proposal is around the coalition owning nuclear assets rather than they're being operated by private entities. And I'm going to contrast that to the amazing history of Collie, and the Collie coalfields have had a history of 150 years and have been providing electricity to WA for decades. In saying that, the upgrades to Muja A and B cost $300,000 and ended up being abandoned, and we were told that it wasn't going to, sorry, 300 million, sorry, thank you, and we were told that there wouldn't be taxpayers' dollars that would go into that. The Griffin coal mine has had challenges as well, and, you know, we've needed to give that a $200 million package. And there's also been issues with emissions reporting as well. And so do you think that the idea of a brand new nuclear power plant with a nuclear reactor that has not commercially available is really viable for Western Australia?
We are supporting a considered transition and a technology neutral approach to the transition, and believe that the conversation about the opportunities for all low generation emission options need to be considered. So it may be that you can't install that next year, but we believe that while we're progressing with the renewables rollout in the short term, there needs to be consideration and a broader conversation of all low emission generation options for the state of WA to determine what the best energy mix is, and the most least cost pathway to a decarbonised energy transition. And it's not just for the end of the 2050 period. Members need access to reliable, cost competitive, low emission energy throughout the transition. So it may be, you know, that there's a range of options that are looked at over a long period. So some strategic planning is required and coordination of the transition over multiple decades.
Thank you, Ms. Mascarenas. Dr. Ryan.
Thank you both for your testimony this morning. You're very clear that you're technology agnostic and that you're based on you want an evidence-based discussion. Do you have any concerns about the various forms of evidence for and against nuclear which have been put in the public sphere in recent months? The opposition has, just for example, drawn into question or thrown into question the veracity of reports from the CSIRO. Are they concerns that you share, or would you regard the CSIRO and its reports as being a trustworthy source of evidence for or against the cost of various forms of energy?
So we think that we need to be comparing low emission technology and the total system design based on the energy mix against the same criteria so that you can make an assessment of what is the best energy system for WA. We are quite focused on WA as opposed to the national energy market. So, you know, all of these reports look at slightly different things. We're saying that it needs to be whole of system economics, so transmission, generation, firming, storage, system balancing, everything needs to be costed and compared against each other, and it needs to be broad enough to include other issues like sustainability and safety, waste, decommissioning. And then you can have a conversation about what the total system costs are and what the least cost pathway is to transition the WA energy system. So in the short term, we still are advocating for, the rollout of renewables over the remainder of the 2020s to 2030. But at the same time, we do strongly believe that there needs to be a bigger conversation that compares other generation mix options so that we can make a decision about what is best for the state of WA.
Absolutely. But you have referred to the fact that that investor confidence requires a regulatory framework which is clear, transparent and consistent.
Yep.
Many people have invested in the transition to renewables in WA and elsewhere around Australia. Would you agree that changing track at this point to concentrating more on nuclear energy could be negative for investor confidence in that renewable transition?
I think we're looking to 2050 and beyond. So, you know, for the remainder of the 2020s, the policy settings at the moment will not allow offshore wind, for example, in Western Australia. It won't allow nuclear. So the investor focus is on the options that you can legally install in Australia. So unless those policy options change and both state and federal settings change, then no, I don't think that it will.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. One of my colleagues on the committee here referenced the Coalition's view on the CSIRO, no doubt referring to their Gen Cost report. It's notable that the CSIRO themselves say in that Gen Cost report that their analysis is no substitute for a total system cost analysis, which I think aligns with the view you put, that ultimately what counts is the total system cost. And a total system cost analysis is in fact exactly what another member of the committee referred to. The Frontier Economics Group has now completed, and on all scenarios it pointed out that with the inclusion of zero emissions nuclear energy, the overall cost comes down. on all scenarios compared to renewables only, grid or the plan of the Albanese government. It was also mentioned that the Frontier Economics report did not do the modelling specific to Western Australia. It's also notable that what they did is they replicated the market operators integrated system plan, which is the Albanese government's plan, which excludes WA, but nonetheless made the conclusion that there's no reason why the conclusions drawn from Frontier Economics wouldn't also apply to WA. Within that context, therefore, I note your comments about being technology agnostic and just going to the importance of looking at the evidence. Can you give us your point of view on the commercial status and scalability of green hydrogen at this point of time?
Green hydrogen. Yep. So as in from renewable.
Correct.
So there's a range of definitions of what green hydrogen is. So when you say green hydrogen.
Wind and solar.
Yep. So 100% renewable generated
Correct.
wind and solar. So when we look at the commercial viability of technology, it's around, there's a technology development component or a technology readiness component. So that's research and development of getting a industrial process to be able to work like in a lab. And then there's commercialisation of that technology to make it actually commercially viable, so able to be operated at scale and to essentially make a profit for whoever is investing in that technology. We would say that green hydrogen, renewable, 100% renewable generated hydrogen, it has a high technology readiness level. It's the commercial viability of it that is still being worked on. And we would see that, you know, there's different investors that are looking at different projects related to green hydrogen, all with slightly different business models, and that's still being worked through at the moment.
So based on your definition, therefore, it is not today commercially viable. Technologically viable.
Technically viable.
But not commercially.
Yeah, we don't yet see a green hydrogen facility in WA, but there are a number of projects that are prospective projects.
Yes.
So that means that there are investors that do have information that suggests those projects could be commercially viable.
Thank
and I
you.
guess reflecting back on the conversation in the previous session, it's about things take time to implement. So just because there is nothing here today doesn't mean that it's absolutely not commercially viable. It takes time to secure investment, and you also need stable policy settings in Australia. And at the end of the day, we're competing internationally with other jurisdictions that are offering substantial incentives for some of this stuff. So it's not just about what's here in WA, it's about what we're competing
No, thanks very
against.
much. And for the record, I actually agree with, I mean, I'm colourblind myself when it comes to hydrogen. You know, green, blue, pink, all good.
Yeah, but I guess just because it isn't here doesn't mean...
No, I take
yeah,
your point. I raise it for two reasons. Firstly, some members of the committee like to talk about nuclear energy and try to challenge the commercial viability. And I'm just making the point, I suppose, in wanting to drag out of your evidence the lack of commercial viability of the alternate plan at the moment. Also, one of the committee members mentioned the energy consumption forecast moving forward, and it's notable that the Labor government believes that around about 25% equivalent of today's energy use in the NEM on the East Coast, for example, would be needed for green hydrogen. If I can ask the question, therefore, about the commercial viability of offshore floating wind turbines. My same question applies to that. Could you please give us a view on the commercial viability of floating offshore wind turbines, which of course is, again, in addition to green hydrogen, a big part of the current government's plan?
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, it's going to be a similar answer to green hydrogen, that there is a technology readiness side of commercial viability, and then there is the economics and scale up and development. So with offshore wind, we know that there are lots of offshore wind technology around, the world. So the technology readiness level is high. We also know that other jurisdictions have been able to establish commercial offshore wind industries. Yes, I know, and I am getting there. Thank you. So with any technology, there is a first mover disadvantage. So there's some additional infrastructure that always needs to be built to support the first of anything. That's going to be the same case here if we're talking specifically about the Bunbury offshore wind zone, that there will need to be cables connecting the generation through to demand, like on land. So that would be classed as a first mover disadvantage for the first proponent of that. That impacts the commercial viability. And again, when we've got global companies looking to invest in Australia's renewable industry or our nuclear industry or our offshore wind industry, they're assessing projects against the returns that they will get in other jurisdictions. So it's not just looking at Western Australia, they're making big investment decisions based on, what else is available globally. And that would be what is being looked at the moment, while the regulatory framework is getting up and running for an offshore wind zone of WA. So at the moment, we don't actually have the regulations to support offshore wind in Western Australia. So we've not had conversations with people yet about how commercially viable offshore wind is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Dr. Molino is online.
Oh, I was looking.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for your evidence today. So you've called for an evidence-based discussion along a number of criteria, including whole-of-system costs. Do you think that one of the criteria that we consider should be the risk of delays in delivery?
Yeah, so when we talk about what we're advocating for, we are looking at delivery timeframes, and I guess to provide context around that, what we talked about is in the short term, so through to the end of the 2020s and the early 2030s, because we've got an existing policy environment that is aimed at phasing out coal and replacing it with renewables. We continue to advocate for that renewables transition over that short to medium term to provide enough low emissions, reliable, cost competitive energy to sustain our members' existing operations. But at the same time, we need to be having a bigger conversation about all of the low emission generation options that are available to Western Australia and how they could be integrated into our system to determine the least cost pathway to meet our 2050 goals and beyond. And it may be that our ambitions change post 2050, which is why we're suggesting that everything needs to be on the table, because we know that the transition is difficult. So we need to be keeping our options open and assessing and reassessing options over that long time frame.
That makes sense, time frames. And we've had a bit of a discussion in this inquiry on what one might expect to be a reasonable or realistic timeline for the delivery of nuclear power. And AEMO and CSIRO have suggested that based on mature democracy timelines, planning, financing, safety and regulatory approvals and construction might add up to 17 to 21 years. But there's an additional issue of the expected timeline of the uncertainty And we've seen in a number of countries like the UK and the US that they had an expected timeline, but then it might have blown out by 7 or 10 years or more. And I'm just wondering what you would say the consequences might be for an economy like WA if there was a major plant put into the schedule, but then its delivery blew out unexpectedly by 7 or 10 years. What would the consequences be for the overall economy and for industry?
So we are not experts in nuclear generation technology implementation, but more generally, it's, you know, the same with any large infrastructure project. So, you know, there's a range of things that are included in a project delivery schedule. And one of the key things you've mentioned is like permitting and approvals. So, you know, these are like the energy transition is of immense significance to Western Australia and Australia. So I guess we would hope that there are adequate project management tools being used to actually streamline the implementation of these big infrastructure builds that are required for the transition. And it wouldn't be just, you know, restricted to nuclear power. It's the same for the renewables build-out. There's a massive build-out of transmission infrastructure that's required in WA. So just for the Swiss, they're predicting 4,000 kilometres of new transmission infrastructure. So what we're calling for our state government, because we are a state-based chamber, is a clear, coordinated plan to the energy transition that's costed, it's communicated to the public, and that there is appropriate project management to constrain those delays.
No, just final question. So if you could show that one form of energy was more subject to uncertainty and delays than another, that would be a relevant consideration.
I don't think anyone's got that information. I just don't have a position on that. Sorry, it's like, it's not something we've looked at.
Not our area of expertise.
Thank you, Dr. Molino. Mr. Burnell, just one question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for providing evidence today. I'm interested to get your thoughts on the importance of the rewiring the nation for specifically for WA. If you could speak to that.
Yeah, so under the current policy settings, we are looking at a transition that involves the build-out of land-based solar and wind generation technology backed by battery energy storage and gas peaking plants for firming, plus a significant build-out of transmission infrastructure. We know that that is a massive capital investment. It's an upfront capital cost, so we absolutely support initiatives that are helping with the upfront cost of the infrastructure build-out. We have done some work with our members on looking at, you know, how that would be paid back over time, and members would generally favour a user pays model rather than, you know, industry subsidising the cost of the entire build-out, so a model where both government and industry are paying for that infrastructure to be built, but certainly support rewiring the nation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell, and thank you for your time today, guys. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck with the rest of your inquiry. Yeah, I know.
Merry Christmas.
I didn't bring you a golf ball Christmas present, sorry.
All right.
You can leave chopsticks outside.
Yeah, well, you'd prefer those, yeah. Yeah, well, same. Do you want me to take our glasses? Because I did drink out of them.
I now welcome Conservation Council of WA, Nuclear Free WA and Sustainable Energy Now to give evidence today. We'll just try one question, because there's so many. We'll just try one question, and if we get around with that. Oh, yeah, good, yeah. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity which you appear before the committee, and we'll start with you, Mr. Lilly.
My name is Liam Lilly. I am here as the co-convener of Nuclear Free WA.
My name is Carrie-Anne Garlick and I am here as the co-convener of Nuclear Free WA.
I'm Mia Pepper and I'm here as the Campaigns Director of the Conservation Council of WA.
And my name is Giz Watson. I'm the Vice President of Conservation Council WA.
My name is Fraser Maywood. I'm here as the Chair of Sustainable Energy Now.
Thank you very much. For the Hansard record, would you, don't know. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in renewable or nuclear industries, please? We'll start with Mr. Lilly.
I am a former member of the Greens. I am a current member of the ASU, and I have no shares in energy companies.
I am a recent member of the Greens, but I'm representing a non-partisan organisation today, and I'm a proud and fully financial member of the Australian Service Union, and assume my super fund has investments in energy sources in the form of renewable energy.
Thank you.
I'm not or have never been part of any political party and I'm a proud member of the Australian Services Union.
Thank you.
I am a member of the Greens. I have been a member of the Parliament here in Western Australia for 16 years, so I am definitely a Green. I don't have any investments in the issues that we're discussing today.
Thank you.
I'm not a member of any political party and have no investments in renewable or nuclear energy.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions, and we'll start with Nuclear Free WA.
Thank you. The nuclear power is unreliable and unsafe in a changing climate. There are growing instances of nuclear reactor shutdowns in response to climate and environmental conditions, which demonstrate that nuclear power reliability is likely to be undermined in an ever-changing climate where we are certain to experience more extreme conditions. Projected hazards, including extreme heat waves, sea level rise, and altered precipitation patterns, pose significant challenges to the safe and efficient operation of nuclear plants. Additional risks include reduced water cooling system efficiency, clogging due to biological contamination of water streams, water access issues in reactors during droughts, disruptions from extreme storms, and coastal sea level rise. Nuclear power is uniquely vulnerable to increasing temperatures because of its reliance on cooling water to ensure operational safety within the core and spent fuel storage. Research out of Stanford has found that there has been 8 times the number of heat-related outages in the 2010s compared with the 1990s. There were also a number of outages due to ecological responses from warmer weather. For example, larger than usual jellyfish populations have blocked the intake pipes on some reactors. Nuclear reactors require large amounts of water for cooling, which can be a problem in regions that are becoming more prone to drought, such as the southwest of Western Australia. Nuclear fleets will be increasingly threatened by lack of water availability, as well as rising water temperatures in local rivers. For example, 61% of the USA's nuclear energy facilities are expected to face water stress by 2030, potentially forcing them to reduce their generation or even shut down. Australia is the driest inhabited continent on Earth. Fires impacting nuclear plants could be catastrophic, causing damage to the plant and/or preventing workers from reaching the facility to carry out maintenance. The risk profile of nuclear must also be considered in the context of the increasing intensity of extreme weather events. Nuclear plants are often built near water sources for cooling, making them vulnerable to flooding, storm surges, and sea level rise. Storms can cause damage or bring about power outages that force a shift to backup power to run the safety systems required to keep reactors cool. Some examples of disruptions and hazards include Hurricane Sandy causing 3 nuclear plants in New York and New Jersey to shut down in 2012. In 2016, reactors in Sweden and Finland had to reduce energy output and shut down in response to sea water temperature rise. In 2022, a typhoon sparked Korea to conduct a review of damages to nuclear facilities in the country. And in 2018, 2019, 2022, 2023, 2024, European countries have repeatedly been forced to reduce output and shut down reactors in response to rising temperatures, cooling issues, and restrictions on releasing warm water from reactor cooling into the rivers. Several examples listed involve reactors operating inland and using river water for cooling. This is important in the context of the proposal for nuclear power at Mudja in Collie, an inland area with limited freshwater resources, a drying climate, and a culturally and ecologically significant river system. The direct risks of climate change can intersect with and compound existing security threats in our nation. The key issue here is that nuclear energy is not as reliable as proponents suggest, and we emphasize that the consequences of malfunctions with nuclear reactors can be catastrophic. And of course, delaying the energy transition by decades only adds to these climate concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm here in my capacity as the co-convener of Nuclear Free WA, and as outlined in our submission, Nuclear Free WA is a non-profit member-based organisation born from the WA Nuclear Free movement, which began in the 1970s. Nuclear Free WA is strictly not aligned to any political party and works voluntarily with First Nations communities, health, union, faith and other environmental organisations and individuals to advocate for the protection of our environment, communities and workers from the threat of the nuclear industry. Western Australians have long-standing and proud anti-nuclear history and have resisted nuclear power, nuclear waste and uranium mining for decades. Today I would like to take the opportunity to amplify the voices of the often unheard vulnerable communities at the forefront of the nuclear industry. The nuclear industry disproportionately impacts First Nations, lower socio-economic communities, women and children. For the past 2 decades, I have walked the whole nuclear industry chain, from uranium mining along transport routes, visiting reprocessing plants and fuel fabrication plants, old and next generation nuclear power plants, fast breeder reactors, proposed radioactive waste sites going kilometres underground, to weapons of mass destruction. Each kilometre was a witness to the horrors, the impacts, the scars and the stories of the nuclear industry. From remote communities here in WA to the deserts at Roxby Downs, South Australia, to Fukushima, Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan, 3 Mile Island and Oak Ridge Y12 in Knoxville, Tennessee in the United States, Fastlane in Scotland, Sellafield in the UK, Flamanville and Fessenheim in France, and many more places that I've visited, but in this time I have here, I cannot tell you of all of the nuclear stories that I've heard and the places that I've been, but what I can tell you is the important lesson I learnt. Every stage of the nuclear chain, there is a devastating impact on communities, the environment, on workers and on individual people across the world. Most of the time these stories are not reaching the public, nor are they in the news. The nuclear industry keeps these stories quiet to keep spruiking that nuclear is safe. Meanwhile, the impacts are far-reaching and intergenerational, especially where radiation has leaked into the environment. If I could introduce a document called Let the Facts Speak, that was a wonderful foresight back in 1983 by the ALP MP Ruth Coleman, who started documenting nuclear accidents as they occurred. It was then continued to be updated by former Greens Senator Joe Valentine, Rachel Seward and Scott Ludlam. It is an extraordinary record showing not only how damaging, incompetent and disastrous this industry has been since its inception with the Manhattan Project in 1942. This incredible study and legacy is a testament to nuclear accidents being more frequent than we hear about. People have the right to know the risks that their governments are prepared to take on their behalf. Unfortunately, the tales of nuclear accidents is a never-ending story, just like the never-ending efforts to find a safe way to deal with radioactive waste over thousands of years. Nuclear power has no role in Australia. Our future is renewable, not radioactive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm Mia and I represent the Conservation Council of WA. We're the state's peak environment group and we represent over 80 local and regional environment groups, and we've got tens of thousands of supporters across the state. Our interest in nuclear has been since forever, but we really, when the Barnett Liberal government lifted the ban on uranium in 2009, CCWA undertook to track every uranium development across the state. And so for the last 14, 15 years, we've tracked those developments, and we're really pleased to say that there are no operating uranium mines in WA. Through that time, we worked really closely with communities across the state and heard their concerns. We tracked the industry as a whole. And so one thing that I think is really important to note in following the Mineral Council of Australia's presentation this morning is that nuclear in reality is a sector that's in decline. It's running just to stand still. And that's been reflected in the uranium price and the lack of any of the developments operating in WA, alongside the strong and consistent community opposition. Our position is clear that nuclear power poses an unacceptable risk to the environment. It puts workers and communities at risk. It poses unprecedented public health risks across the whole of the nuclear cycle. Nuclear leaves a lasting legacy of nuclear waste, which future generations will be left to manage and fund. And it generates waste materials that can be diverted into nuclear weapons, which pose one of the greatest existential threats to life on Earth. And that is why CCWA absolutely opposes nuclear power. In preparing our submission, we reached out to some of our supporters and very quickly received over 1,000 responses. And within that, what's really stark was how many people have been impacted by this sector. And there are personal stories about their involvement with some aspect of the nuclear cycle, whether it was exposure to radiation through Montebello Islands and Maralinga weapons testing, or whether they're migrants that came from Europe and recall times when they couldn't drink milk following the Chernobyl reactor meltdown. Over the last few weeks, we've also worked alongside the Climate Action Network of Australia, who commissioned some polling. And what is really absolutely clear is West Australians reject nuclear power. The polling results, and I'll be happy to table those to the committee, say that 74% of West Australians prefer wind and solar farms firmed with batteries and storage for WA over nuclear. 66% of West Australians think sun and wind energy firmed with storage like batteries should continue to be expanded. 70% of West Australians say wind and solar farms firmed with batteries and other storage will bring down power bills fastest. And 73% of West Australians believe that wind and solar firmed with storage like batteries and pumped hydro would be the safest form of energy generation for WA as climate impacts such as fire, flood and drought worsen. A majority of West Australians also believe that nuclear reactors would damage WA's reputation as a world-class holiday destination. I'll pass on to the other committee, but I do have many comments in response to this morning's presentations, if I'm allowed.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair. So I wanted to talk briefly about my experience with the radioactive waste issue, because it's all very well to say that various organisations want to be technology agnostic. What that doesn't acknowledge is that the nuclear fuel cycle creates intractable waste, and none of the other contributors to energy production do anything like that. So back in 1999, there was a proposal to establish an international radioactive waste dump here in Western Australia. And I was in the Parliament at that point in time. And there was a bill introduced called the Nuclear Waste Storage Prohibition Act. And that bill was supported, interestingly enough, across party lines. Because what West Australians recognised and what their political representatives recognised is that the football's on or something. Is that
nuclear power is just not cricket.
No worries, I'm used to interjections. So the implication of the waste that is produced from the nuclear fuel, and I won't call it a cycle because it doesn't cycle, it's actually a chain, from the beginning of the mining right through to the production of fuel rods, produces radioactive waste that has to be isolated from the environment for tens of thousands of years. And so with the proposition that the world needs somewhere to put its nuclear waste, because currently there are 290,000 tonnes of high-level nuclear waste globally, and that's being increased every year by about 12,000 to 14,000 tonnes per annum. There is no repository yet established for that material. So one of the things that we had in that debate was if we open up this possibility of WA becoming a nuclear capacity, whether that's in uranium mining or power generation or management of waste, we open up the possibility of becoming the global repository for this material. It's part of what's happened with the Orca steel, really tragically, and most people don't even know that we've opened up that Pandora's box, storing high-level radioactive material in Western Australia. So it's not accurate to say that you can actually be agnostic about your source of power, because there are significant different considerations if you are dealing with radioactive material. And cost is just one of the parts of the equation in terms of decisions about power generation, but there's also environmental and health issues that are only related to creating radioactive waste. They're not part of the equation if you're producing your energy from wind turbines or solar panels. And that's what we have to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to present evidence. My name is Fraser Maywood. I'm the chair at Sustainable Energy for 3 years. SEN is a WA member-based independent clean energy advocate. We were formed in 2006 and we're entirely run by volunteers. We have over 100 members. We don't see nuclear power as evil, but from our energy modelling and practical systems engineering approach, we can't see a fit for nuclear power in the WA energy mix. And our approach is that only if nuclear power makes systems engineering and economic sense, specifically in the WA context, would it be worth addressing the other hurdles that have been listed in our written submission. So our rational and transparent process prioritises options with the lowest economic, environmental, technological and safety risks given the applicable geopolitical and technical context. Higher risk options, like new nuclear, should only be considered where it can be clearly demonstrated that the lower risk options have been fully optimised and developed in the planning process. So our independent modelling aligns well with Energy Policy WA, EPWA, and the Australian Energy Market Operator on the technology pathways for the Swiss, that being renewables, wind and solar, firmed by batteries, with gas generation as backup as the least cost and least risk pathways. So renewables contribution on an annualised energy basis ranges across those scenarios, with an end state vision being around 80 to 90% renewables, with fossil gas providing the balance. Now we recognise getting to net zero with a fossil fuel solution in our model is a challenge, and there's a range of potential alternative technical solutions available, and we asked ourselves, could nuclear power be one of those solutions for the remaining 10 to 20% of the energy mix, in whole or in part? Could nuclear be the missing piece in the energy jigsaw? So our energy model serves as the problem definition for a possible nuclear power solution. We looked at current and planned assets and the general trends on the Swiss and identified the required solution attributes from a system engineering perspective. We then looked at how nuclear power engaged with those requirements, and I'll just run through these briefly. So As you probably know, rooftop solar is the defining feature of the diurnal energy mix and continues to grow and now dominates the energy mix from a design perspective, to the extent that any complementary power generation source needs to be technically and commercially flexible in order to ramp down when solar output is high during the day and ramp up in the evening and when the night time when solar output is zero. As you probably know, nuclear plants tend to operate at high capacity factors to optimize their levelized cost of energy and for investors to recover their investment. So nuclear power does not meet the technical and commercial flexibility requirements to firm a renewables-dominated grid. So large-scale renewables requires large-scale backup in case of prolonged wind droughts and or low solar output. So without access to large-scale pumped hydro in WA, our model and that of EPWA and AEMO uses fossil gas as long-duration storage in the form of chemical energy. And our modelling indicates around 6 gigawatts of capacity is required, operating at a low capacity factor. So nuclear power is not cost-effective when operating in this backup mode, and it would be prohibitively expensive for nuclear power to provide the required backup generation capacity. Rising demand. There's not a scenario. Someone mentioned the Swiss demand assessment and the number of demand scenarios, and there's not a demand scenario where electricity demand increases to the extent that it requires the use of nuclear power in that least cost pathway. It is also worth noting that new generation needs to be deployed quickly to meet forecast demand growth. Western Australia's wholesale energy market operates on the Swiss, with energy and auxiliary services traded in markets governed by regulatory frameworks. So households, private companies and government trading entities have all made capital investments based on those rules. In the event a government-owned nuclear power plant was introduced to the Swiss as a baseload generator, it would require both extensive changes to that regulatory framework and require other generators on the Swiss, including rooftop solar, to be ramped down or curtailed to accommodate nuclear power. This would significantly devalue that prior investment, create significant investor uncertainty for future investment, and also erode trust in government and institutions at a time when trust needs to be bolstered. Energy prices. With the baseload nuclear power plant in the mix and using CSIRO's levelized cost of energy for nuclear and the current WEM settlement rules, wholesale energy prices would rise. This is because more expensive nuclear power facilities operating on a 24/7 baseload mode would increase prices in all the WEM energy market settlement periods. Emissions reductions. For nuclear to displace fossil fuels in the energy mix to reduce emissions, a large quantity of nuclear energy capacity, circa 6 gigawatts, will be required, which will be prohibitively expensive as previously noted. So policy uncertainty created by nuclear would lead to a slowdown in renewable investment and an increase in emissions as we burn more coal and gas. Swiss power generation related emissions represent around 10% of the state's overall emissions. Therefore, there are many other more cost-effective means of reducing WA's rising emissions other than using nuclear power to displace gas power generation. Energy security. The proposed small modular nuclear reactor of around 500 megawatts for WA at Corke is less than 10% of the 5,854 megawatts of registered generation capacity on the Swiss as of November 24, so as would have minimal impact on energy security. In fact, having a single 500 megawatt generator would actually cause reliability issues and potential spinning reserve challenges. So extending the life of coal would introduce more risk from failures in the supply chain and operational plant. Timely solution. The LNP proposal of building 7 nuclear reactors, presumably sequentially to capture the nth-of-a-kind learnings in managed supply chain, would take years to plan, build and commission, by which time other more cost-effective and more readily deployable technology will have solved the Swiss challenge. So overall, while considering just the limited selection of technical and commercial criteria, demonstrates that nuclear power in the Swiss, and probably on the NEM for similar reasoning, is currently not an attractive option.
Thank you. We'll start with Dr. Ryan on this one. Just one question.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Ms Watson, I might go to you if I may. Given your concerns regarding radioactive waste and the complexities related to that, I'd give you an opportunity to respond to the fact many people say, well, renewables, result, inevitably in production of significant amounts of waste as well. People often cite the limited life expectancy of solar panels and wind turbines. Would you like to respond to that criticism of the paraphernalia associated with renewable energy production?
Yeah, well, I guess any technology has a lifespan, and you need to either reuse the components or recycle or dispose of. And yes, there's going to be some interesting challenges with particularly solar panels, I believe. But I would go back to the point that there is this sort of broad brush suggestion that nuclear waste can be managed safely and has been managed safely, and that is entirely contestable. There have been leaks from tailing structures. The cleanup of Rum Jungle has been extraordinarily difficult and not complete, and has leaked radioactive material into the environment. And when you're talking about material which health scientists say needs to be isolated from the environment for tens of thousands of years, that is a legacy that we are leaving for future generations unlike anything else. And it's already happened in other countries, and it continues to happen. And what we say is that we don't need to do that here, because we've got ample renewable energy sources that don't produce that sort of waste. It's not just waste per se, it's what is the attributes of this particular sort of waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for coming along today. One of the benefits often stated about nuclear energy is the density of the fuel. And going to the point you made before, Ms. Watson, about its wind turbines and solar panels, about which we should speak. If you compare the two, we've heard evidence along the lines of compared to a nuclear solution, if you had a renewables only solution, solar would take up about 75 times the land of a nuclear plant. Wind far more, up to 360 times. A recent article in the Daily Telegraph suggested that the Coalition's plan, which includes zero emissions nuclear working alongside renewables, would avoid the impact of more than 12,000 square kilometres of land. 12,000 square kilometres of land. My question, which I have to go to all of you, is does it at all concern you the amount of impact on environmental landscapes, prime agricultural land, that we might be going down the path of with this renewables only approach? Does that at all concern you? Whoever would like to start.
I'll start if I can. Thanks for the question. One thing that the environment movement across the Conservation Council of WA and our member groups have raised consistently with us over the last year is this concern around the federal and state environmental laws. And we've seen at a state level an erosion of our state laws over the last year. And at a federal level, we've been incredibly disappointed to see the continual frustration around the passing of federal environment laws. To do any energy development, including renewable, we need to get the setting right, and we need those strong environmental laws so that we can protect the ecological values that we have. Land clearing is a massive issue, as is climate change, and we're seeing really important ecosystems, particularly in the southwest, really constrained and affected by climate change. We saw over the last summer the hottest, driest, longest summer, and we saw huge swathes of our forests dying because of the climate impact. And we know both that we need the strong environmental laws so that we can make the right decisions and get that balance right between the industrial developments we need for the energy futures that we need and the protection of nature, but we can't delay action on climate. We're seeing that across our environment. What is really hurting our ecosystems now and our biodiversity is climate change.
So I don't think anybody on this committee is challenging the importance of taking action on climate change. My question, though, was actually about the impact on the natural environment in Australia if we do have a renewables-only grid, so up to around about 96% of the grid, a rollout of industrial scale renewables without having that dense additional solution in there that can avoid a lot of that. Anyone else want to?
Yeah.
We're not allowed to do any more questions here, please.
No, understood, Chair. Yeah, sure.
We did have one question each, remember?
No, understood.
All right.
I was just clarifying the one note.
So,
Understood.
all
Understood.
clarify things, but we're
Understood.
not going to.
Understood.
Thank you.
so clearly, development can be done in a number of ways. So clearing virgin forest for putting wind turbines in is not responsible development. So putting renewable assets on degraded land is obviously more acceptable. And here in WA, we've got 500,000 households with over 2.5 gigawatts of renewable energy on the rooftops with no environmental impact. So environmental impact is always a concern, but I think there's a way of doing responsible development that could be nature positive.
Could I just add one further thing? Nuclear fuel rods are about the size of this pencil here, and you wouldn't want to be next to this for more than 30 seconds to get a lethal dose of radiation. So the scale, the size of something is not the question. It's its nature. That's science. When we talk, there's been a lot of conversation about facts in this debate. The fact is that you want to have one of these nuclear fuel rods close to you for more than 30 seconds, you will get your entire lifetime's dose of radiation. So size is not actually the question.
No one else wants to.
Mr. Maywood, thank you for your analysis on electricity prices, and as a West Australian, I always want to understand what the impact is going to be to West Australian households. So it sounds like from your analysis that the wholesale electricity price would increase in WA if nuclear was incorporated into our mix. If you can talk through that analysis in a little bit more detail, but also the thing that I'm also wanting to get my head around is like 1 in 3 households in WA have rooftop solar. Do you think that there is a danger that we'll need to switch off solar power electricity from households, and those households will have to pay more for their electricity to get that electricity from nuclear power plants? And do you think West Australians would like that?
Right. I'll make it the second point first. So clearly we're in transition, and we're starting to get into the messy middle, where we're not at an end state vision. So additional rooftop solar has driven the requirements for large scale energy storage, and we're in the midst of rolling that out now, and that's sort of flattening the duck curve, and that will then make the grid a lot more stable. And so rooftop solar will have less of an impact from a grid stability perspective. So the requirement to switch off rooftop solar would only be for a very short period of time, and only for a period during the transition. So longer term, when we have more behind the meter storage, especially at home, and we encourage self-consumption and even export limits to the grid, we can have a much more robust and resilient grid. So this issue about rooftop solar is only a temporary issue, and it's to be embraced because, to be honest, it's what's driven the energy transition in WA. So back to your question about nuclear energy in the mix in terms of wholesale prices. It's a bit of a complex situation because generators bid into an energy market. So you have different markets. You have a capacity market, and you have an energy market, and you have an auxiliary services market, and it gets quite complex. But in principle, you have a certain demand to meet, so you have a certain load that you need to meet, and you have a number of generators that are stacked up that can offer a certain amount of energy at a certain price, so certain dollars per megawatt hour. And what AEMO do, who operate in the market, and they use software for this so they don't have to do it by hand, is they sort of calculate on a dispatch list, a preferred dispatch list, which generator they want to go in the mix. And the way the rules are written is it prefers lower cost generators to go in first. So you fill up that demand on the lowest cost generator. So generator A does a bit, generator B does a bit, and at the end, if you've got any gaps, you then may have to fill that with high cost generators. That could be gas or coal or in the future it could be nuclear, would then fill that gap. But what happens is when you look at all the prices in that 130-minute period, you then work out like a settlement price. So, and the settlement price is based on all those individual ones. So, if you've got any high cost generation in that settlement period, you'll end up with a higher settlement price. So the ideal situation is you have all low cost generator, and then you'll have low wholesale prices. Now, wholesale prices don't necessarily relate to retail prices, but there is a relationship between the two. So, does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. I don't want to bang on. I don't want to bang on too long because the WEM rules are 800 pages. So if you want to rate 800 pages, you can work it out. So,
yeah, to the nuclear-free co-chairs, but anyone can have a swing. But maybe we start with you. You talked about opposition to nuclear energy. We've got subs. We've got which will have high level radioactive waste. We've got defence plants here. Are you against nuclear submarines and that? And are you against nuclear medicine? Because we'll obviously have.
Yes, we are against nuclear submarines coming to our shores. Nuclear medicine's a different question in regards to nuclear reactors. We're talking about nuclear power, which generates a different lot of issues as opposed to nuclear medicine. So I don't think it's relevant in this context to talk about nuclear medicine, but
just because we have waste, just because we have to store waste,
or waste
subs
is
has
different.
got the high level enrichment. I assume that's part of your reason, but I
well,
won't add any more, Chair.
But nuclear medicine is very different to nuclear power waste.
And I would like to reiterate that Nuclear Free WA is against nuclear submarines, but also state that, see the nuclear medicine question as a non sequitur here in the context of nuclear power inquiry, but it is a completely different type and level of waste that it produces.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go to Ms. Pepper. You made some comments in your opening statement about some previous panels and the opportunity to discuss them. So instead of asking a question, I'm going to ask you if you'd like to elaborate on what you're alluding to there, please.
Thank you so much. I'm really grateful for the opportunity. There was one really important point I wanted to make on nuclear power in terms of the decline of the global nuclear power sector, and we've tracked that over a number of years, and the uranium price has been low for most of the history of nuclear. It dropped dramatically following the Fukushima disaster, but it was already tracking down after a 2008 sort of bubble in uranium off the back of the nuclear industry's last pitch at nuclear as a climate solution. Following that, the uranium price has stayed low, and it is today at about $77 a pound. So when the Minerals Council of Australia is talking about huge opportunities for uranium mining, it's simply not true. The uranium mines in WA that were approved under the Barnett government in its last days in power had no real sort of procedural barriers. They were economic. And it was because of a sustained low price, which really indicates that the global demand for uranium is not where the industry and the Minerals Council of Australia want it to be. And I'd make the point that globally there's 120 reactors that are due to be decommissioned by 2030. And that's on top of 190 units globally that are waiting decommissioning, are closed or in some phase of decommissioning. That's a huge amount of reactors that are no longer operating, that are now huge liabilities and a cost in most cases to the public purse about how they will be decommissioned and where that waste will be stored. Of 23 of those that are in the US, each and every one of those, or actually except for one, is now a default interim waste storage facility. So when we talk about nuclear reactors, it's disingenuous to talk about them as anything other than a nuclear waste facility, as an interim storage, because there is no high-level radioactive waste facility in operation in the world, bar one. Maybe, it took 25 years, $4 billion later, and is maybe just about to accept its first nuclear waste. So the global inventory of nuclear waste is significant. The decline of the industry is really substantial, and what we're seeing now, I believe, is a last-ditch attempt by a dying industry to claw into new markets like Australia, and I really hope that this committee can see that for what it is. The uranium price in WA and its impact on the WA uranium miners has also been really clear. None of these projects are going ahead. None of them will, because of both public opposition, but really because of the economics of the sector.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Molino?
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. And thanks for your evidence today. I was just interested in your thoughts on the fact that we've received evidence that in comparable democracies, the construction and delivery of nuclear plants has turned out to be highly uncertain and often delayed, involve significant time delays, often up to 7 to 10 years, and significant cost blowouts. Just interested in your thoughts on what implications that might have for the cost and security of energy in WA.
Yeah, I could probably answer it. I guess my point is a lot of people are concentrating on the cost, schedule and risk associated with nuclear power, and our approach obviously is looking at whether the system fit in the first place. So, for me, it's a bit of a hypothetical question as to what the construction period would be. But there's certainly, in my open remarks, I mentioned about technological risk. The CSIRO approach is quite interesting, and the chief economist was on the radio last week explaining their approach as to why they took, rather than the first of a kind, an nth of a kind. And I think what they've been doing is being very generous to the construction period. And as an engineer, we would probably approach it in a different manner, and we would probably approach it from a benchmarking model. So there's a couple of methods you can do. You can do a bottom-up cost estimate, and then what you do also is then do a benchmarking exercise in comparable areas, OECD countries with similar laws and regulations. So I think the figures in CSIRO are probably generous to the nuclear industry and very optimistic. And having been in the oil and gas industry for 40 years, construction in Australia is generally a factor, several factors higher than comparable jurisdictions, say in the Gulf of Mexico. So Australia is not a cheap and easy place to do any large-scale construction.
Could I jump in and say one of the examples I'm well aware of is the reactor that's been under construction in the UK since I was there in the 80s. I think they said they were going to build it, and it still isn't complete, and the cost overrun is phenomenal. Probably getting up towards double the estimate. I mean, kind of like any big project, I was a builder before I was other things. And, you know, the bigger the project, the more likely it is to run over cost, and they simply just keep going because you've already committed that much money. And nuclear reactors are absolute classics in this regard. They're incredibly expensive to build, technically really challenging, and they always overrun in cost. And also they're uninsurable. The only insurance on a nuclear reactor is provided by the government of the day. No private insurer will touch them.
I just want to make a comment on that, about small modular reactors. That's, the new sort of reactors that we're talking about. I was in Monju in Japan where there was, that was a fast breeder reactor, and that closed down after billions and billions of dollars being spent. So it is about cost, but also Japan and France already have a nuclear system. They already have the construction, they have the systems up and running, and that's what I saw. We don't. And so to actually build a whole new system really is going to be time consuming, and we don't have a workforce. We don't have, so we lack a workforce, but we also have state and federal opposition to this. So that's going to take time as well. We have no regulatory regime, and we have no social licence costs, and that all adds to the costs and delays to building nuclear power. I don't know the plans of what is planned for Collie, and it would be great to hear what the plans are that you've got, because it's really hard to comment on something that we don't really know what you're looking at. So, Yeah, thanks for the question, because it sort of does open up a lot of questions for us about what are you looking at? What are we looking at with small modular reactors when we know that they don't exist in the world? So yeah, it'd be great for you guys to comment on that.
Maybe you could have that conversation with the Deputy Chair after the hearing.
Yeah.
Could I just add one thing about small modular reactors? There's two things. One is they're not small, and the other thing is they're not modular. So when we talk about modular construction in the oil and gas or mining sector, generally modular means they're built off-site and they arrive in pre-assembled units and large skids and then transported by road. But small modular reactors don't fall into that category, so it's a bit of a deceptive term. It's more an aspiration than it is a reflection of reality.
Thank you. Ms Watson, or Honourable Watson, sorry. Just a question around the insurance that you just said the government of the day has to insure that plant. Do you know about the insurance for properties next door, the farms, the people right next door? Do you know anything about that?
I imagine it might be somewhat expensive. It's interesting because in the era of climate change, one of the biggest sectors that is reacting to that is, of course, the insurance sector. So, insuring for climate events, but also insuring for high-risk industries like the nuclear industry. Yeah, I don't know whether they would insure the safety or the properties adjacent to a nuclear reactor.
No worries. Thank you very much for your time today, for all your evidence. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much for coming, and we will now suspend the meeting until 11:30. Thank you. Declare open the public hearing of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy for inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia. I now welcome Dr. Barry Green to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Barry Green, and I'm here as a private citizen,
Thank you
but
very
with
much.
a background in nuclear. So,
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make an opening statement and then we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries, please?
no, no, and no.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make an opening statement.
Okay. Now, I'll start off through why nuclear energy. The increasing electricity demand due to population increase and electrifying everything requires great power production capacity. No single energy source can provide this, but nuclear will be an essential element of any national system, as clearly understood by the other members of the G20 group, but not yet by our government. Now, the advantages for Australia, I've listed them. Nuclear is the most energy dense, as has been stated before. It's over 1 million times more dense than chemical reactions, fossil fuels. And so the land usage per electrical output is the smallest. And this issue of large collection areas required for solar, wind and wave and the unique requirements for pumped hydro should not be forgotten. The electricity distribution grid requires frequency stabilisation. So with a large number of renewables, it's massively complex and prone to failure, as we've seen. Nuclear power would provide frequency stabilisation of the electricity distribution grid while providing reliable baseload power. Baseload power, not power as a backup. Australia possesses a third of the world's cheap uranium fuel for the fission reactors. Australia possesses large deposits of minerals which will be required both for fission and fusion nuclear reactors, vanadium for high temperature, low activation steel, lithium and tungsten for fusion reactors. With the introduction of nuclear submarines for the Australian Navy, there exist far greater job opportunities for nuclear engineers than before. While primarily these jobs will be submarine reactor-oriented, many engineers will be required for remote maintenance and handling of radioactive waste. All these skills will be transferable, of course, to land-based reactors. Now, this is a point that I've heard a bit about this morning. Australia already possesses a small but highly competent nuclear workforce. ANSTO, APANSA and Safeguards, Academe, Physics Departments and Nuclear Engineering course at University of New South Wales, and members of the Australian ITER Forum, of which I'm a member, and which has made a submission, of course, to this inquiry from ANU. Thus, the training and advice for building a nuclear industry has a non-negligible basis. Of course, increased training will be necessary, and this will be a positive in making Australia a clever country. There is an appetite in Australia for developing educational opportunities in nuclear-related areas in the educational space. This will not only benefit domestic students, but could contribute to our world-class international student education system. Government-supported Australian scientists have been contributing to nuclear fusion research for several decades. At some point in the future, nuclear fusion will become both a viable and cost-competitive power source. If Australia is to take agile advantage of this revolution by rapidly developing a nuclear fusion power industry, it will require nuclear engineers and scientists. Developing a nuclear fission power industry now is the only way of ensuring we have appropriately skilled workforce in place when commercial fusion power becomes a reality. Now, there have been some concerns usually raised about the introduction of nuclear power, and there are three of them: safety, cost and time, and I'll try and go over those very briefly. The nuclear industry is the most regulated industry in the world. Safety regulations are stringent, and noticeable nuclear incidents, e.g. Chernobyl, are the results of human failing or to follow procedure. Where design improvements can be made, inherent safety to obviate the need of emergency active cooling, they are being made in the design of new reactors, Generation 4 and small modular reactors, which I should point out, Russia and China already have built. And there is one approved in the States, and of course AUKUS, or the nuclear submarines, those reactors that are in them have worked well for years, are small modular reactors. So I don't understand the business about small modular reactors as something on the horizon. They're here. Regulations on the operation of nuclear reactors exist, and support design and operation is given by the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, of which Australia is a member. ITER, the large international fusion reactor experiment being built in the south of France, has been licensed to operate as a nuclear facility. So nuclear legislation or legislation to operate nuclear plant exists. With regards to concern about geological stability and siting of nuclear power plants and waste repositories compared to other countries, Australia has a very low seismic activity, as noted by the Commission, Nuclear Fuel Royal Commission in 2016. Commission reports also states, and I won't go into that, the Fukushima accident resulted not from damage to the reactors that were designed to withstand seismic activity and which automatically shut down at the time of the earthquake, but due to damage to the backup power systems as a result of the subsequent tsunami. Clearly, prudent design and siting of future reactors in Australia would eliminate this risk. The fact we heard recently that nuclear industry is in decline, I would dispute that. Clearly, with 439 nuclear fission reactors operating safely worldwide, including nuclear reactor at Lucas Heights in Australia, the safe operation of future reactors can be taken as a given. Now, cost. Much depends on the choice made, whether it's SMRs compared to large units or first of a kind compared to one of a series. The attraction for private investment will depend on the legislative settings at present hostile to nuclear. As with any power generation industry, such as offshore wind generation, serious production of nuclear power units will reduce the cost. The initial cost will cost the most, and then prices will reduce. Of course, the assessment of costs is a highly contentious issue, but this is a long-term investment for Australia to ensure the reliable source of power for the foreseeable future. Because a lot has been said about Gen Cost and frontier reports and so on, I should just point out that had an economic argument been made for the Golden Pipeline, which we Western Australians love to talk about, it would probably never have been built. So you have to be very wary about economic arguments. It all depends on the assumptions. Many Western countries have had sporadic nuclear power building programs and now in the process of restarting and ramping up those programs as part of their climate change mitigation strategies. Countries such as South Korea, who have had a continuous building program, have the lowest cost per unit. Okay. Cost comparisons between renewables and nuclear will be skewed if the different lifespans of the two technologies are taken into account. This was the problem of giving it to CSIRO to evaluate. Nuclear power plants have a lifespan of 70 to 100 years, which is with consistent power output across that time, and hence the initial capital cost is offset by a very long operational life. By contrast, renewable systems have a lifespan of at most 30 years, with declining performance over that span. Assuming that nuclear plants have the same lifespan as a renewable system incorrectly biases the costings in favour of renewables. It is vital for public trust in institutions that the information being used in the political debate is correct. Offsetting the cost of developing a nuclear industry in Australia, there are economic and societal benefits such as an industry that go beyond the generation of frequency stabilised cheap baseload power. Firstly, it has long been an aspiration of governments of all major persuasions that Australia should become a clever country, increasing the skill level and STEM engagement with its workforce. Having a nuclear industry in Australia is a surefire way of moving in this direction. Secondly, not only would a nuclear power generation industry be established, but along with that there would be a raft of support industries that would grow with it, increasing economic growth and activities. Hence, cost should not be the single consideration in whether we commence with nuclear power now. Nor should we be solely focused on the somewhat arbitrary deadline of 2050, which is only 25 years in the future. We should be setting Australia up to have the most flexible, secure and advanced power generation system and workforce looking forward to the next 50 to 100 years. I won't go over the history of Jervis Bay, which was an opportunity missed. Now, time for implementation. Let me just go on to that briefly and then I'll come to what I would recommend. With 439 nuclear fission reactors in operation and 66 under construction worldwide, there is considerable information available on how to implement a program and avoid time delays and associated cost overruns, experienced in some cases. China leads the world at present in the construction of nuclear capacity, and so there is an opportunity and geopolitical interest to learn from the experience there. Once again, as with minimising cost, it is essential to make appropriate choices of what to build and where. Building on existing power station sites, which is what the opposition proposes, would seem to offer the quickest choice with existing transmission connection to the electricity grid. Now, I've got 6 recommended actions which I would like to go through. The main hurdle to establishing an Australian nuclear industry could be overcome by the streamlining of legislation which is developed at federal and state level. A vast improvement would be for nuclear legislation to be at the federal level only, to remove the ban on construction and operation of nuclear reactors in Australia, to allow a proper discussion of the role of nuclear power and attract private investment. If supposed high cost of nuclear power is the only objection of the current government, then there is no reason why it could not remove the ban on the construction and operation of nuclear reactors and open it up to private investment. Number 2, ensure the defence requirements for nuclear knowledge and training is met by appropriate courses. If we really do get AUKUS, then we will need a workforce of appropriately nuclear literate people to man the subs and to maintain them. Ensure that information being used in the political debate is correct. Lines of responsibility must be appropriate and efficient in a project engineering sense. Number 4, ensure that ANSTO's participation in the Gen 4 International Forum is maintained and strengthened based on the excellent work already performed. There was some doubt as to this because of the Minister's statement at a recent international meeting. It's absolutely essential that ANSTO be part of Gen 4. A national or state radioactive repository is urgently required to store radioactive waste. For example, hospital waste from Australia's extensive and beneficial use of nuclear medicine, which is at present stored at different locations with different sorts of levels of security around the country. This should not continue. Now, a serious plan, the last one, is a serious plan to introduce uranium enrichment to add considerable value to the export of yellow cake that we do at present. This is of geopolitical interest and an opportunity for Australia, as Russia is the largest supplier of enriched uranium to the USA for its fission reactors, but appears likely to stop this supply. It has. The present legislation on the mining and export of uranium needs urgent streamlining. So at present, if I understand it correctly, if you want to open up a uranium mine, you have to get an export licence from the federal government first. There endeth the lesson.
Thank you, Dr. Green. We will start off with Mr. Chester first on this one.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Green, for being here at such short notice. Clearly, you have a scientific mind. So, do you think there's some intellectual inconsistency in Australia today that there is bipartisan support for AUKUS, uranium exports, and nuclear medicine and the Lucas Heights facility?
I certainly do. I mean, the nuclear medicine, when I give lectures on energy and things nuclear, because that's my background, nuclear medicine comes out as a clear favourite. You know, everybody's had an MRI, everybody's had an iodine drink, or many people have, or have had radiation therapy and so on. I was very surprised that the present government approved AUKUS, but I understand that from a security point of view, that was a consideration. Now, if we go down the path of AUKUS, it is not consistent, in my opinion, not to put reactors on land. You'll have to maintain these subs, you'll have to deal with the radioactive waste of these subs, and that requires all the abilities that we would have for a land-based reactor program. So, yes, I see the inconsistencies.
Can I also ask you, Dr. Green, to perhaps expand on your thoughts regarding Australia's existing nuclear science community, what our existing capabilities like,
yes,
and what the capacity is in terms of
the
ability to upskill?
Yeah, ANSTO is a top-level nuclear organisation, and we have good relationships there. But ANSTO is hamstrung because the budget has been limited, and in particular, speaking with my fusion hat on, they had an agreement with the ITER fusion program, and the money for that was cut. So that doesn't help our international partnerships and so on. So it was also a bit of a shock to me when the government decided to get CSIRO with no nuclear expertise to do the costings on reactors. That would appear to me to be either independent or you would get nuclear specialists on it.
And your reference to, you know, governments of many generations seeking to become a clever country, can you reflect at all about the capacity to upskill, you know, young Australians if there was a bigger nuclear industry available to work in?
One of the problems was years ago when the uranium mining was allowed in Western Australia, the Engineers Australia, who were represented here, I believe, asked me to come up with a program for educating, because it was clear that if you mined uranium and you hoped to have a power industry based on fission reactors, you would need nuclear literate people. Now, at that stage, there was no nuclear engineering course in the country. The last nuclear engineering course had been at University of New South Wales and finished in 1985 under Baxter, who became Vice-Chancellor. And so we set about, there was a little subcommittee formed, and we talked, and eventually we found out University of New South Wales would set one up again, and there was a benefactor who wanted things done nuclear, and there's a little bit of history in there, but University of New South Wales have an engineering course. Now, of course, it's clear that if we go down the path of AUKUS, one of the problems was, of course, jobs. Students won't go and study something if they can't see a job at the end of the line. So for the first iteration of that course, some of the students popped out because they couldn't see any future in it, not in Australia. And I suggested that they go overseas, get some experience and come back when things were better, as I did. I was 40 years out of Australia. And but now it's totally different. If the government is really serious, I hope someone somewhere in Defence or someone is working out the educational program of the people we need.
Last question, Chair. Just in relation, Dr. Green, to your comments around it's vital that for public trust the information is correct. Do you want to reflect on that at all? I mean, what are you seeing in the debate at the moment?
Well, I mean, what I heard today was I wanted to put my hand up every now and again and say that's not quite correct and so on. But it is difficult. I mean, we talk about a debate. It's not usually a debate. It's usually somebody gives an opinion piece and then there are letters to the editor and so on. We need to, if we're really serious about things nuclear, then the people to talk to about it are the nuclear experts from ANSTO. Now the problem is there's the grey area when it gets into the political sphere, and that's where, you know, where it can get a slight twist.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Bennell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Dr. Green, for providing evidence today. You said in your opening statement about streamlining legislation and the need to put all of the nuclear policy discussion legislation at the federal level only. Now, I'm sure that you're aware that this is a constitutional issue where different powers are allocated to both the federal and state remits.
How sad.
So you're proposing that federal government intervene on a constitutional issue that would end up in court and then go nowhere?
No, I mean the nuclear power is prohibited in Australia principally by two pieces of federal legislation. So the very first thing is to get rid of these. The Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999, which was mentioned previously, and the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Act 1998. These laws effectively prevent the construction or operation of nuclear facilities or power generation, as well as facilities for the fabrication of nuclear fuel, uranium enrichment, and the reprocessing of nuclear waste. Now, I understand that individual states have introduced their own legislation, but it would be great if the federal government could see their way clear to getting rid of these anti-nuclear statements in there, or anti-nuclear legislation.
You can see that there's an issue, though, where a federal government starts to meddle in the state constitutional
No, but these
powers,
are federal laws. These are federal laws. Just get rid of them.
Right, so you're just proposing that just get rid of anything that gets in the road and just put it under federal.
If the worry is that nuclear power would be introduced somehow willy-nilly because these laws didn't exist, why don't we let the market react? You know, this is what I don't understand. If the argument is that it's too costly, it'll take too long, there's no return for a business investment, why have these laws in place if they don't actually serve a purpose?
Well, fair enough. I'll move on. I do want to go to some of your comments around AUKUS. Now, I do want to clarify a couple of things. It's a highly politicised topic. It was an agreement that was entered into under the previous government with bipartisan support from the current government. There is a fundamental difference between the types of reactors that are used in a nuclear submarine and what's proposed on land, though, isn't there?
No.
Okay.
Let me give you a bit of history.
Yep.
The way that civilian nuclear power started was Admiral Rickover at the end of the Second World War put little reactors into subs. So we had nuclear subs. And then somebody a little bit later down the line said, gee, they're working so really well, very reliable under conditions that weren't perhaps ideal. Let's put one on land and generate power. And that's how the nuclear industry started in the US. So we could do that
directly
today.
Referring to when you made your opening statement, though, you're directly referring to small modular reactors.
Yep.
And the ability to make them commercially viable.
Right.
So why haven't we been able to see one come to the market commercially in the OECD across the globe?
Because of legal and activist attempts to slow things down. I mean,
so you're saying that NuScale failed because
let me tell you, I've just got the latest physics today here from the US. Small modular reactors are being promoted. So to date, one design has been approved, Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So that's the first one in the States. But they've already been built in Russia and China.
I specifically asked about OECD countries.
Yeah,
and
but why? China is...
And I want to make clear, so the new scale reactor project over in the States, they walked away from that project after massive cost blowouts. You just said that that the reason why it hasn't come to commercial viability is due to activism and something else.
Law. What I used the word. I can't remember. There was a lawfare. Lawfare.
Right.
Yeah. Slow it down. Do what you can to slow it down. If you slow technical development down, of course the costs go up. Okay. As I'm certain all the activists here understand very well.
I didn't get the impression that that was the reason, but fair enough. Anyway, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Ryan.
Thank you. So, Mr. Green, your proposal there, just to continue from what Mr. Burnell was asking about, was that the cost blowouts of nuclear installations internationally have been largely related to opposition from...
Yeah, and poor project management.
Okay.
But I mean, the one thing I hope I made clear is that when you build a reactor, as the first of a kind is always going to be the most expensive. Now, France, of course, had the right idea. They built series. So they built series of reactors. So they didn't change. Now, one of the problems with the UK program was that every now and again, when they built the next one, somebody had a bright idea to improve it. Now, the moment you start messing with an engineering design, costs go up.
Yeah. So you agree with the proposition that first of a kind is generally more expensive than the ninth or 10th, and obviously we would be building a first of a kind were we to build a nuclear...
Well, no, what I would suggest is we don't build first of a kind. We take a serious production that already exists.
Okay, but it's not something that we've had experience in this country with engagement with in the past.
We haven't built a reactor. We had Argentina build the latest reactor at Lucas Heights.
Yeah, so
which is a scandal, a shame.
Right, but regardless, that's what's happened, and you'd agree that there would be, given just the evidence that this committee has heard in recent weeks, it's not unlikely that there would be significant local opposition from groups to the process, which might well. So I'll just finish the question. Which might well result in delays to the rollout of a energy. Nuclear.
Well, I heard the story from different people here about reducing the amount of time for which people have their right to say whatever they like. But, you know, if you let that go on too long, you never get anywhere. You never built the house that Jack built, that Jack wanted to build. So you have to, and this is up for lawmakers, to see that that's done, so that the people who want to make their case against, I mean, I've been in this game reasonable amount of time. So whenever I come to these inquiries or debates on nuclear energy, I hear the same arguments against nuclear. So you'll be, forgive me a little bit, I hope, in which I'm a bit short about this, you know. The thing is, it can be done right. But you need good people and you need the legal framework to do it and the safety requirements and so on. I was there on the fusion reactor when we generated the first fusion power, measurable fusion power. And we satisfied all these safety requirements. I was there at ITER when they got nuclear approval to operate. So, you know, it can be done. It's an engineering, it's a technical thing.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much, Dr. Ryan, for being Dr. Green for being here today. And just to confirm, following up from Dr. Ryan's comments, that the Coalition's policy is definitely only for Australia to be adopting next of a kind, not first of a kind. Probably a dry subject for many, but you're one of the first who have appeared before the committee talking about the importance of frequency stabilisation. I think it'd be just good for you to expand on that for the sake of the committee, to explain the importance of it and the role that an energy source like nuclear can play in contrast to a renewables dominant grid?
I have to admit, this is not my specialist field, but the way the grid is operated at present, because renewables can follow better than a fission reactor, is that nuclear power is no longer our base load. So it gets put in when it can be, when there's no solar or there's no wind. And that's clearly the wrong way round to operate. I hope there's no one here from AML. But that's clearly the wrong way round to operate. When you looked at the, when I looked at the demands during the day, and they felt with the introduction of electric vehicles that would flatten at night. Usually the demand goes down, but with electric vehicles, everybody charging up their electrical vehicle, that would tend to flatten it out. And that's just ideal for nuclear power. Just leave it running the whole day, constant. And then the following is done by other things. So the stabilisation, I don't know, but we've already had cases in Australia of stabilisation failures. One of the problems, one of the mistakes we made in Australia, I believe the government made in their efforts to get people to put solar on their roof, was that they offered to buy the power back at a price that was greater than the price that the people paid for getting power from the distributor, which is just crazy. And so, of course, everybody wants to put power back to earn a bit of revenue, and that's renewable power. Somebody said that, our engineer friend over here said, that if you could get storage, large-scale commercial storage, renewables would be the answer to a maiden's prayer. That's true. The trouble is we don't have large-scale storage, commercial storage. We have batteries, so you would need enormous batteries to stay on for any length of time. Batteries won't do it.
Another area you've touched on, which others haven't so much, is the importance of the front end of the nuclear fuel cycle, in particular the opportunity for Australia at some point in the future to look at enrichment. Can you maybe expand on that, both in terms of the elements of the front end? Is it just enrichment? Is it also fabrication? Basically all the things that lead up to.
Well, once you enrich, you could make fuel.
The second question, yeah, sorry, as you expand on that, you mentioned the geostrategic rationale behind Australia coming in on that front end of the fuel cycle. If you could expand on that part.
Well, it's always appeared to me to be wrong that we're a very good country at digging stuff out of the ground and sending it offshore, and that's been wonderful for us. But you know, if you actually enriched us, the yellow cake, that would add so much more value to it. Now, just at the moment, the Russians supply enriched uranium, slightly enriched uranium, to the Americans, and that has stopped. And here is a great opportunity. I don't know how long this will go for, but it looks like an opportunity that could be very good. It opens up a market to the states of somewhat enriched uranium. Enriching uranium is not a fabulously difficult thing technically. Iran can do it. We can do it.
And just to confirm,
final question, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, sure, Chair. So just to confirm, you're talking here about enriching for the purpose of nuclear power stations.
Sure.
You're not talking about enriching to high weapons grade.
No. No, we're a good member of Safeguards.
Yeah.
And we would be bound by those regulations. I mean, there's a safeguard set up in Canberra, and they make sure we are.
Thanks, Dr. Green.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Ms Mascarenhas.
Thank you for being here today, Dr. Green. One of the things that you were talking about before was about nuclear incidents and how there's a tendency for those incidents that have happened to be related to mistakes that people have made. And I'm also trying to get my head around some of the proposals that you've made. And as a proudly democratic country, obtaining a social licence to operate will be really important if this industry is to go ahead. And so the thing that I'm trying to get my head around is that you've proposed federally that we should get rid of the Nuclear Safety Act and also federal environmental legislation.
No, the legislation that specifically prevents the construction and operation of nuclear facilities.
Which referred to the Nuclear Safety Act.
Well, it's the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, yeah.
And what was the other act?
And the other one was the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Act 1998.
So the thing that I'm trying to get my head around is if you remove those legislative requirements, how does the social licence to operate this be obtained?
Well, in France, what they did was they went in when they decided they would have their own nuclear reactors. They went into each village, each locality, and they said, what do you want? Do you want a high school? Do you want a library? Do you want a swimming pool? And so on. It was basically bribery. And now those villages or those towns where the nuclear reactors are located are happy because the jobs are all there. They've got their high school, they've got their libraries and so on. So, you know, bribery is a good thing. So,
from your perspective, that's the way that.
Well, you look. It's a negotiation, yes, but you know you don't want to overblow it. It's if you want to do something in a locality, you have to clearly get agreement. You have to be a good neighbour.
And I would say that governments would not want to participate in bribery. The other question that I had for you was around uranium mining, and one of the things that we learned is that the Colin Barnett government removed some of the barriers, and there aren't legal impediments. And so, from your perspective, why do you think uranium mining has not taken off in WA?
Well, it's purely commercial.
So it's not commercial?
Well, no, it's purely commercial.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like the mining in Coolgardie. Why aren't the mines open in Coolgardie? The moment the gold price goes up, the mine's open.
So not commercial? And
yes, it's commercial. The moment the uranium price goes up and makes it interesting, they'll mine.
And do you think that West Australians really want to become an exporter of yellow cake?
Why not?
I think that's my final question.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mascarenas. I'll just ask a couple of quick questions and then we'll go to Mr. Kennedy. I just want to go back to how you said if we lift the bans federally, then the states don't matter.
No,
pretty much.
I didn't say that.
But that is okay. You may not have said that way, right? But we do have bans in Victoria, New South Wales, and Queensland.
Yeah,
and it's legislated.
Yeah, I know.
Legislated in there. So, and I don't know whether you remember the COVID, right? And we're in the state right now that cut off the rest of Australia. So the states have got a fair bit of power, if you haven't noticed. So we can't actually tell them what to do. How do you expect us to be able to change that?
That's a very difficult question that I don't know. I am surprised that my own home state of Queensland doesn't do this. You know, Queensland and Western Australia are very similar in many respects. We mine a lot of stuff and so on. But the fact that they wouldn't allow uranium mining, there's a lot of uranium in Queensland.
Yep. So, and because I'm a nice chair, right, I'm just going to ask you this to see if you want to clarify the record. You said bribery is a good thing. Do you just want to clarify that?
Well, if you want to do something and there's a price on it, or the people are amenable to accepting something from you, yes, do it.
Okay, that wasn't exactly where I thought that was going to go, but Mr. Kennedy, we'll go to you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Dr. Green. Look, I'd just like to thank you for your testimony. It's fantastic, and I just think it's helpful to put on your record. It's put on the record how great it is to have someone of your capability in Australia. You were at the Princeton Plasma Physics Institute in the USA. You then went on to Brussels, Oxford, USA, Germany, UK, France, Japan, where you've worked on nuclear for 40 years. How well set up, given you've worked all over the world in this area, how well set up do you think Australia could be to develop this industry?
I mean, I was not unique in the sense that when I came out of University of Sydney with my PhD, there were two opportunities for me to work. One was ANSTO, was the Atomic Energy Commission at the time, and the other was academe. And because I figured that I needed to get a bit of overseas experience, I went overseas, and the usual thing about Australians was in those days that you go overseas and in a couple of years they'd offer you a good job and you'd come back. Well, they did, but I didn't. And there were many other Australians in the same spot. We are good at educating scientists. We have good scientists, and but you have to, they have to have something to work on, and so it's been quite difficult, certainly in the nuclear sphere, to retain our people. It's as simple as that, yes. But the point I wanted to make was that it was, people say, well, it'll take a long time to build up a nuclear industry, and I'm not decrying that absolutely. Yes, it'll take time. It will take time. But we already have a basis. You scratch a couple of places and there are people there waiting just to, work on things.
Okay, yeah, last one. You've worked on fusion power for a lot of your 40-year career. Obviously that has no waste, and congratulations for being the lead engineer of the first significant man-made fusion power in the world. I think that's an amazing achievement. We have the lead engineer of that right in front of us. I think we should note that for the record as well. What's the prospects of fusion, in 50, 80 years? Is that possible?
Yeah, well, I mean,
just one other add, if I could.
Yeah.
If we don't have a nuclear fission industry, are we going to be in a position to take advantage if that?
No, I would think, we'll have an inquiry in about 50 years' time on whether we should introduce fusion, and we'll be ruining the day. I mean, Jervis Bay, I've forgotten the date of Jervis Bay, but 1970. Had we started down the track then and built a reactor then, we would have been, of course, in a far better position. I think we are possibly going to make the same mistake now if we don't get a move on. So, I think the settings are quite good. I don't believe the comments I heard about the popular rejection of nuclear. The people I speak to, maybe we're all cut from the same cloth, but I think that there people say give it a, why not? At least it should be in this, it should be talked about, it should be considered, not thrown away, rejected completely.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, and thank you for your time today, Dr. Green. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Okay. I now welcome Miss Diab, Mr. Schneider and Mr. Starling to give evidence today, and I hope I got Diab right.
100%.
Good work, thank you. For the Hansard record, would you please state the name and capacity in which you appear before the committee, and we'll start with you, Mr. Starling.
Thank you, Chair. I am Randall Starling and I'm here as an individual. I would like to disclose that I am a member of the Liberal Party and a candidate for the Legislative Council for next year's March election, but I'm here as my own capacity, not as a Liberal Party.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jasmine Diab. I'm the President of Women in Nuclear Australia. I'm also the Managing Director of Global Nuclear Security Partners.
Thank you.
Mark Schneider, I'm representing myself.
Thank you. And we've already heard yours, Mr. Starling, but before I invite you to make a brief opening... this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries? And thank you for yours already, Mr. Starling.
I am not a member of a political party or a union, and I have no investments besides in shoes.
That's good. Nice shoes as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Schneider.
Yeah, I am not a member of a political party, an investor, or have any interests other than myself.
Thank you. I now invite you to all make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussions, and we'll start with you, Mr. Starling.
Thank you, Chair. It is quite clear to me WA has two choices when it comes to its energy system. The first choice is the current path, where we can head down a path where, like South Australia, we're heavily reliant on renewables, with possible pumped hydro in Collie and the early closure of coal-fired power stations as seen in South Australia and as seen here in future if we keep going down this current path. Or the second option is to have affordable and reliable power through a mixture of coal for the medium and short term, with the nuclear in the long term, and the grid dominantly ran by gas for peaking power. So my aim here today is to use South Australia as a warning for Western Australia on not what to do, So, because I want affordable, reliable power. WA is an island within an island when it comes to energy. We are the only ones responsible for our destiny. Therefore, if it goes wrong, we cannot blame anyone else, because unlike South Australia, we do not have black coal connected via Victoria to turn on when the wind isn't shining and when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining. As a young person, I'm very concerned about WA's energy future. Coming from Geraldton, where we do have frequent blackouts because of lack of infrastructure and supply, we know the cost of not having affordable, reliable energy. A urea project, a $3 billion urea project, was planned for Geraldton, but was moved to Three Springs because there was not enough energy capacity in Geraldton at that time. So there goes $3 billion from my local community. And that's what I'm here for today, to fight for a reliable and affordable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starling. Mr. Yap.
Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to be able to present to you. Before I start, I'd like to acknowledge the Whadjuk people of Noongar Nation and pay my respects to elders past, present and, more importantly, emerging. My name is Jazz. First and foremost, I'm a mum, but secondary, I'm a STEM nerd. In my first career, I served for 22 years in the military, predominantly specialising in nuclear engineering and security as a combat engineer. I left the Army and became a Managing Director of Global Nuclear Security Partners, which has me working in the nuclear community across the globe. I am a Technical Advisor to Nuclear for Australia, an Executive on the Women in Nuclear Global Board, and the current President of Women in Nuclear Australia. Women in Nuclear Australia is a not-for-profit, apolitical organisation of professionals that work in all facets of the nuclear and radiological industries. We want to work in an inclusive and diverse environment. We currently have over 450 members across every state in Australia, specialising in things from science, engineering, nuclear medicine, through to policy, law and other specialities in the peaceful uses of nuclear technologies. One of our pillars is to engage in discussions around nuclear and radiation, using facts and evidence to ensure more Australians are informed on the raft of nuclear and radiological matters that affect us every day, because a lot of Australians just aren't aware of what we do. In our submission, we highlighted facts surrounding all the issues the Select Committee was interested in. I wanted to emphasise two of the facts to you all today. Firstly is energy density. This little replica uranium pellet, my little show and tell, has the equivalent energy output as 1 tonne of coal, 450 litres of crude oil, approximately 100 wind turbines, or around 1,000 solar panels. Why does this matter? This matters because the energy density of uranium means that for energy output that we need, you don't need as much land mass to produce that electricity, preserving more land for housing, agriculture, industry, and most importantly, conserving our unique Australian flora and fauna, which we are responsible to protect. My second fact is around energy security. Australia is abundant in resources, including rare earth minerals and fuels for the future like uranium. Due to prohibitive costs to business, we do not refine or process a lot of these materials domestically. Australia could embark on a full nuclear fuel cycle domestically, allowing us to have complete sovereign capabilities for enduring energy security. Less fuel fabrication, Australia already has expertise and experience in the entire nuclear fuel cycle. We mine uranium. Current policies limit this unnecessarily. However, we have the resources to mine and mill our own uranium for fuel. Nuclear startups in the enrichment space, for example Silex Technologies, have the expertise to enrich uranium, yet have had to move offshore because of prohibitions to our legislation. As I said, we don't have fuel fabrication experience, but this could be developed domestically. Operationally, we have operated research reactors in Australia safely and securely for over 70 years. We currently recycle our used fuel with support from France, and we have the Australian Radioactive Waste Agency established to build a national radioactive waste facility. Here in WA, we're pretty lucky. We already have 2 low-level waste facilities, a state-run and owned facility at Mount Walton, and a private entity just down the road in Sandy Ridge through Tellus Holdings. Australia can do this and should do this so that we don't rely on other countries to produce what we need to have reliable and secure energy now and into the long-term future. Thank you, and I look forward to the questions.
Chair, can I ask for one point, just for the sake of Hansard, because you gave some interesting comparisons there, and you used the prop. For the sake of Hansard, because we'll be reading back on this, maybe you can explain how big that is.
So
as opposed to saying, this here,
yeah.
these two.
So this is approximately the size of half a gummy bear, I say. Okay. Gummy bear is a size everybody knows.
It's about 10 mil by 10 mil.
That's too scientific for me as a nuclear engineer.
Yeah, that's good. All right, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yab. Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Chairman, Deputy Chairman, members of Parliament. First up, I want to say that nuclear fission is natural. The first operating nuclear reactor was in Gabon, Africa, and predates humanity. It operated on 100,000-year cycles over several million years, well before humanity was established. Give you a little background on who I am. I'm from the United States originally. I spent 23 years in the U.S. nuclear industry, 20 years in the Navy operating 4 submarine reactors, 2 aircraft carrier reactors, and when I retired from the Navy, I went and worked for Dominion Energy, operating the 2 units at Surrey Power Station. In my lifetime, I have received 10 millisieverts of radiation that has been measured from commercial nuclear power. If I compare that to my sources of radiation, it is not even in my top 3. My number 1 is that nuclear reactor that appears at sunrise and ends at sunset, the sun. My number 2 is the planet itself, the food we eat, the water we drink, the bricks that make our homes. My number 3 is from medical technologies, x-rays, radiography, all those things. In fact, my largest acute dose, meaning short dose, was from x-rays taken at the dentist. It beat out a 12-hour shift of doing multiple jumps in high radiation areas at a nuclear facility at Surrey Power Station. One thing about Australia is you're getting nuclear submarines. There's no nation on this planet with nuclear submarines that does not have a robust commercial nuclear industry. I've heard comments about nuclear not being able to ramp. I worked at Surrey Power Station. Yes, we kept our reactors at 100% power most of the time. If you go back to the historic data from the 1970s and 1980s, Surrey Power Station was used to ramp based on the demand of the grid. It was elected by the power industries of the United States to make nuclear baseload because the number 1 cost of nuclear energy is people. It is 80% of the cost to operate a nuclear reactor in the United States. Compare that to natural gas and coal, where 80% is the cost of fuel. Your biggest cost savings in power to the grid would be to reduce your fuel consumption of your fossil plants and keep your nuclear as baseload. That is why nuclear is not ramped in the U.S. You could ramp your facilities. The units of power, the turbines at Surrey Power Station can ramp from 100% power down to 5% power in 90 minutes and ramp back up in 90 minutes. That's 1,600 megawatts of power that can be ramped within 90 minutes. That can support load following of renewables. I hear a lot of discussions about nuclear waste. I know this is not specifically focused on AUKUS, but each of the reactors that are on those submarines, the nuclear waste, the high-level waste has to be stored, would fit in the rubbish bin that is at everyone's curb, one of those. 8 submarines, 8 rubbish bins. I have spent hours and hours doing testing at diesels out of the ISFISI, which is the fuel storage area at the commercial site at Surrey Power Station. I have received 0 measurable radiation from that spent fuel, testing the diesel to make sure that the lights turn on in a loss of power. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start off with Mr. Chester.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all witnesses. Particularly, can I acknowledge the service of you, Ms Diab, and Mr Schneider in your respective militaries, and thank you for your service to your respective countries. Ms Diab, my question to you, you had a degree in nuclear physics and chemistry. You went on to do a master's in nuclear engineering through UNSW because you're going to answer this question, apparently. Is there something Australia knows about nuclear energy that the rest of the world doesn't? Now, I assume you didn't get a complete answer to that question. I might ask you that one later on. But are you concerned at all that the current bans in Australia hinder our opportunity to fully engage in future opportunities in the global nuclear supply chain, particularly perhaps for young women and girls who may be interested in STEM like yourself?
Yeah, definitely. The current legislative bans suggest that nuclear is bad. And it suggests that there is something wrong with nuclear technology, which is a really odd thing for us to do, considering we run one of the most reliable research reactors in the world that produces neutrons every day for medicine and research. And we know that that's not bad. And we've just put in the plan to purchase nuclear-propelled submarines. So we know the technology in a submarine isn't bad. So why have we banned power generation? And so because of that ban, it's really hard to get young girls and women interested in nuclear careers because they're like, well, something's wrong with the technology. If it's illegal, what is wrong with it? And so I think something we really try to push with women in nuclear is that if we can lift the ban, it's no longer seen as a bad thing. It opens up so many possibilities for us to engage with more people on the current nuclear things we do every day without hiding in the shadows. For a long time, I didn't tell people I studied nuclear physics and nuclear engineering because people would look at me like I would glow in the dark. And they weren't open to that conversation. And I actually really applaud the government and the coalition for the submarine plan because it's allowed me to come out of the shadows and say, hey, you know what? Nuclear science is awesome. Do you know that we're surrounded by it every day? Do you know that everything essentially is radioactive in some way, shape or form? And it's allowed us to lift that literacy, which I think is really important for us to do in Australia.
Now, Chair, I promised one question. Can I have one more? Yeah, one more. Sorry, Mr Schneider, just in relation, and very, very much building on Ms Diab's comments then, if we've got a scare campaign running, talking down nuclear, and from your experience in the military, how damaging would that be to try and recruit young people to serve in nuclear-propelled submarines in the future?
I can actually answer that directly. I grew up in Northwest Oregon. We shut down our only operating nuclear reactor in the 1990s. I went to decide to join the United States Navy as a nuclear power operator. I had 12 teachers in high school try to convince me and tell me I was making the biggest mistake in my life. Right? That negative campaign does hurt recruiting. The U.S. Nuclear Navy is the most understaffed part of the United States Navy. The Navy, they're the highest paid in the United States Navy. They get $100,000 bonuses, US dollars, that's $150,000 Australian, for re-enlisting for an additional 2 years for a total of an 8-year tour with $40,000 sign-on bonuses. So that absolutely does hurt recruiting of the top talent in the United States.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Molino.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Ms. Diab and Mr. Schneider, for your service, as Mr. Chester said. Look, I just had a question for each of you on waste. In Australia, we've struggled for decades to figure out what to do with the waste from our Lucas Heights reactor, and that's relatively small amounts of waste and relatively low grade. If we were to put in place large-scale power generating reactors, we would have much, much more waste and much higher grade. I'd just be interested in your thoughts on, given the challenge, the unresolved challenge we have with such a small amount of waste, how do you see the risk of cost and delays and challenges around social licence of this much, much larger challenge?
So I might pick you up on a couple of points here. The waste from a power reactor would be similar to the waste from the research reactor. You've got low enriched uranium fuels, so you'll end up with intermediate level waste and low level waste, which the Australian Radioactive Waste Agency is responsible for establishing that facility within Australia. Yes, they have to build social licence because this is an enduring capability that they will need to manage for a long time. The AUKUS submarine program, however, uses high enriched uranium fuels, which now introduce a high level waste that we now need to dispose of long term, which is different. World's best practice is deep geological repository for high level waste, which means we have to make long term decisions on where that is stored, how it's secured. The only way to do that is to have a bipartisan approach, because it is a decision that you can't backflip 4 years later if there's a change of government. It has to be a decision that Australians can trust, will endure decades, to be maintained and run safely and securely, so that we can continue being responsible for our own nuclear materials. I'm not sure if that answered the question fully, or whether you wanted to add some more.
Yeah, I do want to add something fully. So the U.S. Navy, when they defuel the reactors on submarines, aircraft carriers, destroyers, and everything that's nuclear powered for the United States Navy, that fuel is that spent fuel is shipped to Idaho, where it is stored. They meet all the regulatory requirements for each of the individual states. If you're going from Virginia to Idaho, that's like crossing 8 states to get there. So each state has to do that, so it's safely transported. Some of that fuel is actually transported back to our labs in the states to analyze. That's actually where the tritonuclides, which I forgot to bring with me, but which basically establishes a lot of the information about nuclear technology. For commercial reactors, Surrey Power Station and every commercial reactor in the United States stores their waste on site. It is stored safely. It's stored in containers. I have spent hours and hours, as I mentioned, hours and hours out by it, operating the security diesel that's out there. It's literally just for lights, right? It's just there to make sure we have lights, and the cameras are still operating. Trojan Power Station, which was shut down in the 90s, has been completely cleaned up. All that remains is the switchyard and a barbed wire fence surrounding the spent nuclear fuel. It's going to sit there until the U.S. establishes a national repository. Those containers are rated for 300 years. You can smash those containers into brick walls traveling at 100 kilometers an hour and have no damage to them. There are tests that prove it. You can Google YouTube to find it. They're actually kind of fun to watch.
No, thanks. That's all useful. But just to clarify, in terms of the US, which has been operating power plants for a long time, so what's happening in the US is that the waste is stored on site until a national repository is finalised?
That is correct. We did have a national repository, but the United States government violated the contract and stopped that, and is now paying penalties to all the power companies in the U.S. to store their waste on site.
Thank you, Dr. Molino. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for appearing today. Thank you for your service, both Ms. Diab and Mr. Schneider, and best of luck to Mr. Starling on your desire to serve, albeit in a very different capacity. Ms. Diab, thank you for acknowledging up front that you are first and foremost a mum and a STEM nerd. Mums are the best. And we need more. We need more STEM nerds. So let me sort of draw on your STEM nerdiness in the questions I might ask. One of the suggestions made by some government members of this committee, as well as a couple of witnesses, has been that we may struggle to host nuclear power stations in Australia because of water. access. And as you no doubt know, that the coalition's identified 7 locations, all of which are former or existing coal plant sites. Based on your experience in this field, I'm wondering whether or not you have any views with respect to water accessibility and risks.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So there's been this misconception when I talk to people about nuclear power plants that they consume water, which I'm not sure where that narrative has come from, but nuclear power plants, much like coal-fired power plants, circulate water to spin a steam turbine to generate electricity. So water is in a loop that circulates in and then goes back to that water source. There's that part with current water reactors. That's how they work. There's also a lot of other types of reactors that don't use water for cooling, because there are a lot of countries that don't have access to water and need to still keep their reactors cool. So there's dry cooling, much like a car engine, air cooling circulating through a reactor to allow it to remain cool. There's also gas-cooled reactors that use carbon dioxide or helium as a form of cooling within the reactor, or there's sodium or molten salts that can also be used to cool. So whilst people are concerned about water, I think we need to dispel the myth that there's water consumption from a reactor, that it is about using water to produce steam, to produce electricity, much like coal, but that there are other technologies that can be used to cool a reactor which don't rely on water. And I think that if water is an issue wherever we place nuclear power plants, we could consider technologies that don't use water cooling.
Well,
Can I add to that?
Yeah, please, Mr. Schneider.
Yeah, we have to distinguish what type of water we're talking about. We're talking about the pure water you're going to be using in your steam plant and in the primary plant of a pressurized water reactor. Right, that is a very small amount. Aircraft carrier has 4 distilling units that each generate about 400,000 liters per day. Right, on a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, the number 1 consumer of water are the planes, followed by the crew, then the power plant itself. Right, in fact, so the source of water for cooling the reactor is the ocean. Right, that water goes in as salt water, goes through a condenser. It's completely separated from the fresh water, and then it ejects it out there as slightly warmer water. Same thing happens in 99% of the reactors on the planet. I'm not sure about some of the Russian and Chinese reactors, right? That happens at a coal plant, right? Coal plants take some sort of water body, whether it's the ocean, a lake, a river, treated sewage like in Phoenix, that the nuclear power plant out there uses treated sewage as its cooling medium, right? That water is not clean water. It's not processed for use for consumption. It's just whatever body of water is there.
Thank you. And another issue that has come up, on which I wouldn't mind getting some technical advice on, is the risk of nuclear power plants to human health. A witness this morning also talked about it, suggesting if you're too close to a rod, it poses a real health risk. And we've heard some pretty stark evidence from one person in particular about the amount of children who have leukemia and so forth. I'm wondering if you can give us some advice. I know you've already, Mr. Schneider, already expressed some of your own lived experience in terms of the safety, but comparing nuclear to other forms of energy production when it comes to issues of safety, including, but not only, human health, to either or both.
Yeah, so you can go.
Okay. All right, so I will talk about the U.S.'s worst accident, Three Mile Island. Right, so Three Mile Island had a meltdown, destroyed the unit, and then exposed the public to radiation. Right, the amount that the public was exposed was less than that from a flight from Perth to basically anywhere Perth flies. Right, so that's the amount of risk of radiation that the public was exposed to. To kind of add some clarification to a nuclear fuel rod, an unshielded fuel rod is dangerous, but that's why in the United States we keep them under 20 feet of water, because waters provide shielding. About 30 centimeters of water reduces the radiation by 90% for every 30 centimeters, right? So 30 centimeters, 90%, 60 centimeters, 99%, 99.9, right, going up, right? So you can imagine how much how much shielding that is. So there is really not a risk to the public from that, specifically from, I say modern, meaning U.S. Western designed reactors, even in the case of a meltdown.
So I'll refer you to the Women in Nuclear Australia submission, page 6, which has a beautiful table from Our World in Data, which shows the safest and cleanest forms of energy graphically. And you can see from that, they've looked at the number of deaths per terawatt hour of electricity production across a whole heap of energy sources. So you can see that the coal industry and the oil industry by far are more dangerous to employees on a deaths per terawatt hour, with 24.6 deaths and 18.4 deaths respectively. And nuclear actually sits right next to solar with 0.03 deaths. And this includes deaths that are associated with Fukushima, which is 0 from radiation or nuclear, Chernobyl, which did have some deaths due to the first responders that had been exposed to the reactor core whilst it was open and in meltdown. And so you can see that actually, if you talk about risk and safety, we already have some of the highest risk energy forms industries in Australia, and we accept that quite readily. As Mark has mentioned, his exposure to radiation whilst working in a nuclear power plant is actually extremely low because there are so many risk mitigation measures put in place to protect workers, to protect the environment and to protect the community. And that's why nuclear is so heavily regulated, to ensure we're being responsible around radioactive material.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, something else the committee has heard evidence on is that nuclear power may not be considered clean because of inherent embodied emissions in nuclear. Can you please comment, if you have any knowledge or any data, on the relative emissions profiles of different technologies such as nuclear versus maybe wind and solar on embodied emissions? Do you have...
So I have one that's kind of an interesting fact. There's more concrete in Hoover Dam than there is in the entire U.S. nuclear industry. Right, so one dam that produces less power than one nuclear power station, or about as much as one nuclear power station in the U.S., has more concrete. Concrete emits CO2 in the process. When you start looking at the foundations of wind turbines and solar farms, right, there's actually quite a bit of emissions that comes from that. That's what they're talking about with the inherent. Nuclear has a very low profile. It's from the construction that occurs.
I'll refer you again to the Women in Nuclear submission, page 10. We have another graph from Our World in Data that talks to materials use per low carbon energy source. And on there, onshore and offshore wind, well, onshore wind has quite an extreme amount of resources that it uses, predominantly in concrete for the deep footings that they require. But wind and solar have a much higher footprint than nuclear, and you'll see on that graph they've got two nuclear examples. The EPR, so the French design reactor, it is a complex reactor, I would say, as a nuke eng. That would not be my favourite to build. But it also compares to AP1000, which is a much simpler design. And you can see that the footprint of materials used is a lot less, therefore you're producing a lot less carbon in those materials in the construction. And it does have battery storage in there, which looks at the rare earth minerals, but batteries don't produce electricity and they don't produce heat. So whilst it's included in there, I'd put a little caveat that that's not an energy producer.
Thank you. Another thing that's come up frequently is spent fuel. I think Dr. Molino was talking about it. Can you compare, how they store, and Mr. Schneider, you were talking about it in depth earlier about spent fuel, but have you done any comparisons about waste from, I've heard estimates we may have to produce 22,000 solar panels a day, 40 wind turbines a month, and sort of battery storage. Have you done any comparisons on comparing nuclear storage versus comparing the waste from some of those?
So the entire nuclear waste profile of the United States would fit on a football pitch that's about 20 meters tall for 70 years of operation.
Wow. Okay, that's a great fact. Final question. Okay, yep. Oh, look, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Ms. Mascarenas.
Thanks for appearing today. My question is around uranium mining in Western Australia, and the Colin Barnett government lifted the basically bans against it, and that was back, I think, 2009, if I remember correctly. But we haven't seen this increase in the uranium mining industry in WA. Do you have some observations or comments in relation to that?
Yeah, so it's currently a policy that's in place that makes it cost prohibitive to export uranium from a West Australian port. They can't get a licence to do that, so we'd have to ship it to South Australia, which for the cost of uranium is just not worth it. And so that's why I think looking at some of the state-based bans and policies around uranium mining just make it so cost prohibitive for these mines. They just can't get the stuff out of the ground and make money off it, which is ultimately what they're set up to do.
Another question which is separate, which is to you, is around women in STEM professionals, and it's definitely something that I'm passionate about as well. And I think the thing that I saw in my career when I had the opportunity to work in decarbonisation, that vision really aligned with values. And what I see with female STEM professionals, they want to align values with creating that positive change. So from your perspective, do you think that just lifting the ban will see women come into the industry, or do you think that some of the risks from a, let's say, waste perspective would continue to be there irrespective of the legislative environment?
So we are getting a lot of young girls and women that are interested in nuclear. The thing is, we're losing them to overseas opportunities. There is a lot of investment from the international nuclear community and the IAEA in giving all these amazing skills to young women. And through Women in Nuclear Australia, we share those opportunities widely with high schools and universities. And we see these women go, this is amazing. They see that vision. They see nuclear, because globally it's seen as a net zero power source. They see it as a really exciting career opportunity. They just don't see it in Australia. And I think it's that ban that makes them think that, well, Australia's never going to allow me to use those skills domestically, but I can go travel the world and work in France, work in Finland, work in Canada, work in the US. And like, my fear is we will lose all this talent because there's so much of it out there, because we're just making it really difficult at the moment to see nuclear as a viable career, unless you're in the Navy, which as an Army girl is not appetizing to me.
Navy beat Army
more skills.
Never stop.
And do you think that Western Australia should become a state that exports yellow cake?
We export so much, and I think why not include yellow cake? It's so abundant here in WA. We may as well be a part of that green fuel supply chain and make sure that there's fuel coming from a responsible country rather than some other countries that export uranium that may not have the highest safeguards and security standards. So I do think we should.
Would you mind if this isn't about uranium mining, it's actually about women in nuclear. So in the United States, if you hold a conference about nuclear energy, you're going to send a bunch of people that look like me and older to it. That's just how the nuclear energy industry is. But Women in Nuclear actually runs the show in the United States because they do these big conferences. It's your HR professionals, it's your legal. It's more than just a bunch of engineers and nerds, right? I mean, nerds are important, but we do need people that can actually talk to human beings, right? And
doing a fantastic
Would you like to discuss
it? She'll beat me up later. But in reality, Women in Nuclear is such a valuable aspect to the nuclear industry in the United States, and I'm very excited to see that Australia has a program that is robust as it is for as small of a nuclear footprint that there is here.
Did you want
Yes, I'd like to add that one of my recommendations is actually that the government lifts the ban on uranium mining with immediate effect, because coming from the regions where job opportunities can be quite volatile, we need that diversification within as a port city, because we want the jobs, and also from a budget point of view as well. If we're relying so much on iron ore, gold and gas and lithium and nickel, I think uranium would just be another avenue for diversification for the WA economy.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. And before I start, I'll follow in similar suit to Mr. Chester, who was a former Veterans Affairs Minister. I sit as the one of the co-chairs of Parliamentary Friends of Veterans, so I would like to extend my thanks for both of your service to respective countries. I want to just touch on, I think it was Mr. Schneider, in your opening statement, or might have been in the line of questioning about ramping up and down of nuclear power stations, and the interoperability with a renewable grid such as West Australia, or for that matter on the East Coast. But if you are to ramp down the power station during daylight hours effectively, when you've got higher levels of solar power generation and or in high wind events where you're generating plenty of wind generated power, doesn't that by default then make nuclear energy more expensive to generate because it's not operating at its peak capacity over the full 24-hour period, which is what the argument that I've been hearing is that's what makes nuclear energy cheaper, is because it can be switched up at 100% capacity all the time. That's what solar can't do, and when the wind stops blowing, that's what wind turbines can't do. So if you're saying that you can integrate it into a renewables grid and ramp it up and down, then doesn't it make it more expensive to generate nuclear power for consumers that either end consumer is going to pay for or government's going to have to subsidise?
So what is doing that without nuclear is my question to you before I answer that.
Sorry?
So right now, your
so when it doesn't blow, we have gas peaking, pumped hydro, etc., into the grid, and at the moment, currently, we have coal.
Yeah, so you're using another power plant, right? So you have to have another power plant. We're talking about getting to net zero overall, correct? I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, I guess the reason why I'm asking for clarification, these are going to be facilities that are built, they're going to be 1 year old, so their maximum cost is upon us, versus coal-fired power stations that are coming end of life. They have essentially paid for themselves. So there's a different discussion that needs to be had about the cost of power generation for a new power facility versus something that's pre-existing in the grid.
Yeah, so there will be some cost to that. Now, with wind and solar that's already existing, right, producing, for all intents and purposes, zero cost power, right? So you're as that's peaking out, and you have to have your nuclear to ramp up and down, you're actually extending your fuel, and your fuel is going to remain longer. Are you paying a little bit more for it up front? Yes. But overall, the lifespan of a nuclear reactor being, right now in the United States, they're talking about licensing to 120 years now. So, I mean, you're going to build a power plant that could last you for well over a century, right? This is an upfront investment. You're building a castle versus building in the United States a trailer park, right? So you're building a long-term thing that's going to last a long time. So yes, it's an upfront cost. It's very expensive. Housing in Western Australia is very expensive because of the style of housing that is built here with the brick and concrete compared to the United States with our stick built or our factory built homes that are cheap and get destroyed by tornadoes, right? The homes in Western Australia would survive most natural disasters in the United States. A nuclear power plant is going to survive for a century.
And I think the other part to that is you're paying almost a base level cost of that nuclear because it's going to be on anyway, even if it's only at 5% capacity because you've got solar and wind in abundance at that point of time. There is another option, though, that can allow us to get the most out of nuclear, because running it at 100% is the most effective and efficient way, and pure engineer jazz would say that's the most economic thing to do. But we already have so much renewables, we need to support them to keep the grid. So if you had nuclear running at 5%, supporting the grid, making sure it's stability, it's got its frequency control, then you can have the nuclear providing some energy to other forms desalination. It could be providing energy direct to manufacturing and smelting. AI and data centres. That can be direct to power plant, which is what we're seeing a heap of rising in the US, where Amazon, Microsoft are connecting direct to a nuclear power plant, not being part of the grid. And so I think that there's a lot of optionality you can have with a nuclear power plant. We don't need to visualise it just as that base load.
So, and I respect that position, but wouldn't that then have the effect that you need to have direct transmission lines to these isolated facilities?
Which you wouldn't build too far away, because that's not cost effective for those private companies that want to have that reliable direct connection to the grid anyway. So I think that that's...
So does...
yes, there'll be extra costs, but they're not going to be large.
Or is that paid for by government as a distribution cost?
The way the U.S. is doing that with those is that Amazon or insert crypto mining company, they're the ones that are paying for that. They're paying for the connection with an understanding that if the grid needs the power, they're secondary, right? So if the grid, if it's peak demand, they're going to shut off. That's standard level loading in the United States already. We do that with, I lived in Southeast Virginia. Nucor Steel's got a big factory in Northeast North Carolina. During the summer periods when air conditioning's at peak demand, they're not smelting, right? So you can do with all sorts of industries, right? You can use your industry to level load, and that would be no different. So when the sun is shining and you're producing your most, that's when you're definitely smelting, right? You're definitely doing that work. All your data centers are online, your crypto mining, all that stuff. And then as that power comes off the grid, you could then pull those off the grid to more level load your power. That's standard level loading. I'm sure Australia already does that.
Final question.
Thank you. Mr. Starling, so your submission makes a case for a private nuclear power industry, in particular in South Australia and Western Australia. But I note that the Liberal National Party policy is proposing a wholly government-owned and operated nuclear industry. So why do you think that is?
Because up north we have BHP, Rio Tinto, Jenna Reinhardt, etc., and if the ban on having nuclear reactors in Australia was lifted, due to the high cost that energy has on their mining operations and the isolation of those operations, I could see a scenario where, for example, Jenna Reinhardt will go, okay, I'm going to buy an SMR because A, it's cost effective, and B, you don't have to refill it. And so therefore, their costs go down. And because the problem with renewables is that...
Hang on. I asked you specifically why you think that the federal LNP are looking at government ownership.
Well, they're looking at government ownership only for coal. But to me, that is no excuse for stopping private proponents up north, like I've made in my report, to invest in nuclear energy for their energy source for their mining operations.
I don't think you answered the question, but anyway, we'll leave it at that.
Can I just do a follow-up?
Okay, yep, no worries.
Okay.
So your decision, Chair.
I'm going to let Ms Mascarenas take my question, Deputy Chair. So
that's all right. I'll take Mr Kennedy's one that he forewent to. So
Deputy
I'll
Chair,
wait.
we've all timed this out, right? So you can keep trying to push the boundaries if you
No,
like,
that's
or
right.
we can
You're
just
the
follow
chair.
on and let the witnesses do what they're doing.
You're the chair. You're in
Thank you,
charge.
Deputy
You're in
Chair.
charge.
One of the challenges in the mining industry is around mine life, and so typically mine lives are between 3 to 5 years, and so often what we see, that's how long a mine plan typically is. And so when you've got commercial projects that you're wanting to implement on site, often projects get pushed back because of payback periods. And so the thing that I don't have my head around in the scenario that you spoken about, having worked in the resource sector for over 16 years, is how you would actually get the approval internally for a power station that has a 40-year mine life when you're dealing with a 3 to 5 year mine plan.
Just so we're on the same page, can you please define internally in this context?
Oh, internally in a mining company.
Well, that's up to the mining company, and I'm sure there'll be proponents in there saying, look, we can save a lot of money on energy generation because they obviously want to minimise their costs, and one way to do that is to have a cleaner, more reliable, and a more dense energy source.
It's difficult to do that when you're in a 5-year mine. Okay, I'll stop there.
I don't agree with a 5-year mine life because Horizon, a railway company, built a railway line from Carrara, which is east of Geraldton, to the port of Geraldton because they had a mine life for 30 years. So I'm not sure where you're getting your 5-year mine life from, that's all.
Thank
Just
you.
thought I'd make that clear to
I'll
the
just
committee.
follow on with one question, because I'd like one question. It'd be nice if I could have one Deputy Chair. And it's not about this. It's not actually about this. But anyway,
That's right. I've got one more too.
Deputy
anyway,
Chair,
so.
if you want to go on, right, we can go on. You had 7 minutes for your questioning.
I'll
We haven't had
let you
anywhere
go
near that
one.
time,
I'll
so-
let you go one, Chair. It's all right.
Anyway, Miss Diab, just a question for you. You spoke around the water and saying about all the different options. Do you know what option that the opposition are going to use in the sites around Australia for water, for their cooling, for nuclear power?
No, because from what I understand, they're technology agnostic at the moment because they're going to let the nerds decide what's best for Australia, which is what it should be. Politicians shouldn't decide on technology, to be honest.
Okay.
It should be left to professionals that can understand the consequences of not just cooling, but the fuel type, the lifelong serviceability of that reactor. So from what I believe, the Coalition's plan is technology agnostic. It talks to size of reactor, not type of reactor.
That's really good to hear,
I-
because I think just because I think that the like experts need to make the decisions, obviously, on this. So, how have they put a costing together on something that they don't know about then yet?
Well,
when they're technology agnostic, as everybody's saying.
Because I think you can take, well, everyone's demanding to understand a cost. And so I think you can take rough cost estimates on the types of reactors we're seeing in like countries. And that's how I believe.
Cooling? Like we're a country here that's extremely hot in some areas.
So they've taken the most popular reactor, being a light water reactor, because that is the most dominant globally. And you'd be silly to pick a type of reactor that's not the most dominant globally to do your modelling off, because what are the chances of you picking that technology? We don't know. We don't know.
Right, thank you. Unfortunately, we've came to the. Well, if you're quick, you could add something. If you're quick.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we're doing this at coal sites, coal plants are steam engines that use a Carnot steam cycle, which is all the nuclear reactor is as well. The water consumption will probably be less because of higher maintenance standards required at nuclear power plants with less steam leaks.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much for coming in today, and I suspend the meeting until 1:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Open this public hearing of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy for the inquiry into nuclear power generation in Australia. I now welcome Mr Hungerford, Miss Molloy and Miss Corke and Dr Fullarton online. Will be online at some stage. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity in which you appear before the committee, and we'll start with you, Mr Hungerford.
My name is Mark Hungerford. I'm appearing towards at the front of the committee as a concerned person.
Thank you.
From Australia.
I also am appearing as a witness on behalf of the people of Western Australia.
Sorry, what was your name, sorry?
Oh, Patsy Molloy. Patsy, I'm happy to be called.
Thank you.
And Phoebe Corke, I'm independent of any organisation.
Thank you. Are you there, Dr Fullarton? Dr Fullarton, are you there? Dr Molino, are you there?
Oh, hi. Yeah, I just joined.
Yep, excellent. Thank you. Just checking who it was. All right. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement, then we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries, please? We'll start with you, Mr Hungerford.
I don't have any, I'm not part of any political party. I'm only here as a concerned citizen, and I do have a superannuation account, and there may be some investment in some organisations or businesses that have that are renewable.
Thank you. Patsy?
Yeah, my name's Patsy Molloy, and I have been a member of a political party in the past, but I'm not at present, and I have been a member of a union in the past, but I'm at present working for someone who's very good and supports my activities as a worker.
Thank you. Ms Corke?
Thank you, Phoebe Corke. I am not and never have been a member of a political party. I have been a member of the Media, Arts and Entertainment Alliance Union some years ago, but no longer.
Okay. And Patsy, I just want to confirm you're here as a private capacity.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
So you stated you're here representing residents of WA.
Oh, yes. Well, as a human being, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm here as
so
a human being.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr Fullarton?
Yes.
Just
Hello. I had a few difficulties getting through. I come from the land of camels.
It's all right. No worries. Can you just tell us your name, please? Your full name.
My name's Dr. Lex Fullarton.
Thank you. And just before we go into discussions, would you just state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries, please?
I'm a solar farmer in Carnarvon.
No worries. Thank you very much.
And I have no political affiliation.
Thank you.
I forgot to say my super's in ethical super, and it supports renewable and...
Thank you, Patsy. Cheers. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions, and we'll start with you, Mr Hungerford.
Okay. I've got a background in science. Grew up in the Blue Mountains, west of Sydney, where I was on a farm, and I saw the impact of climate change in that environment, and I've been quite concerned about it since. And since then, I don't think there's been enough work being done by our political system to address the climate change issues. So when the Senate committee was, when I noticed, I thought, right, I'll write a submission. And I know there's been a lot of information about misinformation, I think, over the last couple of years about nuclear energy, and I wanted to try and put some of it straight.
Thank you.
My name's Patsy Molloy. I've worked in the welfare sector for most of my life at a women's health centre, and I've got a Bachelor of Social Science, but I've been kind of passionately connected to the debate about nuclear energy in Western Australia since about the late 1970s, because we're the first state that actually elected an independent anti-nuclear Senator, Joe Valentine. I've also lived many lives. I worked in a shearing team at one part of my life, and I also was a single parent. I've worked in, mainly welfare, but also in work that doesn't pay very much money over most of my life, and I also cared for my ageing mother until she passed away at 93. So I've kind of, I feel, have got a lot of life experience, but also passionate connection and interest in what's been happening with the nuclear industry over the last 45 years.
Thank you. Ms. Corke?
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I know you're coming to the end of a long inquiry, and you've listened to a lot of people talking about the dangers of nuclear power, the costs, radioactive waste storage, First Nations people's rights, water use, many other issues, all of which I agree with. But what I want to talk to you about today is economic risks and lost opportunities of slowing the renewables transition and extending the life of the coal-fired power stations. Australia is perfectly positioned to be an economic superpower in the post-carbon world. It's a land of sunshine, wind, critical minerals, and we should be at the forefront of renewable energy transition, leading the global market in green energy and green construction, which can add billions to our GDP in that process. I mean, estimates for how much do vary, but a 2021 joint study by the Business Council Australia and Deloitte's forecast that the at net present value, the benefit to GDP from a well-managed transformation to net zero by 2050 would be at least 890 billion Australian dollars. Domestically, we have phasing in of mandatory emissions reporting under the Australian Sustainability Reporting Standards starting from the 1st of January next year, and then that's obviously size 1 entities. But this will include the requirements to report any emissions from power creation used in manufacturing or producing an end product. Internationally, export industries are exposed to economic transition risks from needing to meet other countries' climate change requirements, such as the carbon border adjustment mechanism that's been introduced in the EU and is supposedly going to be introduced here. As the rest of the world is moving to net zero, Australian companies will need to be able to meet the international emissions standards, or else our export markets will be significantly impacted. As is the RBA modelling estimates at least a 50% reduction in future demand for Australian thermal coal and LNG, but we can offset these declines in our traditional export markets by creating new green industries that are both greater and more valuable than today's exports. But green industries cannot be powered by dirty power. So the transition to renewables that would be delayed by the investment in and the prolonged transition to nuclear power is crucial for the health of our economy. So to finish, we are in a climate crisis, and the last thing we should be doing is expensively extending the life of coal-fired power stations to enable construction of hugely expensive nuclear power plants that would only supply 15% of our energy needs, when we have everything here that we need to be 100% renewable before 2050. There are a myriad of reasons why nuclear power is totally inappropriate to be introduced to Australia in 2024, perhaps in the 70s, definitely not in 2024, and the economy is just one of those. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Corke. Dr. Fullarton.
Sir, I've had the opportunity to listen to a few things, but I've tried to keep away from political partisan politics as much as I can. And my statement is, unfortunately, the matter of repowering Australia's ageing coal-fired power stations with small modular nuclear reactors has become politically divisive, which I believe is not helpful. I point out that the concept has merit from a philosophical perspective. It appears a simple alternative to swap out coal-fired steam boilers with nuclear fission reactors as a heat source. However, there are a range of difficulties and previously unforeseen economic costs, which may render the concept not as economically attractive as it first appears. There is also a raft of social and environmental impacts that prior to June 2020 did not have to be considered in reporting corporate accounts. That is, the requirement to include social and environmental impacts in annual returns. It's called triple bottom line accounting. Not only must companies report profits and losses in economic terms, but they must also report on their social and environmental costs and benefits. No longer is profit in dollars and cents the main focus of modern accounting, but the positive and negative impacts of the company's operations may have on society and the national environment are required to be disclosed. Therefore, the economic attraction of cheap electricity could turn into a social and/or environmental disaster if one only fault turns up. There is a potential, no matter how remote, to turn the southwest of Western Australia from Perth to Albany into a nuclear wasteland. That is a risk that will have to be disclosed, recognised and accepted by the population generally for this proposal to succeed. It should be recognised that another more environmentally friendly option, that is renewable energy, has moved on considerably in the past 20 years, and other safer, cheaper, more social and environmentally attractive options are available and being implemented at a very fast pace. You'll probably get your nuclear systems up and running just to find out you don't need them. As with a lot of technology, it's likely to become another piece of abandoned engineering. Further, the concept might also distract from the progress that alternative renewable energies are making. The rate of climate change does not give us a lot of time for experimentation. We have a good path to reduce Australia's significant contribution to greenhouse gas emissions, and I see no reason to depart from that path.
Thank you, Dr. Fullarton. We'll start with you, Deputy Chair.
I'll pass to Mr. Kennedy, if that's all right, Chair.
Okay, no worries. Ms. Corke, do you support the export of uranium in Australia? But in your evidence, you talked about the need to rapidly address climate change, particularly with our exports. As a committee, we've heard evidence Australia could have the opportunity to increase its export of uranium to where it's more than offsetting Australia's entire emissions as a country every year through its exports. If we care about global warming and it's a global problem, why would we not look at opportunities to offset our entire country's emissions in a single year by increasing exports if climate change is the issue?
Well, because I believe uranium should be left in the ground, and we can export nickel, lithium, cobalt, but uranium creates radioactive waste, and we have no way of dealing with it.
So you would reject opportunities to reduce emissions
through uranium? Yes.
Through uranium. Okay, so you are against that. Okay. Helpful. Mr. Hungerford and Ms. Molloy, could I ask you the same question?
You go. I'm totally opposed to the export of uranium because I think if you read my submission, there's a quote from Ted Egan, who's a traditional owner from Yeelirrie, where they've actually fought off a uranium mine for the last 25 years. He says, uranium is poison. It is dangerous and stays dangerous for thousands of years. Long after the company is gone, long after the ministry is gone, there would be impacts that would pose a threat for every generation to come. It's not just about protecting this country for us, but uranium threatens communities and country from cradle to the grave, at home and overseas. This is our responsibility, and we take that responsibility very seriously. We have to leave this poison where it is. Australian uranium was used at Fukushima. I don't want uranium from my country to be in the next nuclear disaster. I don't want the responsibility on my shoulders. And just to add to that, downstairs I spoke to a woman who comes from Poland and who spoke about to me, because I've been asking people what they wanted me to say at this inquiry, people from the chemist to people I've met on the street. And she said that she has multiple friends and family who all have thyroid problems from the Chernobyl disaster. There's thousands of square kilometres of land that is no longer usable, and the same at Fukushima and the same at 3 Mile Island. In fact, 3 Mile Island, the Harrisburg, Pennsylvania nuclear reactor that blew up in about the late 1970s, is now apparently going to come back online. And I think the reason for that is decommissioning old nuclear reactors is so expensive, and actually are storing the waste on the sites of nuclear reactors at the present time. There's nowhere to get rid of the waste unless, I suppose, we could all take a bag full and bury it in our backyard and make sure that our future generations of children and children's children look after it properly, whatever that means. There's no safe way of managing nuclear waste. It's not being sold, it's not being managed now, and I understand that there is now a low-level radioactive waste site in Southern Cross, and they're saying they can take high-level radioactive waste. Just, I mentioned in my submission as well, when Roan Pelonk wanted to start a rare earths plant in Pinjarra and truck 2-ton bulker bags of thorium through the metropolitan area, like through Kewdale and up through Midland and through our wheat belt, it was stopped, and Roan Pelonk have not pursued that idea. But quite frankly, if you have that kind of waste going through suburbs, people get more cancers. That's what happens. Just like when you spill the stuff or have a nuclear accident, people get sick. And it's actual people's experiences that I value. Anyway, that woman said...
Ms. Molloy, just a follow-up question on that. Can you cite to me incidents of people getting sick from nuclear waste, from mishandling waste?
Well,
we've had evidence there aren't any. Yes,
there aren't any people who've died of handling nuclear waste. Do we count that as the people who were at places like Fukushima and 3 Mile Island who had to be flown in to do the hot work straight up? That's not waste. Well, what is it when a plant blows up? So what that does to country is make it unusable. But that's not called waste.
Were you here in the previous hearing where we had the nuclear scientists talking about the relative risks per kilowatt hour of all the different energy sources? And I think nuclear was right on par with solar. Would you dispute that?
What was that, sir?
Nuclear was right on par with solar in terms of the number of deaths.
Solar?
Yeah.
How do you die of solar? Lie under a...
No, people installing it or in accidents being given, it was much safer than coal, much safer than hydro. Do you have evidence? Do you have something to table or evidence that disputes what we just heard from these scientists previous to you?
Well, I mean, it's about how you think about radioactivity and how it works on people, I guess. Because the trouble with things like asbestos and radiation is that they are discovering that in smaller and smaller amounts it actually does affect the cellular, so people who are liable for cancer and so on are likely to get it. I remember when Roan Pelonk was going to put the radioactive waste through the wheat belt and the suburbs, and they said something like, don't worry about it, it will only cause a 10% increase in cancer in the population. The thing is that if you live along a railway line and you actually absorb more, if there's an accident or, I mean, I talk about accidents because we seem to forget them extremely easily. When we have a nuclear accident, they're disastrous. And it's about whether solar has killed more people, because they've slipped off roofs, or I don't quite understand how that scientist has come to that conclusion. But I believe that
to your conclusion on nuclear, though? What evidence were you citing?
Well, it's based on the numbers of thousands of people who had to evacuate from around Fukushima and Chernobyl, and it's based on mouth-to-mouth reports about people who have in their own families and in their own community. This was in Poland, which is I think near Ukraine, where the Chernobyl cloud went. You know, they only picked up that accident had happened because Swedish nuclear reactors had monitors that indicated really high levels, and it was 4 days or something like that before they actually admitted they'd had a major accident. So the trouble for me is about the social licence to do this. The only nuclear reactors that are being built at the moment are in China and through Russia. So they're not exactly socially democratic countries. You have to set up the right infrastructure in order to control any danger around people getting concerned about these things. So I don't think that the countries that are going ahead with nuclear reactors at the moment or decommissioning them at the moment are actually any kind of light ahead for the way that Australian society should run. So I appreciate this chance for democratic discussion around these things.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Chester.
No, I'm right, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, no worries.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
So can I respond?
Yeah. Yep.
As to your question about the export of uranium, I guess if Australia stopped exporting uranium, the demand would be supplied by somewhere else, probably Russia, who are the world's largest exporters. But that doesn't mean we should. I don't agree that we should export it. There's other ways of providing offsets to global warming issues, and uranium's just one of many. Another one is green hydrogen, and technology exists. It's still in its infancy stages, but maybe we should be putting a lot of focus on green hydrogen.
Thank you for evidence. I was just trying to balance export uranium versus concern for climate, but you've answered it. Thank you.
Can I just add something to my answer? It's not just about offsetting our emissions, it's about reducing our emissions. So if you can say we can produce as many emissions as we want because we're exporting uranium, then we're not doing any good. We're not making things any better.
The question was about reducing the world's emissions, not just Australia's, but thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ryan.
Ms. Corke, thank you for your testimony. You referred to the opportunity cost of not going ahead with the renewables transition. Could you enlarge on that a bit for us, please?
What I'm thinking in particular is the, actually it was touched upon before about by Dr. Fullarton, about the need now for climate governance, and that directors of companies now have director duties to not make misleading claims, and that their stakeholders and shareholders are demanding social license, environmental sustainability practices within the companies. And companies who don't follow this, like I think there's 90 finance companies now signed up, and something like 86% of ASIC companies. It's a revolution in how boards are being run and the accountability of boards. And as such, if we can't produce, if we don't allow our companies to produce properly green products that can be sold overseas, we're going to lose out on the export markets.
So you're worried about the impact of things like carbon border adjustment mechanisms and things like that?
Absolutely.
So essentially what you're saying is that the board members have a responsibility to their shareholders to make sure that they're abiding with international regulations.
Absolutely, and also that they can't make any claims that cannot be proven anymore. So greenwashing, green hushing is no longer going to be available for board directors.
Mm-hmm. That being the case, what's your feeling about the fact that there's so much noise and static in, just in what this committee is talking about in terms of the failure of various parties to agree on the science, for example, or the economics of the various energy options that have been put before us?
But I'm not an economist and I'm not a scientist, but I do know that if you're comparing costs, you really should compare them under the same scenario analysis, not two completely different ones.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Ms. Mascarenhas.
This is a question to Dr. Fullarton, and based on your research but also your experience as an energy project developer, do you think that small modular reactors can be built in Western Australia by 2035?
Can I be simple? No. Not a chance in hell. We don't have an existing nuclear system where we've got the expertise. We'd have to be borrowing stuff. It took me 5 years to get a solar farm approved by all the bits and pieces, and that was 20 years ago. I wouldn't want the job.
Thank you for your answer, and it's also great to have a solar farmer online. The thing I'm wondering is whether you see risks in what the coalition has suggested of pivoting away from a market-based framework and introducing a fully government-owned and operated energy system?
My peers are frightened to hell. The SMR project to me and to most of them is a distraction. I can see the philosophical logic in it. If I may have a little story, when we were young fellows, we had a penchant to put great big motors in very old and little cars. And eventually the boys put a Holden V8 into an Austin A30. And, it's repowering it. We've got a coal-fired boiler and we put in a nuclear boiler and we're in business. So they took it out on the road and it went over 100 mile an hour. Of course it did. It went well in excess of probably 130 mile an hour. But there was an unforeseen circumstance that the boys didn't take into account. It still had Austin A30 brakes in it. Now, by good fortune, they didn't wind up in the bush in a pile of flame. But the problem we've got is that simplistic answers have got a whole raft of unknown consequences. And I don't know, and nobody knows, if I can pull out a coal-fired boiler in Collie and replace it with a nuclear reactor. Maybe you can, but I've got to tell you, coal is found in geophysical fault lines. That's how coal is made. It goes underground and then later on the plate push it back up again. So you're really putting something where it really shouldn't be to get to repower the Austin. But boy, there's a whole raft of things that are unforeseeable, and to say in 10 years' time, you're kidding. You joke.
My final question to all the panellists is whether you think that Western Australia should become a state that exports yellow cake?
No.
And if you want to elaborate, go for it.
Oh, look, people have made money out of all sorts of things in the past. They used to sell human beings, what?
Yeah.
You sell asbestos, you sell tobacco, you can sell all sorts of evils as you wish. Why add uranium to it?
My answer's no.
Yeah, I'd like to say no, but I'd also like to say that in this instance, we're looking at small modular reactors that are entirely funded by government, taxpayers, people, those of us who pay tax. And I'm concerned that in the longer term, just as we see the models of nuclear reactors that are gradually coming into their final years or having their lives extended because it's too expensive to decommission them, who's going to pay for the insurance on nuclear energy? Nobody. No, there are no insurance companies paying for it. The only people who pay the insurance are when there's accidents and so on, which are government funded. In fact, a lot of the nuclear reactors that are now starting to go out of operation are demanding, in America, for example, that the US fund the radioactive waste problem. And the same has happened in France, where they've got a major, it's a 15 billion euro fund being set up to actually fund long-term radioactive waste, because you can't cost it. It's so expensive into the future, and we don't know. It's endlessly expensive. And this is where the difference between renewables, even if they kill more people curiously than nuclear energy, is that at least the renewables don't go on producing poison and radioactive contamination where they are or where they're exported to, or whoever has to look after them in the longer term.
Can I just add something to my comment about the no to yellow cake? There is an issue that yellow cake can be used for purposes other than turning it into uranium that's going to be used in a plant. It can be used in bombs. And my understanding is that has happened in the past, even though there were strong reasons for strong rules about who was using the yellow cake and where it went, but it's ended up in the wrong hands for the wrong purpose. So that's an issue with it as well.
Thank you, Ms. Mascarenhas. Dr. Molino.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I just had a question for Ms. Corke. So you're a councillor, is that right?
I am, but I'm not here, and I cannot speak for the city. I'm here as a private individual.
No, that's fine. I was just more a question, I guess, for you as somebody who's had experience in engaging with the community. One of the issues, aside from all the technical and economic issues, is that we've dealt with over the course of this inquiry is social licence. And an expert from the US in social licence gave evidence that it can be highly problematic when undertaking engagement if, as part of the process, you nominate a location up front, almost as a fait accompli. She said that there needs to be an opportunity for the community to, if it's going to be a genuine process, to say no. And she described it as that there needs to be genuine voluntarism. I'm just interested in, your background as somebody who's engaged in a lot of discussions with the community around complex social issues. What are your thoughts on the social licence aspect of this?
Well, it's quite an interesting question for me because I'm a councillor at the City of Coburn, and Coburn Sound is where HMS Starling is located, and we've just had AUKUS absolutely piggybacked onto us without any consultation with the community. In fact, the local government wasn't even consulted before the dry dock announcement was made. And we have a special electors meeting on Thursday at the city because enough of our residents are livid that they haven't been consulted on this matter. So I think upfront community consultation before there are any locations, anything whatsoever, is absolutely essential when there's something that's going to impact people's lives to this extent.
Thanks, that's useful. And then I just had a follow-up question for Dr. Fullarton. You said that you were sceptical that SMRs could be built in Western Australia by 2035. I just wanted to drill into that a little, because I think you've got quite extensive experience in actually deploying projects and technology. Is part of the issue here that the technology is still being pinned down to make it commercially viable? And is part of the issue to the inherent complexity of these projects and the risk of timeline blowouts?
My good friend Alana McTiernan used to say, you can always come in ahead of time and under budget as long as you keep changing your timeline and your budget. With my case, with the solar, the technology was ho-hum. They'd put solar panels on Space Lab. I've got a long background, you can look it up. But that was the original idea. And I must admit it was kind of conceived in drink to build a solar farm. But anyway, some good ideas are. But the long and the short of it is that even with proven technology, it was getting the system, the broader understanding of the existing utilities to learn how to dovetail solar generated electricity into the grid. And that took a long while. We started off with nothing more than a vacuum cleaner, 1,500 watts, to show that it could slowly be absorbed. And that's what we did. We did it incrementally and very, very small bits at a time. And that took from 2001, 2002 up to 2005 just to get the utilities to learn to integrate make the connections. There's a whole raft of things. There's power meters and many bits and pieces that we were poking around in the dark. It was pioneering. And with an SMR, you don't actually get to pioneer at that level. You can't go and build one in the lab, and it's kind of got to be a 300 megawatt or nothing, and that's a lot. You don't get to select your site, which is another problem. The assumption is that it will just go into the car like the V8 goes into the Austin A30. And I think you're going to have a lot more background and work. And be aware, as the lady said, you're not fiddling with a solar panel. It's really not going to hurt anyone. You can throw it away. it's a big commitment. It's a really, really big leap. And the fear that my compatriots have is that while we're spending time on integrating an SMR into the system, we could be miles down the track. Our renewable energy's got to the point where Carnarvon's gone from literally 1,500 watts to over a couple of megawatts, nearly 10% of our town. And in fact, most of the day it's run purely by solar, such that the Horizon Power have been able to scale back their fossil fuel power plant. And that's the whole purpose. We're reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Let's not lose sight of it. And a time span of 10 years for anything that's, I mean, solar's taken 30 years to get here. Wow, you know, it's a big ask. I can't see it happening.
Thank you, Dr. Molina.
No, thanks. That's useful.
Mr. Bennell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for providing evidence today. Mr. Hungerford, can you take us through your analysis of the UK Hinkley plant and its issues, and do you think this is a scenario we'd likely see play out in Australia if the LNP was to enact their policy plan?
Yeah, okay. Well, the Hinkley plant, my understanding is still not working, but I've got my note here, just hold on a second. It was first announced in 2010, but that's it's an idea. Took till August 2016 before the UK government said, okay, it's approved, but there were the fairly standard set of safety regulations, building regulations, operating standards, reviews. There was a lot of work done behind the scenes to get it to that stage, but there was a cost of 18 billion pounds at the time, with expected completion date of 2025. That's next year. But there've been a lot of problems, and they've spent a lot more money, having to spend a lot more money. It's now up to 46 billion pounds, which is around 88 billion. I've got million on my report, but 88 billion. And the new completion dates, and it's phase one, there's a couple of phases, is 2029. Now that's a long time. That's really from when approval was given up to, at this stage, what the expected completion date is 13 years, but doubling in cost, more than doubling in cost.
So what's your thoughts on Australia's ability to roll out a plan here in Australia?
Well, I know
under the Liberal National Party as proposed in their policy document.
I know Australia has had a couple of. We've got one in Sydney, the small nuclear facility there, which is mostly used for medical purposes, producing medical stuff. But that was built with, from my understanding, a lot of help from UK. So we don't have experts. We could get experts. We'd have to train experts. We'd have to put a lot of effort into, especially the first one, because the first one is always hardest, more difficult. We'd have to put a lot of effort into getting it right, and in the process make a lot of mistakes. So whatever the plan is for time frame and whatever the expected cost is, it's likely to be double approximately, or more or worse, the first one. Once we've got used to it, we've got some expertise, local expertise. The next, because there's supposedly 7 altogether, the next ones should take less time and not cost as much. And eventually, by number 7, we might have it down to what the expected cost is, comparable cost to overseas.
May I make a comment, please?
Yeah.
My understanding from looking at the the World Nuclear Industry Status Report, which is produced by 14 external scientists, like they're not actually paid for by the nuclear industry, that SMRs are small modular reactors. The idea was that you could have a kit form for a small modular reactor that would then be commercially viable because you would reproduce them. My understanding is that the two that are kind of underway in Canada, one in Argentina that I think started in 2014, was put off in 2020, has now been started again, but is not ready for that. So the trouble about trying to make nuclear reactors small is that they've been scaling down the larger ones to suit the thing. The actual small modular reactors have not been produced yet, so they're not actually modular and ready to reproduce, and no countries are producing them. The ones that are producing nuclear energy at the moment are China and Russia. So we don't necessarily have, I would say, a good enough relationship with them to be able to use their nuclear industry, and I don't know how socially acceptable it would be in Australia.
Can I just add a little bit more to mine? Sorry. The UK has been building nuclear reactors for 60 years, more, 70, so they should have a lot of expertise. And despite that, we've got the problems at Hinkley, which are continuing. Australia has no expertise. We could import some of it, train some people, but it will mean extra time, extra money.
Thank you. And this is to the whole panel. So we've heard this repetitively over the entire inquiry, that the LNP continue to say that they'll undertake two and a half years of extensive consultation to make sure that community is on board. Now, on Friday the 13th of all dates, the Australian newspaper was reporting that Peter Dutton would seek an election mandate to compel sceptical premiers and business chiefs into fast-tracking the coalition's plan to build nuclear. Does that sound like they intend to really listen to community in this process?
No.
I don't have a lot of hope, only because most communities are saying no. I think you need to look at where people are acting. Like solar, they say now solar has been oversubscribed. I mean, the whole concept of oversubscribing to solar power is because people realise it saves them money and it actually works. And when you have a minor subsidy, thousands of people will adopt that version of renewables and whatever. Whereas nuclear, I don't know that you're having anyone holding up their hands and going, yes, let's have it here, because they've got the experience in most of those places of coal mining, where it's, you know, a dirty, dangerous industry. And to just simply replace that. The other thing that's been happening is Western Australia has been actually planning for the phase out of the Muja power station. So there's actually a good consultation level and you know, communication between unions, people working there. And I think Collie, yesterday they were saying we haven't found anyone who's actually in favour of this. It's the only way it works is when you regulate and force it on communities. Otherwise, we all have a little bag of waste to bury in our backyards.
Can I just say something else just to add to mine? The location is going to be a problem with the Hinkley is from my understanding, a new plant in a new location. The proposal we've had is to replace coal-fired power stations, 7 locations, with nuclear. So how's that going to happen? Because the coal-fired power station is going to, in theory, operate for a while. Side by side is going to be built a nuclear station, nuclear power plant, and it will take probably 4 years. So are they going to have both sites? Well, they will have to have both systems, both plants on the one side at the same time. Now that's going to be quite difficult in some of the locations.
All too often public consultation is carried out when the outcome is predetermined. It's a tick box exercise, and it's extremely easy to write survey questions in such a way that you get the response that you are looking for. So no, I don't believe that proper public consultation would be done on something that's a predetermined decision.
I'd just like to make one more comment. After the day I put my submission in, there were 2 tremors felt in Collie. Now, I know that, you know, you say that it's all going to be safe, or people say that it's all going to be safe and it won't, but I believe that the effects of climate change and huge amounts of mining are going to have long-term consequences that we don't know what they are yet.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell. You can go quickly, Mr. O'Brien, as long as in a preamble. We've only got like 30 seconds left.
The last question dealt with the Coalition's plan for a 2.5-year community engagement process, and the Coalition has been very open about the locations of nuclear power plants. The Albanese government has signed up for permanent storage of high-level nuclear waste through the AUKUS deal. To this day, nobody has any idea where that location will be. We heard from the Defence Department that could be in any state in Australia. Does it concern you that, in contrast to the Coalition's approach, where we're being very open about where, the Albanese government, when it comes to high-level nuclear waste storage, remains silent on that question? Does that concern you at all?
Please be very quick with our answers on this, as we are
I'm
right on.
very happy to go very quickly. Both plans terrify me because there is nowhere in the world that high-level waste can be stored right now. Finland, 23 years building their storage capacity. It's still not finished. There should be no high-level nuclear waste being created.
Yeah, I'm totally opposed to it, but I also really object to the way that this issue is politicised in terms of Labor and Liberal and stuff like that. This is about people and the impact on the future of Australia and the world and the responsibility we have. We have been exporting uranium for a long time. So I object to the way that the question was put, because it's not in the interests of anyone, human beings at all.
So there's a big cost associated with trying to work out a way of dealing with waste, high-level waste. It's not done anywhere around the world. Finland's working on it. The US has got a heap of high-level uranium, doesn't know what to do with it. Australia's got low-level uranium, doesn't know what to do with it. It's another way of that cost for doing that has been hidden, and it's part of the making it a divisive issue.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I just want to confirm that the AUKUS deal is a bipartisan agreement.
It is indeed.
I just wanted to confirm that as well.
And the government still has not declared any news about where, contrary
Thank you for your
to the
time today,
coalition.
guys. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming to WA.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here too.
Yeah.
I now welcome Engineers Australia to come and give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Bernadette Foley, Acting Chief Engineer, Engineers Australia.
And Professor Lachlan Blackhall. I'm a Fellow of Engineers Australia, and I'm also a Director on the Board of Engineers Australia.
Excellent, thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement and we proceed to discussions, would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewable or nuclear industries, please?
So before we make our opening statement, Engineers Australia is apolitical, engages across the political spectrum. Engineers Australia is a member of both the government and opposition's business dialogue networks. Engineers Australia has invested in a diversified portfolio comprised of cash, term deposits, property, and a portfolio of equities and other financial securities that is managed by Morgan Stanley. Personally, I have no political affiliations. I do have a small share portfolio typical of a normal mum and dad type investment, including some energy-related shares.
On a personal level, no affiliation with a political party. I have a minority holding in a small technology company that's a spin out from the Australian National University where I work, and it does work in the distributed energy space.
Thank you. You came very prepared for this. Well done. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we head on to discussions.
Thank you for inviting Engineers Australia to today's public hearing. My name is Bernie Foley, as I said, and I'm the Acting Chief Engineer at Engineers Australia. I'm joined by Professor Lachlan Blackhall. Engineers Australia is a membership association for the engineering profession with over 130,000 individual members, and they're Australian-wide. Constituted by Royal Charter, our mission is to advance the science and practice of engineering for the benefit of the community. Engineers Australia plays a pivotal role in Australia by shaping and accrediting internationally recognised engineering degrees across the tertiary sector, by being the assessing authority for migration skills assessment for engineering occupations, credentialing engineers for chartered recognition and statutory registration eligibility, and importantly, throughout their engineering careers, we also provide support and facilitate ongoing professional development for those engineers to remain current and upskill or reskill to meet changing needs. And all of this is critical as we transition current and future workforce to support the energy transition. Our evidence today is informed by our members who have both broad and detailed expertise in nuclear energy and energy systems. As a profession, we take an evidence-based approach to problem solving, which ensures that our views are technology neutral and apolitical. Energy is not just a component of the economy, it's fundamental to our personal and social well-being. Our submission advocates for a future energy mix that ensures our energy system is safe, reliable, affordable and clean. Internationally, conventional nuclear power is a proven technology, and there is no technical reason why nuclear generation cannot be considered as part of Australia's future energy mix. However, the question being asked by this inquiry is whether nuclear energy is a viable part of Australia's future energy mix. This question requires not only technical considerations, but also considerations of cost, deployment timelines, social licence, waste and/or risk, and the development of a skilled workforce, to name a few. The consideration of deployment timeline is critical given Australia's Paris Agreement commitment to reduce emissions by 43% by 2030 and to net zero emissions by 2050. The consideration of nuclear energy must not unduly delay the decarbonisation of our economy. Engineers Australia's submission remains technology agnostic in that the technology which is best suited to the problem at hand, after full investigation, should be considered. In concluding, we want to leave you with 3 key points today. Our members and the broader engineering profession provide critical expertise that is necessary to help Australia navigate our energy transition. Engineers Australia plays a critical and central role in preparing the future engineering workforce. And it's worth noting here that the graduate engineers who will be graduating in the 2040s have not yet been born. More broadly, our members and the engineering profession are critical to solving complicated and complex problems, the types of problems that are arising during the energy transition. Thank you, and we welcome questions.
Thank you very much, and I will start with the Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for appearing before us today. Can I just confirm, does Engineers Australia support the lifting of the moratorium against nuclear energy so it can stop being illegal in Australia?
Yeah, so ultimately we believe this is a question for state and federal governments to consider, but notwithstanding the legislative ban, we believe it's appropriate to consider the role that nuclear energy generation can play in Australia's future energy mix. And obviously, as we've already talked to, we consider that there's obviously important considerations that span technical, economic and social considerations, and the recommendations we've made in our submission really, we feel, provide a sensible approach to addressing these socio-techno-economic considerations.
So are you saying that the ban should be lifted or shouldn't?
We're saying that's a question for the government of the day.
No, I understand that. But you'd like, okay, so let me put it differently. I take it you're probably not wanting to answer that clearly, which is okay, it's your right. But you're saying nuclear should be at least included in analysis on the best pathway to get to a net zero electricity grid. Is that right?
Yeah, we're saying that there's no technical or engineering reason that nuclear wouldn't be considered as part of the future energy mix. And obviously, the recommendations that we've suggested in the submission go to the many areas of consideration, which include technical, but also go to many other factors, including, social, the timeline of deployment, and so on.
Okay. And then on the current government's plan for an 82% renewables grid by 2030, understanding they need between 6 to 7 gigawatts of new generation installed every single year. Last year, final investment decisions, so deal closed, were only 1.3 gigawatts. This year, I think it will be higher than that, but most experts who advise are probably saying to be about half of what's required. So they're way behind the 8 ball. Is it in Engineers Australia's view that 82% will be achieved, despite the fact they're actually running well behind the schedule?
Yeah, look, I mean, ultimately, the engineering profession is here to solve the problems that we need to solve in order to navigate the energy transition. And so we are obviously currently working towards, as a country, the 43% reductions against 2005 carbon emissions by 2030, and that includes the 82% of renewable energy. And so
I suppose I'm asking, do you think it's achievable rather than a statement of the fact that the government has a target? I mean, the government also has the target. You mentioned 43% emissions reduction, but emissions haven't actually gone down since the government has come in. So
ultimately, as a country, we need to achieve those targets in order to meet our Paris commitments.
Are we on track?
Well, I think if you look at the evidence, as you say, no, we're currently behind where we had hoped to be. But as a statement of ambition, we have to find a path in order to achieve those targets. And I think as a country, we need to come together, obviously, to achieve that. And in terms of the pathway to get to 2030, we have that laid out for us in the ISP that AEMO publish on a biannual basis.
Yes, thank you.
Deputy Chair.
Sure. Cost was one of the factors you think is important. The Frontier Economics has done an analysis now comparing Labor's pathway to a net zero grid to one which includes nuclear energy. The Department of Energy in the United States compared a renewables on a grid to renewables plus nuclear and found that once you have nuclear, it's 37% cheaper. Frontier Economics looked at step change and progressive scenarios. Step change versus step change with nuclear, 25% cheaper. Progressive versus progressive, 25% cheaper when nuclear is in the mix. Given the government believes in the step change scenario, which the coalition does not believe is achievable, with 98% all vehicle sales being EVs and the like. Step change progressive, given there are two different pathways by two alternate future governments, ends up being a 44% difference in terms of the cost to get to net zero. Have you studied that report at all? Do you see any reason not to believe it's accurate?
Obviously, the report's only been recently released. We obviously have reviewed it in preparation for attending today. I think the report deserves to be scrutinised, and on behalf of the engineering profession, it will be scrutinised over the months ahead. fundamentally modelling is really important to make sure that we measure twice and cut once, because this is going to be a very expensive transition. When it comes to modelling, though, we need to be able to have apples to apples comparisons. And so while the Frontier Economics report is based on some of the approaches captured within the ISP, it's not modelled within the same framework as the ISP.
In what way?
Well, in the sense...
No more questions.
He's giving...
You had your chance.
No, hang on. Deputy Chair, we're talking about the same topic. You and your colleagues have done this multiple times today. So can we just hear Mr Blackwell out, please?
So fundamentally, Frontier Economics have the modelling framework that they have developed that informs the report that's in front of us. The ISP uses an AEMO developed framework. To do a true apples to apples comparison, we need to see the analysis done within the same framework. You'll notice as one of our recommendations that we've recommended in the next iteration of the ISP that it should include nuclear. And from an Engineers Australia perspective, that is the appropriate way to have an apples to apples comparison from a modelling perspective.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Ms Mascarenas.
Thank you for attending today. I'm going to ask some questions around building nuclear power stations on coal-fired sites, and in some ways it's almost questions around first principles, and I realise your submission didn't explicitly cover this. The thing that I'm wondering is like what some of the challenges might be of building nuclear power generation on a coal site. And so, for example, if we consider the need for increased generation and storage around these coal sites, will it be necessary to upgrade transmission investment? And like, what other challenges do you think would be anticipated if we use coal-fired power station sites?
So look, I think at a very high level, the challenge we're going to face in addressing many of these questions about a rollout of nuclear is that we simply haven't done it here in Australia before. And so it's very hard to know the challenges that we might have to deal with because we'll be doing first of a kind in the Australian context. We obviously acknowledge that this has been done elsewhere in the international context. So I think specific site considerations, whether it's sort of waste management, whether it's access to water, whether it's transmission sizing, they really need to be fleshed out through more detailed analysis. It's very hard at a high level to simply say we need to do this here and this here. If we're going to be thinking about deploying billions of dollars in capital to build these new assets, we are going to have to go on a site-by-site basis. And as you say, obviously one of those considerations will be whether there do need to be upgrades to transmission.
The other question that I'm wondering about is planning for the engineering workforce, and what you're seeing is the demand, or like what the demanding areas or the areas of growth are from a new engineer's perspective, in that line of recognising that the engineers that will be graduating in 2040 aren't even born yet. That's quite a powerful concept. And one of the things that I'd say that has been seen in WA for some of our mining companies when they've got a mining arm or a future energy arm, what the HR departments are saying is that everyone wants to work in the future energy department because they want to be a part of that decarbonisation pathway. So I'm wondering if you've either got some data or if there's anecdotal stuff that you can share with us, and whether there's a demand for engineers saying that I'm interested working in the nuclear energy industry.
So the question of workforce is critical to us. It's part of our core business in relation to understanding the needs and the future needs. So we mentioned in our submission as well, is we know that the needs are complex, but we're also recommending that a full analysis is actually undertaken both of existing and future. So we have data already in terms of the makeup of the Australian profession, where there are needs, where the supply is okay. What is critical though is that we know that in the coming decades we're going to need tens of thousands of additional engineers. And that's across the whole economy. So yes, within energy, but also in a number of different sectors. I think the other thing is, and it goes back to that question about those who are not yet born and the future workforce from that perspective. What we do need to do is we need to take a holistic approach, regardless of what energy mix we have, is that we actually have to start from the time that someone's 5 years old all the way through the system to ensure that we as Australia have an engineering profession, engineering workforce that can meet all of the challenges that we present. There's huge challenges, but there's also really exciting opportunities.
I think maybe just the other point to add here is that Engineers Australia also plays a critical role in doing migrant skills assessment, in ensuring that overseas born and overseas qualified engineers coming to Australia are actually recognised within our accreditation framework here, and that is critically important, obviously, because many overseas trained engineers actually come to Australia and then struggle to find employment here, and so we are losing out on their skills and experience and the diversity that they bring to the consideration of key engineering problems. So workforce is it's a really critical area, and as Bernie said, it is an area of work where we play a very central role. And we'd love to see more engagement around how we ensure that we have the workforce we need, yes, for energy transition, but also more broadly, given that this really is the golden age of engineering.
Anyone that's caught an Uber, there's so many skilled professionals out there, and if you haven't read the book Stellar Elephant by James Foley, I highly recommend it. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Ms. Mascarenas. Mr. Chester.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for being here today. Further on to Ms. Mascarenas' questions, are Australian engineers trained to a world-class standard?
Yes, so our competency standards, so Engineers Australia is the custodian of professional standards in Australia. We are members and we're the Australian signatory to the International Engineering Alliance. The International Engineering Alliance is responsible, it's a multilateral agreement, or it's a series of multilateral agreements which have benchmark standards for both graduate attributes, and so therefore the point at which engineering graduates complete their studies, and also professional competencies, so effectively that point within somebody's career where they've been assessed as competent to practice independently. Both of those are, yes, aligned to international benchmarks.
So we've heard other evidence that Australia, thankfully, probably due to a lot of your members, is actually very good, in fact excellent, at building safe structures. So would you agree that we build safe structures in Australia?
In the context of structural engineering, civil engineering, yeah, I mean, I think it's well known that Australia is a world leaders in civil engineering, and we've worked hard here to have good safety standards that are followed by the profession. There's no trap in this. It's just I'm interested. No, the evidence we received was that Australia is very good at building safe structures, and the point was made that a lot of a nuclear power station structure is civil engineering. So that would be true. Yep. So there's no barrier in terms of our capacity as world-class trained engineers to build safe structures in that regard. Okay. Yep. So just the question around upskilling and reskilling to meet future needs, how quickly did your members have to adapt to the penetration of large-scale renewables to get to a point where they were competent? Quite quickly? Or?
They do it from an evolution perspective, and so as professional engineers there is continual professional development, and regardless of which role you're working within as a professional engineer, there is a commitment to continually develop your professionally.
Where you're specialising?
Yeah, and where you're specialising. And so therefore it's just bread and butter in terms of the engineering mindset, that you keep up with technology, you keep up with emerging trends, you do professional development so that you can keep abreast of the emerging, evolving technologies.
And so, I mean, to give you some context for that, so this year we're going to run about 850 continuing professional development opportunities, both for our members and for the broader profession. And then obviously as part of our ability to charter our members, we have a series of specialisations in which people can be chartered across particular areas, and that's another way through at the sort of 7-year mark of an engineering career that engineers are able to demonstrate competency to practice.
So on that basis, with the prospect of the AUKUS agreement, the need for nuclear cable engineers on the horizon, would that you expect to see a progression now of more engineers looking at that field, or is that how it happens? Or?
So there's two different parts to it. There are those that specialise from a nuclear engineering perspective, And then there's broader requirements of the engineering profession. So we know that it's not only nuclear engineers which are required. You said before, the civil engineers are critical in terms of a structural perspective. And so there is the component where you need to be nuclear aware. There's also the component for the technical expertise from a nuclear engineering perspective. So the area of specialisation that Lachlan referred to is we refer to as an area of practice. We are currently developing an area of practice in nuclear engineering. At the moment, that is focused from an AUKUS perspective, but that is under development.
So you'd be confident, given we have world-class trained engineers, that we'd be smart enough as a nation to upskill to meet the needs of a changing environment. You'd be confident about that.
So we upskill regularly in terms of whatever the needs are there. Is that it's part and parcel of being an engineer.
Thank you.
Can I maybe just to follow on from that? I think the challenge we do face as a nation, though, is that we have a finite engineering workforce at the moment, and we're talking a lot about upskilling and reskilling into multiple other areas. And actually, we're not going to have enough engineers if we're simply reskilling and upskilling the existing engineering cohort. And so this really does go back to this whole of life cycle approach to how we train our engineers. We need more engineering graduates coming out of universities. Universities have a critical role to play in actually ensuring that they are teaching the engineering competencies that we need for our future engineering workforce as well. So it's, yes, absolutely a reskilling and upskilling question, but it's also it's fundamentally a question of how we make sure we have enough engineers. And to Bernie's earlier point, all projections really point to the fact that we are going to be tens of thousands of engineers short over the coming decade and more. And so that really is something that government are going to need to look at holistically as well, how we get enough engineering graduates coming out of universities and out of into the corresponding trades. And then, yes, how we bring the existing engineering workforce up to skill to deal with new engineering requirements like AUKUS.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chester. Dr. Molino.
Oh, thanks, Chair. So thanks very much for your evidence. And I was just interested in drilling a little into that upskilling issue. Because as you said, the economy and the engineering profession is having to upskill in new areas constantly. But as you say, there's an overarching set of shortages emerging. Is it fair to say that upskilling can take some time depending on the demands in various practice areas?
Absolutely, that's a fair statement. And that is that when you look at the needs, we're looking at the needs from now, we're looking at the needs for future. And so at the moment, the projects that are existing projects have engineers working on them, which range from fresh graduates all the way through to senior principal engineers. So it's not a matter of upskilling and reskilling everybody to the same level. It's about understanding the diversity of the workforce needs, and ensuring that the programs that you have in place take into account that there are different upskilling and different reskilling needs across the economy.
I think the other consideration too, which is particularly relevant for Engineers Australia at the moment, is that most complex problems that we're trying to solve require an engineering team. And so, yes, that goes to engineers, professional engineers, technologists, associate engineers, but it also goes to the allied areas of competencies, which might sit outside the engineering disciplines, but which are necessary for the engineering team to be able to do their work. And so I think really, really important, obviously, when we think about the engineering workforce, we also think about all of those allied professions and how they contribute to the broader engineering teams that are solving these big, complex challenges for the nation.
Yeah. I think it's also worth noting that when you're talking about engineering qualifications, both undergraduate and also some beyond undergraduate, we're talking about often 4-year plus degrees, very, very specialist technical qualifications.
Yes, absolutely. I think the other consideration, obviously, here as well is pathways between both the vet and the university sector as well. And perhaps, Bernie, you wanted to touch on that a bit more.
Yeah, I was going to mention that what we are seeing, and we know that there's a need there, is that there's different program structures. So typically you think and you conceptualise, because that is what's traditionally been there, a 4-year Bachelor of Engineering Honours from an Australian perspective, degree for a professional engineer. But as Lachlan mentioned as well, they're not the only types of engineers we need. We need 3-year qualified, we need 2-year qualified, we need trades, we need that learn while you earn approach as well, in terms of the work that we need now, and so therefore anything that we can do to support program structures which allow individuals to, yes, study, but also work in industry, the better. And there are some newer degree apprenticeship type models which allow flexibility with timelines for study. Does that answer the question?
Sorry.
Final question, Deputy. Final question, Dr. Molina.
Oh, thank you. Just a quick one. So obviously engineers are problem solvers, and the problems vary in their complexity and difficulty. There's risks of cost blowouts and time delays across any major project or infrastructure project. But is it fair to say that there are certain risk factors, like being at the cutting edge of technology or delivering something for the first time in a jurisdiction, that can tend to increase the risk of delay or cost blowout?
I mean, I think it's well understood that when you're doing first of a kind work, that there is a cost premium, and there's lots of commentary on that first of a kind premium, sort of in the energy context, that's captured in the gen cost and in other reports. I think more broadly, recognising that, if we're talking about the energy transition, it is a incredibly complex problem to solve, and engineers are here to solve those complex problems. That's it's a key attribute of the profession. One of the key reasons, obviously, we like to see a really strong focus on engineers being part of the decision-making process to guide the energy transition here in Australia.
Thank you, Dr. Molina. Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, that new technology cost premium you're talking about, Mr. Blackwell, would that apply to technologies like green hydrogen?
Yeah, I mean, I think the percentage uplift for first of a kind undoubtedly would change depending on the technology, but I mean, absolutely, if we're doing something for the first of a kind, there's always an innovation premium.
And floating offshore wind?
Undoubtedly.
Yeah, okay. And then on, I think you mentioned earlier, frontier economics needs to be scrutinised and will be scrutinised in the months ahead.
Yep.
The AEMA ISP's been out for a fair while longer than the Frontier Economics report. Do you feel like the assumptions that underpin that report are realistic and robust?
These are ultimately very complex models, and we do, as a community, need to scrutinise what the assumptions that are there, and they are regularly scrutinised. That's true for both Gen Cost and for the ISP, and it will be for the Frontier Economics piece. And I think ultimately, through that scrutiny, we get models that we understand. Yes. And so to my earlier comment, the reason it's important that we model within the same framework is so that we actually have a strong understanding of that framework. So it's important that we have these robust modelling approaches, and they will underpin how we come to a view on the optimal energy mix that Australia needs to have in order to reach our decarbonisation objectives, both in interim targets and also by 2050.
And is your view they're realistic?
I think the assumptions that are there correspond to the policies of the day. And ultimately, those policies have been set by the governments over many years, and so they are the appropriate considerations that need to go into the modelling.
So as an engineer and as a fellow, the ISP is assuming that onshore wind increases by 500% in 2030 to our highest ever peak year, which was 1920, with zero price escalation. Given the shortage, I think you're saying we're facing of engineers, we could be tens of thousands short, I think you said. Do you think it's realistic we could be producing 500% more onshore wind than we've ever produced before in just 4 short years, given those constraints with no price escalation?
Ultimately, I would defer to people who have expertise specifically in offshore wind, which is not my area of expertise. But I mean, as you're aware, the ISP draws on cost assumptions coming out of gen costs, which itself gets robust feedback. And the fact that we actually have modelling frameworks that are heavily scrutinised actually goes to the fact that we should, they become robust contributions to the evidence base that guides our transition.
Yep. And look, this is not a trick question, but you said, I think in your submission you talk about let's get the evidence out on the table, and let's have discussions. You had a speaker scheduled, Robert Parker, who was pulled from speaking. Why was that? This was a nuclear scientist and engineer who was going to be talking about that. Isn't that part of that process?
Yeah, so look,
get those facts out on the table.
So, as you'd be aware, in June we did cancel a CPD event. As an organisation, we've acknowledged that mistakes were made in how the event was cancelled. We've reflected and learnt from those mistakes. On the 24th of July, Robert came along and presented at a continuing professional development event hosted by Engineers Australia in Newcastle, and as I flagged before, this was one of 850 events that we've hosted this year. I think of relevance to the hearing, it's important that we note that Engineers Australia recognises that conventional nuclear power is a proven technology internationally, and on that basis there's no technical reason why nuclear generation shouldn't be considered as part of our energy mix. The point that we're obviously here today to make is that there's broader considerations which we need to assess in order to understand if
just on that
nuclear is nuclear is
that,
viable though in the Australian context.
Should be considered. Well, isn't the very fact that it's illegal in Australia, isn't that a impediment for people to consider it? Isn't that an impediment for people to get the expertise to have the kind of debate you're trying to talk about? Don't you think us being the only country I'm aware of where it's actually illegal, isn't that an impediment to considering it? And why wouldn't you support it as science-based technical people in lifting that moratorium? I get you're trying to be apolitical, but I'm actually asking you a scientific, civil question. If we remove that moratorium, wouldn't that help, actually, or why wouldn't it? Explain to me why it wouldn't if you say no to that.
Yeah, look, I think if we return to the comments I made earlier, removing the legislative ban is a question for governments. Governments have the power to remove that ban. What we're saying is that that ban being there should not stop consideration, which we've talked about through our evidence today and through the submission. But the legislative ban is governments have in their hands the ability to lift that ban if they consider it appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for providing evidence today. There's been a lot of talk throughout this whole committee hearing process about the LNP's plan and the costs associated with the plan for rollout for nuclear energy. One of the things that I've found difficult through this process is we hear that they're going to be liquid water-cooled pressurised reactors, then they're small modular reactors, then it changes to, today we've heard dry cooling reactors. There is a level of concern given that the Leader of the Opposition's clearly stated that this upcoming election is a referendum on nuclear energy. And the part that I struggle with is how can we get a fair and accurate costing to go to the Australian public of what this proposal really will cost in dollars, given it's fully subsidised by the Australian taxpayers? What are the differences between the different types of reactors? Are they more efficient? Are they less efficient? Are they more expensive to build? Are they less expensive to build? Does that impact the overall cost projections for a full build-out across the country for 7 locations with an undetermined number of reactors at each location? Like, from your perspective, when you're looking at breaking it down and analysing, like, are you doing it on the AP 1000, APR 1400? Like, what are the complications with the fact that there's essentially no meat on the bone for experts to actually go, okay, this stacks up or it doesn't?
I think there's lots of questions in there. So fundamentally, the first question is around what are the different technologies that are available. We've obviously talked about we've touched on the international experience. That's with conventional nuclear. Obviously, there's now a lot of discussion around small modular reactors. Conventional nuclear is proven internationally. Small modular reactors are still effectively in a research and development experimental phase. You can't go out today and buy one of those. So notwithstanding those differences, if you want clarity on pricing, we need good modelling. And I've talked before about the importance of good modelling frameworks. And we have GenCost and we have the ISP, and they are two key models that inform the transition here in Australia. And I think it's really important to note that both models, get robust critique when they are updated and released, and that's appropriate. And actually, it's a good sign when people are engaging with models and providing that robust critique, and it's even better when those models then take that critique into account in the future versions that they release. And we've seen that recently with the latest GenCost model. It has taken the critique from stakeholders, and it has provided more information about that. So, fundamentally, as a country, if we're going to rely on models to inform the transition, we need to actually have trust in those models, and if we have questions, to engage robustly, and we do see that in practice.
So then how do we get accurate? Because I'm still lost on the whole situation where we can't have a debate or a vote on a concept if we're saying this type of reactor here and then it all of a sudden changes over here. Does that mean that you've lost your sorry, Chair, does that mean you've lost your mandate if you're saying, well, we're going to deliver this type, but you haven't taken into consideration this or these types over here, which potentially cost more? Or
I think fundamentally the cost for both conventional nuclear and for SMRs are covered in GenCost, and obviously for any proposed future energy mix that Australia has, it needs to be costed on the basis of the technologies that are being deployed. And again, I go back to to the ISP. Fundamentally, the ISP is that process by which we understand the costs and economics and technical considerations of a future energy mix.
Because the reason why I'm asking some of that is you said in the submission you put forward socially acceptable and seeking genuine community consultation and engagement. So you're talking about social licence.
Absolutely.
And I'm just uncertain how you gain social licence if you don't know as a public what types of reactors we're talking about. Like, the technologies do make a difference. We heard down in Mudgee yesterday that there's concerns about water. So if we're not talking a water reactor down there, then there has to be an alternative for that community to be actually able to give or have an informed debate about their future in that region. The same as in South Australia, we've been told a small modular reactor, but they don't exist. We can't get one off the shelf, as you just said. How can people in my state have an informed debate about the legitimacy of delivering nuclear power in South Australia when we're talking about a technology that is not readily available? I won't say what I'm going to say, but anyway, I'll leave you to answer.
I think that's why it's critical, and in our submission as well, we talk about market regulatory bodies having the appropriate expertise and that engineering expertise and that insight from an engineering perspective. If we go back to fundamental engineering design, it is around looking at what options exist to identify the best mix. We talked before about site-specific requirements as well. You can't do those final analysis until you've actually got more detail, and we don't have that detail, or as far as I'm aware anyhow, that engineering analysis hasn't actually been undertaken for the Australian context. And for me, that becomes critical from a fundamental engineering mindset, engineering design perspective, is that you start with a broad understanding of what you're trying to achieve, and you refine at every single step until you get the design which is appropriate, which meets all the requirements and meets the objectives for what you're actually looking for.
I think maybe just to touch on the first part of your question around social licence, there's really critical considerations, obviously, for the energy transition broadly. And I think one of the key things that we need to do as a country is recognise that this is a socio-techno-economic problem. And so recognising that all three dimensions of those need consideration is critically important to make sure that we get to an outcome that's of benefit to the whole country.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell. Firstly, thank you for what you guys do as engineers. You guys are amazing people. I wouldn't have always said that when I was a tradie, because quite often I disagreed with what I had to do from the engineer, but that's okay. And just following on from that a little bit, here's the 5-page document from the Coalition, plus a front cover of their plan for nuclear, plus what has been done by Frontier Economics. Is that you guys are very detail-driven people? Is there enough detail in that 5-page plan, plus what Frontier Economics have done, for Australians to make an informed decision on whether they think nuclear is viable? We're about to go to an election at some stage before the end of May. Do you think that is enough information for them to make a decision?
I think ultimately, as we've sort of laid out in our submission, we think that you need detailed evidence in order to actually understand the path to the optimum energy mix in Australia. And in our submission, we've made some recommendations around the kinds of analysis that we think need to be undertaken to contribute to the evidence base that is already there.
So would you say we're lacking a little bit of evidence and detail right now?
I think, as I've said, we've provided some recommendations in our submission, and ultimately, we feel those recommendations will be, a helpful contribution to the evidence base.
Thank you. And just on the workforce issue, I've worked with you guys quite a lot over the time since becoming lucky enough to become a politician. By 2050, you're going to be around 90,000 engineers short in this industry. How are we going to get more people involved into becoming engineers, but also fitters, trades, and all that sort of stuff that is needed along this journey as well? How are we going to entice more people with nuclear, with this side of things, and with AUKUS as well?
Fundamentally, we would love to see commitments from governments to actually addressing the skills shortfall that we face, yes, as engineers, but also in the engineering team. Engineers and the engineering team play a critical role in solving problems that are of interest to the nation. And so from that perspective, having a concerted focus and a policy outcomes focus on ensuring that we have that skilled workforce is critically important, and obviously we're here to help and keen to help to bring that to fruition over the decades ahead.
The only thing which I would add to that is that it does need a whole system approach, and so engineering is not necessarily well understood. And so anything that we can do to raise the profile of engineering, the opportunities which are there, the diversity of the engineering profession, again with the allied professions as well, in terms of the opportunities are endless, and it is all about the communities and the environment within which we live.
Thank you very much for your evidence today. We're out of time, sorry, Ted.
You won't allow me one more?
No, we're out of time, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note the responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. And Deputy Chair, you're more than welcome to put that question through the Secretariat to forward on to the engineers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming along. Pleasure.
Thank you. Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
After May, we'll see. I now welcome Tellus to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, my name's Nate Smith. I'm Managing Director and CEO of Tellus Holdings.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before I invite you to make a brief opening statement, then we proceed to discussions. Would you please state if you're a current or former member of a political party or a union or an investor in the renewables or nuclear industries, please?
No to all of the above.
Excellent. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we head on to discussions.
Thank you, Chair. Tellus appreciates the opportunity to appear before the committee today. For too long in Australia, radioactive waste disposal has been in the too hard basket. It no longer needs to be because Australia has a solution. My name's Nate Smith, and I'm the Managing Director and Chief Executive of Tellus, which owns and operates Sandy Ridge, Australia's first and only national facility for the disposal of low-level radioactive waste. It's situated on the Yilgarn Craton, a granite geological formation that's been stable for nearly 3 billion years and has been dry for around 100 million years. There are no underground aquifers. It's very remote and underpinned by a thick bed of kaolin clay, which is the zone in which we dispose of low-level radioactive waste, and it's underpinned by kilometers of granite, which is what's used in high-level geological, deep geological repositories. In other words, it's one of the safest places on the planet for the disposal of low-level radioactive waste. We achieved this Australian first by being transparent in our approach, without ignoring the wishes of nearby residents and without relying on laws or court cases which would force our facility upon an unwilling community. Building social license is the foundation of our approach and success. We negotiated a native title agreement with the local Marlinguli people. We've been through local, state, and federal environmental approvals, including 2 extensive public environmental reviews, which revealed very little community opposition to our business. In fact, our experience in the gold fields is that we have extensive support from the local community, which has allowed us to recently gain approval for a deep borehole demonstration project at this same site in Western Australia. Deep borehole is another prospective method for disposing of high-level waste, noting that our approval is only as a demonstration, not actual disposal of high-level. This approval for this deep borehole demonstration project is a first not only in Australia, but anywhere in the world. Our success in citing and obtaining social license for radioactive waste disposal sites isn't a one-off. In the Northern Territory, we also have an agreement from the local Titchikala Native Title community and support from the Northern Territory government to build a deep geological repository at a project called Chandler. This would be a facility up to 800 meters deep in a bedded salt deposit the size of a small city. It's approved by our traditional owners for both hazardous chemical and low-level radioactive waste. That means we've received traditional owner approval for 3 separate radioactive waste disposal projects in the last 10 years. This is unprecedented globally and a nod to Australia's strong culture of private sector innovation. I heard an Australian radioactive waste, or ARWA, representative at these hearings in October mentioned that they and government are canvassing international experience for radioactive waste disposal to inform government's approach on disposal. But I want to clarify for the record that we already have deep and leading international experience in radioactive waste disposal right here in Australia with Tellus, and we don't need to go offshore. In fact, our team at Australian-based Tellus has been sought out for our experience in low-level radioactive waste disposal by multiple nations across the world, including, very humbly, being asked to recently speak at the United States Department of Energy White House-led consent-based siting workshop, where we were the only international party invited. To underscore this, Tellus has the only management team globally in the world, government or private, that's run a successful radioactive waste disposal project end-to-end. That includes siting, social license, community engagement, approvals, design, construction, and operation. That innovation is here for Australia's use and is a valuable way to de-risk AUKUS or, if we choose, other nuclear program delivery. Thanks to Tellus, low-level radioactive waste today is already being safely disposed in Australia. For example, in the last 18 months, Tellus has disposed of almost triple the amount of low-level radioactive waste in the Commonwealth's entire published inventory, and we've moved low-level radioactive waste from almost every state and territory for disposal. In our view, it's now government and government agencies hindering the safe disposal of radioactive waste that's currently stored in 100 sites all across Australia because we can't take it. Governments all over the world do not have a great record on waste disposal for radioactive material. Australia in particular has been operating a nuclear reactor at Lucas Heights since the 1950s, but has never found a permanent solution for the waste generated there. In 2021, ANSTO called out the need for a permanent waste solution, stating, quote, "Finding a long-term management solution for Australia's radioactive waste is a national responsibility and is of critical importance to ANSTO," unquote. ARWA was then established in 2020 with a mission to find a solution for Australia's low-level radioactive waste disposal. 4 years later, 12 years after government legislated a process to locate a site, and after its CEO and leadership team visited Sandy Ridge nearly 2 years ago, ARWA has advised this committee that a disposal facility is still decades away. Importantly for this committee, it is the low-level radioactive waste, not the high-level radioactive waste, that will be the year-to-year issue in our lifetimes as AUKUS subs as soon as 2027 and or future reactors go through standard annual maintenance. And I'm here to tell you that Australia already has the capability today to dispose of that at Sandy Ridge. The high-level waste or spent fuel, that's an issue that also must be addressed, but that's a solution that won't be needed for many decades. Still, for these higher grades of radioactive waste, Australia's geology is as good or better than any other in the world for safe, permanent storage of radioactive and nuclear waste. If Australia decides to develop a nuclear power industry, we're well placed to be one of the only countries in the world, if not the only one, that develops a solution for nuclear waste before it's even generated. And to me, that would be an incredibly green outcome. That's because, as well as our natural geological advantages, private companies like Tellus can work with government to help fast-track solutions that'll save time and taxpayer funds while leveraging our world-leading innovation to get facilities like this up and running. As a nation, we should recognize there's no need to start again from scratch. Lastly, before I take the committee's questions, and I think I've spoken to most of you in the past, I'd extend an open invitation for anyone in government or this group to visit Sandy Ridge at any time. We'd love to show you firsthand the incredible job we're doing cleaning up Australia of low-level radioactive and chemical wastes. As we always say to community, we don't have anything to hide, and in fact, we're extremely proud of what we've built. So after a bit of an introduction, I'm happy to take questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and we'll start with Mr. Chester.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for your evidence. Now, in your submission, so first of all, I want to make one point. One of the hesitations we hear as we've travelled around in this inquiry and in my lecture in Gippsland is the hesitation around nuclear energy regarding waste disposal, which you've just addressed in your opening comments. But in your submission, you indicate, and I quote, "There are no technical or engineering barriers to the safe transport, storage and disposal of radioactive waste in Australia." How unhelpful is it, given your position that there are no technical engineering barriers, to see scare campaigns on this issue around waste?
Honestly, I'm a humble business person. I don't get involved in any of the scare campaigns or tactics. All I can say is that there is a method to shipping low-level radioactive waste, in particular state to state. Great example. Most recently, we accepted 6,000 tons of low-level radioactive waste from Sydney, Hunters Hill, in fact, working with the New South Wales state government. We shipped it through 3 different states using road and rail, and it's now been, or is on its way, it's already at site, and it's being safely disposed of. So I think from my perspective is there are standards and there are safety examples of ways to move this stuff, and I think important part of this committee and us as a business involved in this is to explain that this can be done safely, and frankly, it's done safely all over the world.
So if it's not stored at your facility, where's it being stored at the moment?
Yeah, it would blow. A lot of people don't realize that Australia creates more hazardous waste per person than any country in the world. And there are hundreds of thousands of tons of low-level radioactive waste all over this country, from critical minerals and rare earths processing, uranium mining, defense, offshore oil and gas decommissioning, nuclear medicine, as I'm sure a lot of people talked about, even smoke detectors and water filtration and treatment. Right now, before Tellus opened, there was never a solution to permanently dispose of low-level radioactive waste, despite being, the demand and guidelines of not only the IAEA but also past governments. So right now, it's stored in hospitals, basements, on site at Lucas Heights, and other places all around Australia, which is really quite unfortunate.
Thank you. And a final question, Chair. You indicate also that Australia's geology is ideal for safe hazardous waste management. And further to your evidence, you indicate that wind and hydropower create challenges with hazardous soils and wind turbine blades. There's no current sustainable solution for the safe management of end-of-life solar panels which contain heavy metals. They're difficult to isolate, uncommercial recycle, and by law cannot be disposed of in conventional landfills. The point I'm getting to, and the question relates to, all forms of energy generation result in a waste problem that needs to be resolved safely in partnership with the community. Can you expand on your thoughts there about how we educate the community that the whole of life challenge of energy generation of this scale results in a waste issue? We have to manage somehow, whether it's nuclear, oil and gas, solar, wind. Is that a fair description?
You're quite right, and I know I have the Conservation Council behind me, so I want to be clear about this because we've talked about this for years, right? There is not a power source that exists in the world that doesn't create massive amounts of low-level radioactive or chemical wastes. Everything, okay? Solar, lead and cadmium in the panels, not to mention the toxic acids in the polysilicon. Only around 90%, around 90% of current panels go to landfill. It's a real challenge and they're hazardous. Talk about the hazardous oils and also the challenges of the blades when it comes to hydro and also wind. And then I think one of the biggest challenges is the hundreds of thousands of tons of low-level radioactive material that's created from rare earths productions for our Tesla car batteries. Nuclear is no different. There is a waste product that is generated. It's just different in scale. And the nuclear actually is a smaller amount, but it's higher, obviously, in radioactivity. So, look, we always say that we are agnostic to the energy mix, but what we are here to say from Tellus is that regardless of the source that the Australian voters and government decide to choose for the energy mix, we can safely store and dispose of nearly any waste that will come out of this energy transition today at Tellus for the next 3 to 4 decades.
Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Chester. Ms. Mascarenas.
I recognise that hazardous waste is a challenge across, I'm going to say, all industries. From a nuclear power generation perspective, do you have a sense of the scale of the waste that would be produced for 14 gigawatts of nuclear energy?
So I do not in specific. I think what we've talked about, particularly as we've helped consult around the world on different disposal sites, which we've done, I think, on 4 or 5 different continents now, is a lot of it depends, as you would understand, on the technology deployed. So my understanding is, remember, the key issue for both AUKUS reactors, SMRs, or large reactors, regardless of the type, it's the year to year for the next 30 years of the low-level radioactive waste. That we can take in whatever scale. However, I imagine what you're talking about is the high-level waste. My understanding is from an SMR at the end of life, it's somewhere around the size of a bathtub. For something that's a large-scale reactor, it's somewhere around the size of a house. And that's generally when we talk to community, particularly abroad, because here, obviously, nuclear is not allowed. Those are the figures that we talked about. But it can obviously vary quite a bit depending on the technology.
My next question is around social license, and it sounds like you guys have done a lot of work to earn your social license to do the work that you're doing.
Thanks a lot to your hometown community, to be honest.
I'm glad you know I'm from the Goldfields. The thing that I'm wondering is whether you think that social license can be earned, particularly in a West Australian context, for nuclear power generation.
I think that the reason why we've been successful, and again, I can only talk about low-level radioactive waste because that's the only area where we have done community engagement. All I can say is what I'd put on record. It all has to start with trust. You know, the fact of the matter, and I think, you know, Honourable Darren Chester mentioned that we do have the technical capability, right? Australia has the geology, and frankly, there's technology out there to dispose of high-level waste. The challenge is, to your point, it's the social license. And I think one of the things that we see, in particular with AUKUS as an example, is going down the same mistakes we've made in the past at government, going out and announcing things at Osborne and Starling without first doing the community engagement, or, for example, getting the traditional owners on board. And I think that's where we've been successful, is we've started with building trust first, because once you build trust with your community and your stakeholders and your traditional owners, then That's what allows you to do what we've done, which is actually build facilities to put the stuff where it needs to be disposed permanently underground.
This will be my final question, which is, before in the hearings I talked about mine lives, and one of the things I can't get my head around is the nuclear waste life and what the business model looks like for that. And so can you explain what the business model is from a high level perspective of being able to store nuclear waste for tens of thousands of years?
So again, I have to separate this into two, and if you'll just give me a moment. So we are one of only 3 private companies in the world that have approval to dispose of low-level radioactive waste. The other 2 are in the United States, and that's actually who the U.S. government defense uses to dispose of their low-level radioactive waste, Energy Solutions and WCS. What we have done here at Tellus is because we didn't want to be like a mine where when we closed up, there was a chance that the liability fell back onto government. So what we did is we actually created, and this is part of our intellectual property, this unique trust structure that grows throughout time, almost like a superannuation fund. The sole beneficiary is the WA government, and it's audited every 3 years. And there has to be enough money in there that if we ever fell over or we ever closed, for the WA government to be able to step in, and there has to be enough cash in there to monitor the site for 100 years post-closure. Now, this gets to your question. The 100 years is what's called the institutional control period, and that is based on what the half-life is or how the radionuclides we take break down. So that is possible for a private company to take low-level waste. The reason why there is no private company taking high-level waste is that really has to have government backing. The reason why it has to have government backing is because, to your point, there has to be an entity that guarantees there will be funding for thousands of years. And again, if you're talking about taking high-level waste in, for example, 50 years at the end of an AUKUS sub, a private company obviously can't wait around for 50 years for revenue. So that's why it typically falls to government when it comes to high-level wastes as far as owning and operating high-level waste facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Well, thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for appearing before us today, and by the sounds of it, we should also be saying congratulations to you. By the sounds of it, you've got a facility which is world class and recognised as such. So just talking about ANSTO, so to be clear, does your facility already take material from ANSTO?
So right now, government policy is to essentially build a competing low-level radioactive waste facility. That's the current policy under government is for ARWA to go out and spend billions of tax dollars and decades to build a facility just like Sandy Ridge, although we have already disposed of, just in the last 18 months, more than triple the amount of current Commonwealth inventory at ANSTO. So no, we have not taken any waste from ANSTO because government policy has prevented it. However, from a regulatory, technical perspective, transport, we're more than able to do it.
So if you looked at the material that would otherwise go to the likes of a Kimber site, how much of that would Sandy Ridge be able to take?
So from a technical perspective, we could take all of it, and we could potentially store the ILW. So the idea of Kimbo was to dispose of low-level radioactive waste, all of the Commonwealth's inventory, and to store the intermediate waste until a high-level or intermediate site was found. Sandy Ridge could do that were it not for the WA Prohibition Act, which prevents moving intermediate or high-level waste into Western Australia. That said, our current waste acceptance criteria, which is what's been issued by our regulator at WA Rad Health, we have only requested approval for certain radionuclides or certain types of waste. And the reason why we've done that is because we haven't sought to take all of ANSTO's inventory because it wasn't worth our time. Because the only type of waste that basically raises to that level is government waste, which we've been told we're not allowed to take under current government policy. So if I could summarize that, because it's a little bit long-winded, technically, Sandy Ridge could take the entire Commonwealth's low-level radioactive waste inventory no issues. It would just require some slight changes to our license working with the regulator.
Interesting. So I know we've already spoken about social license and so forth, but I'm wondering if you just expand on it, because we've heard from some people, including today, that it would be very difficult. Others have suggested nigh impossible to get agreement from communities about the storage of waste, while it's currently, for the AUKUS program, the responsibility of the Albanese government, and they've signed up for that. AUKUS is nonetheless a bipartisan pursuit, and so regardless of political stripe, there's a need there for a solution to be found. So, of course, the permanent storage of high-level nuclear waste, it probably has a higher bar, maybe, than a nuclear power plant, which might last 80 years up to 100 years with the waste stored on site. But nonetheless, challenging still. Listening to your story, well, you guys have cracked the nut somewhat. So can you just expand a little bit more about the various steps and you talk about the word trust, which is what I've also heard internationally from the nuclear industry. What does it actually mean? What does it mean in terms of the steps taken, so that we're clear about that as a coalition, given our plans for community consultation and engagement?
It's a good question, and I hope this doesn't seem like I'm dodging the question, but it's more art than science in a lot of ways. The way that Tellus started with it, though, was almost as a disruptor attitude. So we looked abroad, the only entities that had ever, outside of two small ones in the United States, that had tried to site a radioactive waste facility had all been governments, right? So we went through, one of the first things our management team did was we looked through and what did they do wrong? And one of the biggest things that we saw is they announced and then did consultation. Again, we wanted to go back and bring people on the journey first and give them effective veto rights before moving forward. And I'll give a few examples. But as part of that, one of the things we've done, and this is why we've been asked to go to several countries around the world, again, on I think 4 different continents now, we've been requested to come give our process for siting. We have somewhere around, and it's growing, but at that time, is 72 different site selection criteria, where as opposed to just focusing on geology, we really focused on socioeconomics. We focused on, and again, somebody from the goldfields would understand, focusing on communities that understand that waste and challenging waste moves every day, right? We focused on communities that had strong governance principles. Particularly in Australia, you want to make sure that you have traditional owners that are able to make decisions and work together as a community. And what we did is we put all that into this GIS mapping, and we ended up with these big exclusion zones. And I think the proof was in the pudding, because then we started engaging with communities in each one of those areas. I think that if you were starting out, and again, our business right now is low-level radioactive waste, but if government did decide to go out and try to create that trust in those relationships, I would argue that some private company would probably be better off taking the lead on that. And the reason why is because I think it's really difficult to have the agility to build trust with community when you're government and you have large policy considerations that take time to change. Best example I can give to that is the most recent approval we've received from traditional owners to dispose of low-level radioactive waste is at our pending project in the Northern Territory. It's called Chandler. It's a deep geological repository, about 800 meters under the ground. It's an underground salt sea, the size of a small city. It's this crazy project in one of the most remote indigenous communities in Australia. And working with the Tchikala native title community, there was obviously real concerns and a real strong anti-low-level radioactive waste and nuclear movement in the Northern Territory. But one of the biggest things that changed to create a trust is, number one, our management team, we do the community engagement ourselves, right? And we did all this research for the last 12 years to develop this certain site in a certain area with the Tchikala, okay? And we were sitting there, and there was probably 80 people in the room, and we couldn't quite understand why there was so much pushback about the location. And we started to realize that actually there was a sacred place where we wanted to develop this site. So you know what we did is we said, look, we've given you a veto. If you don't want this project, we're going to walk away. So you know what, we'll just move it. And their jaws dropped, right? Because this is going to cost us hundreds of millions of dollars and years. But the fact of the matter is that to be able to make that decision on the spot and say, if you're not happy, if you don't want it on your land, there's no way it's ever going to happen. I just question whether government's going to be able to make that connections, because there's more processes involved and more policy that stands in the way. Trust, it's like a marriage or a friendship, right? You have to be able to make give and takes on the spot. And again, like I said, it's more art and science, but that's why I've been so proud of what we've done.
Thank you. And you mentioned before the experience in Osborne. So if you apply those lessons of, in your experience, best practice, what happened in Osborne there?
I mean, to me, it's like watching, and again, I'm sorry if this sounds offensive. It's like watching this same car crash all over again, right? Because what's been clear with every siting opportunity we've taken in this country, and we've tried to talk to certain entities about this, is you have to create trust first, bring people on the journey, and then announce. Same thing with Osborne happened, and in fact, there's been public statements by certain people in government saying it's going to happen no matter what, right? So if you go out and you announce this is what's going to happen, and then you engage, it's like telling your kids you got to go eat, you're going to eat those green beans, and now I'm going to tell you why they're good. No, tell them why they're good first, and then you have to build the trust first. And so to me, that well is already poisoned. Now, the fact of the matter is you can go out, and I think recent legislation was passed where they'll be able to compulsorily push it through. But frankly, in a free and democratic society, like, you want to build the trust first and bring people along on the journey. And that's what's caused failures in the United States. Here, Germany, France, the UK, almost every Western democracy, there's been challenges because governments keep doing the same thing. Announce and then go out and create that relationship on waste. I think it needs to be reversed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for your evidence today. I just want to go back to this discussion about engagement with First Nations people. So, so you gave them the right for veto. Is that for the Chandler site or for Sandy Ridge as well?
Well, so Sandy Ridge predates, and we have one of our chief operating officer who led most of the community engagement at the very start there. That was a pretty open discussion about, from my understanding, about do we want it, right? But so, for example, two examples. Number one, with the Marlin-Gooley people, which are our current traditional owners at Sandy Ridge, which is operational, we recently went through a process to triple our license capacity from 100,000 tons a year up to 280,000 tons a year. Again, this is your land. That's always what we start with. And there was a conversation about, do they want it? So they always have effective veto rights. So you never go through a point where you would end up suing our clients. It's a recipe for, nobody ever goes to a divorce lawyer and then gets back together, right? And yeah, so at Chandler, when we started from scratch, the very first thing we did is, I remember, Steve, you'll remember this as well, right? We sat down and they said, so you're telling us that if we don't want this project, you're going to walk away? And we said, of course we are. It's your land, right? And then that really took the heat out of the room when you start with a discussion, right? It takes additional time. That stuff's hard. But yes, it always has to start with, it's your land, it's a community's right. But I will say one thing there, right, is this isn't magic. There is nothing, whether it's do you like dark chocolate or white chocolate, where you're going to get 100% consent, ever, right? And so I think the thing is bringing people along on the journey and then making the weight of community acceptance move forward. And look, I think that's the right way to handle it.
So just on that, so how long did it take you just to garner that level of like community endorsement, essentially?
So Sandy Ridge, which is the operational facility here in Western Australia, it was around 8 years. And in Chandler, it was about, I think we're almost at 13 years. Right. So, and there were some failures and coming back and moving. And I think, but a great example of how trust begets trust, right? Is when we got Sandy Ridge up and running, when we went to the Marlin-Gooley people and talked about this deep borehole demonstration project, which, by the way, has never been approved anywhere in the world because of community issues. like they approved it right away because they said, look, you've always done what you said you were going to do. You know, you've proved that you've operated this facility safely for 3 years, and that one happened in a matter of 3 months.
Yeah. It's impressive.
Thank you.
And I say that in the sense that you've got the fortitude to say up front you've got right of veto, because it must not be easy as a commercial decision to put everything on the line to do that. But clearly, you've managed to do what we've been trying to solve for 50 years, essentially, the waste storage problem in this country, and you've managed to do it on 2 sites, well, nearly 2 sites here in Australia already.
I can't tell you how much that means. Yeah, just that acknowledgement, because we've always said, and this gets pandered around way too much, but you got to start with values, and that was one of the things that we wanted. We wanted to build trust, and so thank you.
So, and I think that this segues into the next issue, and that is, like, how do you translate that success around nuclear waste storage, albeit low level, but transitioning that conversation around social licence into the actual nuclear discussion, power generation, with the set of markers that have already been put down by the opposition with their proposals nearly 7 months ago, has that stepped off on the right foot? Has there been enough follow-up to essentially ensure that when or if they were to come into government and enact their plan or policy, that they've got a level of success behind it?
I think it's a great question.
Is patience?
Well, I understand.
Absolutely.
I think it's a great question. I understand the parallel there. I guess what I have to say is the challenge with waste, and I'm always trying to explain this to our shareholders. We're trying to sell something nobody wants to spend money on and nobody wants, right? It's a cost center and it's something that nobody wants to talk about, right? So I think, to me, that's why the upfront discussion is so important. I frankly can't talk to something like power generation, where you're talking about jobs and other types of, that is a product that actually adds other ancillary value that society sees as quote good. So I'd be hesitant to copy and paste all of our experiences from waste to something that is potentially productive, but certainly there could be parallels drawn. And apologies, that's just not the power industry is not necessarily my experience.
But to gain that social license, it sounds like there was a high level of patience involved in getting to that end result where you had community supportive of the proposal.
I think
you're talking.
I think that's correct.
You said 8 and 12 years, nearly 13 years respectively. So you didn't rush the process of consultation just to get to your commercial goal. You made sure that you'd bedded in community support properly.
And we made that decision for us that was absolutely the right approach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnell. And thank you for coming in, Mr. Smith. We've met quite a few times, and you know my opinion on what you've done already, so I don't need to go on about that. But what is the difference between your facility being a low-level facility and a high-level facility that would be needed for waste from a nuclear power station? What is the difference?
So what we've created is what's called a near-surface geological repository. So most of you guys are probably familiar with mining. Think about an open-cut mine that actually, can I step back for a moment? Because I want to make sure this is clear. So landfill, open-cut mine that has a liner. Mm-hmm. It's filled with waste. Water goes through it. You end up with leachate in the bottom. Every single landfill liner breaks, and you end up with groundwater pollution. Okay, this is why you have issues with PFAS, etc. What we've done is totally different. The concept of the geological repository is there's no liner. Instead, the natural barriers provide the protections because the natural barriers don't break. So what we are is a near-surface repository. It's an open-cut mine where we excavate about 30 meters down into a deep kaolin clay bed, and there's granite underneath it. And what we do is we emplace waste in layers, almost like a cake. We compact it, we have a seal, and it sits throughout geological time. That can take low-level radioactive material, and in some cases in the United States, they're considering taking intermediate material in those types of facilities. To take high-level radioactive waste, you instead have to have a deep geological repository, not an open-cut mine, but you have to burrow several hundred meters down into the earth, typically in salt or some hard rock like granite. And there you dispose of it deeper underground. Because of the type of radionuclides, you need additional safety, so that's why you go deeper.
Thank you. And so you've got the approval to go deeper for a test facility, is that correct?
So there's two different ways that theoretically have been considered internationally to dispose of high-level waste. The first is what I described as a deep geological repository, which is to take larger volumes of waste. And that's what, for example, the committee has heard is being constructed in Finland, or that's the waste mobilization pilot plant, the WIP plant in the United States. Those are for larger volumes. That we have approval to build, but only for low-level radioactive waste and chemical waste in the Northern Territory with Chandler. The other potential, and this has really been talked about for countries with smaller volumes of radioactive waste, or for example, to create on-site high-level waste solutions for SMRs, there's been something called deep borehole. That concept is you create a smaller hole 4 to 5 kilometers underground, and you dispose of smaller amounts of waste. It would be less expensive, but the challenge has always been internationally. It was really proposed by our own CSIRO, which is pretty exciting, and then taken up by the US. But in order to prove out that technology, you needed a demonstration place to actually put down benign canisters and see how they react. No one had ever been able to get that approval. We talked to people at the IEA. We said we'd go talk to the Marlinguli people, and that's the approval that we've received. We can go dig, I believe, between 5 and 7 boreholes tomorrow if the Australian government or another government wanted to sponsor that. But those we have both of those projects approved, but one is for benign waste, it's a demonstration, and the other is just for low-level radioactive material.
And how long do you have to hold the low-level radioactive material for in your facility?
Right now, our institutional control period, which is how long it has to be actively and passively monitored, is 100 years.
Yep.
And at that point, it's considered by all the modeling and background and work with the regulator, including the peer-reviewed safety case by our PANZA, et cetera. That's long enough as 100 years. Quite a few other facilities international do 200, but because of the waste we're taking, we did 100.
And this is a strange question. I don't want to go into all the financial side of things, but how do you work out the cost over the period of time? Like we've been told by some experts through this that the high-level waste will last for thousands of years. How do you work out a cost?
Painfully. So the way that we did it for the way that we did it for low-level radioactive waste is we essentially had this pretty complex model. Remember, I said we cash funded this trust structure, and what we did is we talked about every plausible and implausible scenario that could happen to our site, everything from going bankrupt, which I don't ever expect us to happen if shareholders are listening, but also crashing a 747 into an open pit of low-level radioactive waste. There had to be enough money in there to clean it up. We then added escalators year on year, and then we added another like 40% contingency, and that's how we got to our number that needed to be in the trust structure. We would undergo a similar modeling exercise. For example, if we consulted or we did similar work on a high-level facility for government, you go through that same process, figure out what type of wastes, figure out all the potential things that could go bad, both plausible and implausible, and then make sure you have enough backing in the background to make sure that taxpayers are never left holding the bag.
Any chance you could tell us how much you think that would be?
No, because what's very important, and I'm not dodging the question, but what's really crucial there is, again, are we talking SMRs? What size, location?
You don't have the information you need.
A lot of detail,
That's
right.
Fair enough. Excellent. Well, that is it. Thank you very much for coming in, Mr. Smith. Thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of January 2025. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to the transcription errors. I would like to thank all the witnesses that came today. I would like to thank all of the crowd that came in, and it was very nice and respectful. I would like to thank Hansard for what they're about to do, broadcasting. I would like to really thank our secretariats, Antonia, Ash, Kim, Kathy, Kate Morris, Ben, Tamara, Kate Portis, for all the hard work they've done over the last 3 months on this since we started, and Mr Chester's team, Emma and Tom, Mr O'Brien's team, Mitch and John, Mr Kennedy's team, Ben and Pat, my team, Chad and Liz, and to all the other diary managers out there for us changing your whole world and upsetting you all. We're sorry. But thank you to our teams for all the hard work they do. I hope everyone has a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and looking forward to seeing everybody when we get back. And thank you to the committee members. Cheers.
Well said, Dan. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Officially over.